Hello, Thiru. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
How are you
Yeah,
doing?
sorry about the delay. Good.
No problem.
I switched from work computer to this computer,
Oh,
so
okay.
I don't know how
Okay.
to.
Oh, okay.
Yesterday I had to do that because of the internet, all the confusion.
It's much
Okay.
better today, in fact. Your audio sounds so good. That's great.
Oh, really? Okay. This is the number that popped up in the Zoom meeting information, so I
Okay.
tried that number instead of.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay. That's great. Okay. So how are you doing?
Okay.
Doing fine? Yeah, I'm good.
Very good. Yeah.
Yes. So how was the session yesterday? Any thoughts or any feedback, or you would like to have any clarification on those things? Or
No, it was pretty good. Like I
okay.
said, I have to read it one more time. That's how I can remember things better.
Oh,
So first
okay.
time,
Yeah.
it's a lot of information together, right? So if
Yeah.
I go one more
Yeah.
time, so
Yeah.
it'll be easy to recall.
Uh,
But mostly, it was good. Yeah.
Yeah, you need to dissect and digest it also. Correct.
Yeah, yeah,
It's like,
something like that. Yeah, you
uh,
just I ate it yesterday, but I have to
yeah.
digest it.
Uh, you keep on. You have to chew it sometime and then digest it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure with your caliber and with your, you're so intelligent and you're so sharp. You must be able to do it pretty
Oh,
easily. But I'm very confident on that. Okay.
sure. Thank you for the
That's
praise.
that's really great. Okay, so we'll start now today. Welcome back to the second day session. Okay,
Hmm.
we
Hmm.
completed yesterday the scope management, the knowledge area. So today we will move into the schedule knowledge area, schedule management. This is another very
Okay.
important knowledge area because you know that the scope, as we
Hmm.
discussed yesterday, the scope, schedule, and the cost are the triple constraints, and each one
Yeah.
can have the impact on the other two. So those is very important to understand. Second
Hmm.
thing, for any project, the schedule and the cost are the two important things. Am I right? Because unless, like for
Hmm.
your project, you were
Yeah.
mentioning 7 months is your time or the schedule you have kept for the project. So you need to
Hmm.
ensure that your project gets completed within that 7 months. Am I right? That's very
Yeah.
important. So
Yeah.
you put
Yeah.
all your resources, you put all your planning, you ensure that you execute that plan within that 7 months. Okay. Now let's try
Hmm.
to understand a little more in detail what exactly this
Hmm.
management is. How do we go about it on those things? Okay, we'll start with that. And
Okay.
the digit number, it's a 766 is the third digital number, the mobile
Hmm.
number which I given you yesterday. So that you can see from
Hmm.
this chart that there are 6 processes in the schedule management. One is
Hmm.
the plan schedule management, the define activities, sequence activities, estimate activity duration, and develop the schedule. It's
Hmm.
commonsensical that when you plan your schedule, I'm sure first you plan it and you define the activities, what all various activities you need to do to complete your
Hmm.
schedule. And once you
Hmm.
define it, you need to sequence those activities. Am I right? You know, that's sequence
Yeah.
activities. And after
Yes.
sequencing it, you need to estimate the activity's duration, that each activity will take how long. And once you have this data, once you have clarity on these things, then you develop a proper schedule for completing your project. I mean, that is the
Hmm.
flow that we
Hmm.
need to remember, in fact. So you always plan it first, then you define the activity. Once you define, you sequence the activities, then estimate
Hmm.
activity and develop. For example, let's
Okay.
give a home project example. First of all, let's
Hmm.
say the foundation. It just starts. That is the basic thing. First, you need to have a foundation. So for
Hmm.
after doing the foundation, you need to erect the pillars. After erecting the pillars, you will be erecting the roof. In fact, then afterwards you start doing your other works. In fact, so you're sequencing the activities. You start with the foundation, then you erect the
Hmm.
pillars, then you erect the roof. In fact, then you erect the walls. This is the sequence
Hmm.
how it goes. I'm sure the same thing
Hmm.
applies for any project. You're sequencing it, and after sequencing,
Yeah.
you estimate each of those activity and develop a schedule. That's what the whole thing about the schedule management. So
Hmm.
okay, first the plan schedule management. Schedule management is the process of establishing the policies, procedures, and documentation. So all planning like schedule or scope or risk or all this plan management, it basically it's a process of establishing the policies, procedures, and documentation for planning, developing, managing, and executing and controlling the project schedule. In fact, that's how it happens. First, you need to plan well.
Mm-hmm.
And the key benefit of
Mm-hmm.
this process is that it provides a guidance and direction how the project will
Mm-hmm.
be managed throughout the project. So, you know that
Mm-hmm.
regarding the planning, Mr. Thiru is a very famous saying that plan may fail, but you should never fail to plan. Am I right? I'm sure you must have heard about that phrase. In fact, am I right?
Oh, no, no, I
Okay.
haven't heard, but that's good to know.
Yeah, sometimes the plan may
Mm-hmm.
fail, but we should never fail to plan. In fact, that's a very, very fundamental basic, even in our personal life, that applies that you should
Mm-hmm.
always try to plan something. Many times or
Mm-hmm.
sometimes the plan may go wrong, but that doesn't mean that we
Mm-hmm.
should not plan, in fact. So this process is
Okay.
performed once or at predefined points of the project. The inputs, tools,
Mm-hmm.
and techniques and outputs of the process is represented here. So the common
Mm-hmm.
inputs for plan schedule management is the scope management plan, which is the output of the previous process which we discussed on the scope management plan, and the
Mm-hmm.
development approach, how we are going about, what is the methodology we are going, is it going to be a predictive approach, are it going to be adaptive approach, is it an
Mm-hmm.
no, agile approach or an incremental approach. So if the scope is very clear, as I told you yesterday, that then you go for a predictive
Mm-hmm.
life cycle. But if the scope is
Mm-hmm.
not very clear, there is a lot of ambiguity there, then probably we will go to the, for example, adaptive or incremental life cycle. So you need to have the development approach, how we are taking it forward. Then the common
Mm-hmm.
enterprise environmental factors and OPA are the two common inputs which we discussed at length yesterday. I'm sure you are familiar with those things. Here, the
Mm-hmm.
tools and techniques, we talk about the expert judgment. Again, I'm sure you are very clear. They are the subject matter
Mm-hmm.
experts that we take their
Mm-hmm.
help to take it forward. And the data
Okay.
analysis, various the data that you have, you analyze the data and you have the meeting,
Mm-hmm.
and the output what you get is the schedule management plan. So this is
Mm-hmm.
that's how we start the schedule management knowledge area.
Okay.
Then, as I was just mentioning, that consideration for agile or adaptive environments, adaptive approaches use short cycles to undertake work, review the results, and adopt as necessary. Because if the scope is not clear, you get into this
Mm-hmm.
adaptive approach in short cycles, you get a feedback, and then you work on that and move forward. So these cycles provide rapid feedback of the approaches and suitability of deliverables, and generally manifest as an iterative scheduling on demand. It's a pull-based schedule because based on the requirement, you keep changing your schedule or you keep working towards that, as
Mm-hmm.
discussed in the key trends of the emerging practices of this project schedule management. Now, in large
Mm-hmm.
organization, there might be a mixture of small project and large initiatives requiring long-term roadmaps to manage the development of these programs using scaling factors like your team size, your geographical distribution, regulatory compliance, your organization complexity and technical complexity. All these factors also you need to keep in mind, when you're developing your schedule. So to address
Mm-hmm.
the full delivery of life cycle for a larger enterprises, a wide system, a range of techniques utilizing a predictive approach, adaptive approach, or a hybrid approach, or both may be adopted, in fact. Just to give an
Mm-hmm.
example, you are familiar with the metro rail projects, am I right, in India as well as in many other countries.
Mm-hmm.
Thiru, you are very familiar. This metro project,
Uh,
yeah,
mm-hmm. Go ahead.
in some places it goes on the ground, in some places it's under the ground, in fact, or under the water also. Particularly in your
Yeah.
Washington or even New York, in fact, you are very familiar that under the water
Yeah.
or under the vein. So when it
Yeah.
is going, when you are doing a project on the road, on the surface, on the ground, that means you are very,
Mm-hmm.
very clear about those conditions, in fact, what is the depth of the movement, all those things. But when you go under the water or under the ground, you need to do, then it will become an adaptive or an incremental thing because you are not sure about after 10 feet or after 20 feet what you will get in front. It could be a big
Okay.
bull rock, it might be there. So in such
Mm-hmm.
situations, you need to have this adaptive approach. You dig for about 10 feet, get the feedback,
Mm-hmm.
how it is working, interacting with your team members who are working on that, and change your strategy to move forward. In fact.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the typical agile approach which is being used in many of these high complex and where you require, lot and technical complexity and those things. The organization may need to combine practice from several core methods or adopt a method. So many times, it could be a combination of both. That's a hybrid. You talk about the adaptive approach or a predictive approach also in certain cases. So the role of the project manager doesn't change based on the managing projects using a predictive development life cycle or managing projects in adaptive environment. Our role will never change as a project manager, am I right? Just because in adaptive approach, you will not change the style of functioning or you will not do that. However, to be successful in using adaptive approaches, the project manager will need to be familiar with the tools and techniques to understand how to apply that effectively in this type of situation. So what are the tools and techniques probably you need to use in different types of approaches, whether if it is a hybrid approach or the adaptive approach or the predictive approach. Again, it is the managing your knowledge and skills to apply that knowledge and skills accordingly to the requirement of the situation. These are all some of the consideration for agile adaptive environments that we are looking at.
Okay.
Okay, sorry. So once you plan it, then you need to define your activities. As I explained that you need to define it. So how do we define the activities? Is the process of identifying and documenting the specific actions to be performed to produce the project deliverables. For example, in a home project, what are the activities we do? I keep giving that example because it's easy to follow that. For example, activities like laying a foundation, erecting the pillars, then erecting the roof, then putting the walls, then doing your electrical work, then you do your wooden work, then you do your painting, then you do your other thing. Am I right? These are all the activities that you do in a home project. Similar way, for example, your software development or any other things, you have various activities. So the first thing is you need to define the activities. That's very, very important. So the key benefit of this process is that it decomposes work packages into schedule activities that provides a basis for estimating, scheduling, executing, monitoring, and control of the work packages. What I just explained, all these activities, you further decompose it, in fact, to the smaller work packages and to the activities. That's what we do. Work packages, like, for example, foundation, under the foundation, in fact, there are so many other things. You need to mix the concrete, you need to mix the sand, you need to put water. All those, you decomposing that activity into smaller work packages to schedule this activity. So here, the basic inputs and tools here, schedule management plan, which is the output of the previous process, and the scope baseline, because you need to have a clear baseline, the scope baseline, in order to define those activities. Am I right? So that scope baseline is also a very important input there. So enterprise environmental factors and OPA are the other two common inputs. Here again, the tools and technique is the decomposition, which we discussed at length yesterday in the scope management plan. Rolling wave planning. Have you heard about that, Mr. Thiru? Rolling wave planning? Anytime?
No.
No, you're not heard about that. I'm just explaining the following slide. In fact, activity list and the activity attributes, these are the two very important outputs. I will also show you a chart on the model of what the activity list contains and the activity attributes it will have. And the milestones list, of course, you are very familiar. Yesterday you were mentioning, and the change request. Also, I'm sure we discussed many times yesterday. And the project management plan updates and the schedule baseline and the cost baseline are the two important outputs you get after defining the activities. So rolling wave planning is nothing but, you see, the rolling wave planning is an iterative planning technique in which the work to be accomplished in the near term is planned in detail, while the work further in future is planned at a higher level. For example, just to give an example of the foundation again, when you are laying down the foundation, you give lot of importance and you get lot of details about laying the foundation because you are doing it today. Now, you have to put a roof after 1 month or 2 months. You don't plan in detail of how to put a roof, in fact, am I right? You know, when you get into that
Yeah.
activity, then you start planning more. So that is called rolling wave planning. That means what work you are doing at present, that you plan in detail, and what work needs to be done in future, you have a very broad level of doing it. But when you get into that activity or previously, you know, just you start planning more on that. That is the rolling wave planning, in fact. So even for a marriage, which I give an example, you have, for example, today you fix a marriage. After 6 months is going to happen the marriage. So today, what all you need to do, you do it. When the marriage date comes, then you look at the cook, what food to be prepared. Even though you are given the menu for your cook or the chef, on that particular day, you will go in more in detail for that. In fact, am I right? That's what happens. In fact, that is called rolling wave planning. In fact, that is have a detail in the present on hand work and plan for the future when that work happens. That's called. So it's a form of a progressive elaboration applicable to work packages and planning packages. I hope it's very clear, that example which I gave.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So, and release planning when using an agile or a waterfall approach. Therefore, work can exist at various levels of detailing depending on the which project life cycle. During early strategic planning, when information is less defined, work packages may be decomposed to the known level of details as more is known about upcoming events in the near term, and work packages can be decomposed into those activities. So the milestone, of course, we are very, very familiar, but just to touch upon that, a milestone is a significant event that normally has no duration. This is very, very important. I request you to remember the milestones have no duration, in fact. That's important because it's a landmark, so it will not have any duration. Not every deliverable or output created for a project is a milestone. It's not like that. Unless it is very something very significant, unless it's very, very important, then it cannot be called as a milestone. It often takes several activities and lot of hard works to complete a milestone number, right? You agree with me on that? You need to really put lot of efforts because it's a big thing. In fact, in a project environment, the milestone. That's So they're useful tools for settling the schedule goals and monitoring progress. Examples including obtain the customer sign off on key documents or the completion of a specific product such as software modules or the installation of a new hardware. These are some of the examples. So what is important to remember, Thiru, is that milestone eventually that normally has no duration. This is very important to remember because some questions may come on milestone. In fact, they will twist and ask you, but it's very important to remember that point. Clear so far on rolling wave planning at milestone, I hope.
Sure. Okay.
This is one activity list. How I think you might have seen this list in your company, activity list. You do prepare, am I right, for your projects?
Nope, I haven't seen. Not everybody does.
Yeah. Okay. Again, this
nobody does actually fully follow the even if they are PMP certified project managers there, they wouldn't really use every form out there.
Oh, okay.
So in practical, it usually boils down to quick spreadsheet and called B forms and stuff. And then just who is responsible for what and what day. Something like that in a meeting.
But you'll have an Excel sheet, is it? You'll have an Excel sheet.
Something. Simple. And then, so previous company I worked for 7 years, they completely ignored this PMP related, project management style, and then simply called the form G form, something like that. And this company is using the concepts a little bit, but they do after the fact. They just fill in the paperwork. There is a project manager. I'm a lead on a technical project, but project manager, official project managers, titled project managers, would actually backfill after the events have occurred, or they do some initial planning for presentation purposes and stuff. So if I say no, that doesn't mean they may not use it. They may fill it in and use it for presentation later, but we don't see it.
Oh, okay, okay, great, interesting. So you can download it. Actually, it's available in the ones who, as I told you, that PMI and all these templates many times are available. You need to customize it. I think those things. That's right. According
Okay.
according to your organization need, according to. But of course, it's a very simple, straightforward. You can just prepare it in an Excel sheet. Basically, here we talk about the project, the name of the project, and the date prepared. Then who is the project manager and last updated. This is important because it is you'll be doing it on a day-to-day basis. You need to update it. Here the work breakdown structure ID. You'll give a different IDs for that, and what is the activity name and the description and assigned resource. Who is responsible for that? So that's important. Sure. This is a very simple and straightforward activity list. Of course, depending upon the complexity of the project, probably you need to have more. Even you can have a time duration planned. All those things you can add it in fact activity list. That's right. So this is the activity attributes. This is another important output you get from this. Here, the activity attributes, it will have a lot more information. What's the project title, date prepared, and ID. You give an special ID and the activity. What activity you're doing? Is it laying a foundation or putting a pillars, or depending upon your project, you can activity details you give. Description of work, in fact, what exactly you are doing that. And these two are very important. This activity, what is the predecessor activity and the relationship? I will explain to you in the following slide. Some relationships are there. When you are sequencing the activity, there are some relationships like finish to start to finish, start to start. Have you heard about those things? Finish to start to start to finish.
Yeah.
You must have heard about it. So, and lead and lag also, I'm sure you are very familiar about that. That's right. What is lead and what is lag? And what is the successor activity and what is the relationship here? So both for predecessor activity, what's the relationship? And for the successor activity, what is the relationship and the lead or lag? The number of types of resources required. It could be even your human resources and your physical resources. All those details will be mentioned here. Then the skill required. For example, you are doing a very technical job, then what is the skill level you require for those resources that you remember. And other required resources, for example, the capacity, if it is a physical resources, what capacity you need, those machines or equipment, all those things are mentioned here. And the type of efforts, location, performance, which place you are doing, imposed date, and other constraints. Is there any constraints that you are facing this problem? Whether it could be human resources constraints, either lack of skilled resources constraints. All those things are also here, and some of the assumptions, in fact, what you are assuming to do this activity. So this activity attributes give a very comprehensive details about the activity you are doing it. So it involves your activity relationship, the people you require, the physical resources you require, the description of work. All those things are given in the attributes. Any question? Is clear? I hope that's right.
Do they sincerely follow this in every place? Because there will be a lot of work breakdown structure activities, tons of activities, and if you create activity attribute for each and every one of them, there will be a lot of paper.
I know. That's why, as I told you yesterday, that for all these major projects, if it is a small project within the organization, you're doing it, then you may not have the paperwork. But I tell you, for L&T or the big projects, they do. They need to, in order to be successful, in order to ensure the project achieves its objectives. I think these are all must. In fact, they need to plan all these things. They need to have that, because ultimately, as I told you, the project manager is responsible for the success of the project. So unless you document all these things, today the project manager, should not face any embarrassment at a later stage. Am I right? You agree with me on that?
Yeah.
So we need to protect our position also in all aspects. Am I right? Because you are putting so much of efforts, and tomorrow, none of either the customer or the stakeholders should not, particularly the promoters or the sponsors, should not pull us up as if you are not done anything. In fact, so it's very important you document the whole thing. So that's how it's being done in all major projects. Lots and lots of documentation. Today, that everything is questioned. Anybody can question on anything. Am I right? You agree with me, isn't it? Particularly the government projects or the private organization projects. Any shareholder can question today how much you spent, why did you spend, why the project was. This Right to Information Act is there in in India. It's already there in the Right to Information Act. Am I right? You are familiar with that?
Oh.
And you can ask any question. Why did you spend so much? What reason? What planning have you done? In fact, have you taken those factors into consideration? So anybody can question. So if you have all these documents, then you can show them, yes, we planned all these things. We prepared our exactly what we wanted to do for the project. In fact, so you have its documentation is a must. That's that is the key reason why the projects, as I was telling you, that the PMI, if these knowledge and skills are applied and followed the management principles, those projects are bound to succeed. They cannot fail at all. That's what the PMI strongly believe in that. That's right.
Okay.
There is a methodology. You must follow these things without any shortcuts, without any compromising on those things. It's like that. That is the beauty of this. That's why I get fascinated about the project management concepts and other things. It's so good. And only thing is, I know it's initially it's a bit difficult for us to follow. But if you follow that, I think the success rate will be very, very high. That much I can tell you. That's right.
Okay.
Because you're taking into consideration all possible. Here itself, you can see you're putting all the assumptions, all the constraints. And when you put it on a piece of paper, what are the constraints you are having? That means you are prepared to address those constraints. Or I'm right, you agree with me, that means you are prepared to face those challenges, in fact. So it will not become a surprise when you get into that situation. Okay. So once you define the activities, as I told you that it's important to sequence those activities. So how do we do the sequencing activities? The process of identifying and documenting the relationship among the project activities. As I told you, the foundation, erecting the pillar, erecting the roof, in fact, these are all the activities and you need to sequence that. So the key benefit of this process is it defines the logical sequence to work obtain the greatest efficiency on all project constraints. On a lighter side, for example, you cannot erect a pillar unless your foundation is strong. Am I right? You agree with me? Am I right?
Yeah. So that's true. Yeah.
So that's the most important activity. And unless your pillars are strong, you cannot put a roof on that. Correct? You agree? And only after doing this, you can erect your walls, the 4 walls, isn't it? So you need to sequence all these things. So for the success of a home project. So this process is performed throughout the project. And the inputs here, we talk about the activity attributes, which I just showed you the previous slide, and the various activity list. These are the very important inputs. And of course, you have your schedule management plan and your scope baseline. Then you have the assumptions log and the milestone list. These are all the inputs. And here, the 2 important tools and technique, the precedence diagramming method and dependency determination and integration and the leads and lags, you are already familiar. I have heard about the precedence diagramming method. Anytime in your projects, have anybody used it?
No.
No. Okay. Probably they might be using it, probably the word or the terminology, probably. Let's see, in fact. Okay. When you go to that, we'll understand a little better. Leads and lags, I'm sure you must be familiar. What is a lead and what is a lag? Am I right? Yeah, that you're familiar with that.
Yeah, I think so. But when I see an example, I'll remember better.
Oh, okay, fine. That's right. Okay. Then what you get an output is the project schedule network diagram. And other important outputs you get is the activity attributes, activity list, and the assumption log, and the milestone list. Here, list, again, the inputs also, for example, all these things gets updated. When you get the outputs, and it also gets updated when you do this precedence diagramming method and the dependency determination method and the leads and lags. So let's try to understand these 3 tools and techniques a little more in detail. That's very, very interesting. Okay. This is one network diagram example. Here, let's say you start the activity home project. The activity A, like putting a foundation. Then after putting the foundation, it could be you erecting the pillars. Simultaneously you may do other activities. In fact, the C and D. Then finally you do that B and D, you complete and finish. This is how a network diagram goes, in fact. Now, let's try to understand a little more. You're clear about this diagram? That's how the activities are flowed in any project. You start, and there will be some activities, and this B activity is depending on A activity, and D activity is depending on C activity, and both B and D are depending on, the E is depending upon both E and D. That means unless you complete the B and D activity, you cannot do the E activity. Sure. That's how the activity flows.
Sure. So here, A is the lead for the B, and then B is the laggard or lag for B.
I'll explain to that probably in the following slide, with a little example I can explain so that you can understand better. Okay. Now, the same thing, for example, in the following slide, I'll just show you. Here's the precedence diagram method. Let's say these are all the various activities you have. The A activity, let's take, is about 7 days, and C activity takes 10 days, D activities take 12 days, and G activity takes 6 days. And here parallelly, the B activity takes 15 days and 17 days, and F and D, actually, you can do the H activity depending on these two. Then you go and finally take the I activity. This is another precedence diagramming method, in fact. So I will also explain to you in detail in the following slide. This is how you plan the activities. For example, here you can say that laying the foundation takes 7 days. After laying the foundation, you need to erect the pillars. It will take 10 days. Then after erecting the pillar, you need to do the 12 days for putting the roof. After putting 12 days, you go to the next activity, that putting the walls. So 6 days it may take. Then you go to the final, in fact, after completing, it will take another 13 days. Just to give an example like that. So parallelly, you may do some other activity here, in fact, so that activity may take 15 days and 17 days and H 18 days and these 13 days, in fact. So these are all this is the precedence diagramming method. That means this D activity is depending upon the C activity, G activity is depending upon the D activity. And so unless you complete this, you cannot do this work. This is an example of precedence diagram method. Now, coming to the Gantt chart relationship. As I told you that there are 4 relationships, which is very, very important. And this is one thing I request you to memorize it, in fact, okay. You can expect at least 1 or 2 questions on these relationships. Finish to start, start to start, finish to finish, and start to finish. These 4 are very important to remember. Finish to start, can you give some example? Finish to start, any example can you give? Can you remember? What is finish to start?
The start of some other activity is completely dependent on the finish of completed activity of the previous activity.
Absolutely right, correct. Yeah, that's right.
Well, it's okay. Yeah. So if you, for example, if in physical world, then if you want to clamp something, you need a bolt and the nut. So unless the nut is here, you cannot finish the bolt and clamp.
Correct. You're absolutely right. One more example I can give you. For example, the award function can happen only the event is over. Am I right? Once the racing is over, only you can do an award function. Correct?
Sure.
It's like that. So unless you finish that race, unless you finish that event, you cannot start the award function. That's an example like that. So here also, unless you finish your foundation work, you cannot start your erecting the pillars. Am I right? It's like that. So that is a finish to start work. What is start to start? Any example you can think of? What is start to start?
That's a tricky one. Okay. Make something up, huh?
Yeah.
Well, can't imagine anything immediately.
No, take some minutes. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Okay, we have time so that because I want you to get familiar with these 4 relationships because definitely there will be 1 or 2 questions on this. So
let's say, yeah, sure. It's for example, you want to drive somewhere. You cannot start driving until your car is started.
Absolutely.
Start.
I tell you, Thiru, and I must really appreciate, I was about to give the same example.
Really?
I think we are in the same wavelength. That's great. Okay. I was about to give the same example. You start the engine, your car will not move, am I right? So that is a classic example of start to start. You're absolutely right. Okay. Even the computer, for example, unless you put on the switch, your computer cannot start, am I right? It's like that. To start, you need to press the button, you need to start that, then your computer you can start that. It's a very simple one, absolutely right. Finish to finish, can you think of something? Any common things you can think of?
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Take time, no problem. Yeah, it's right.
Let's say you're logging or monitoring some activity, some testing activity or something.
Okay.
So the logging, you're capturing the data from the test. So the logging is the B. You cannot stop the logging until the test is finished.
Finished, in fact, yeah. So unless you finish so that, you cannot finish the other work, in fact, correct? No? Yeah.
So logging, you cannot stop the logging. You hit the logging stop button until the test is finished.
Finished, in fact. Okay.
So,
Okay. One more. You're right. One more example I can give you. Suppose you're writing a book. Unless you finish the writing book, you cannot edit that book. Am I right? To complete the editing that book, unless you finish the writing book, you cannot finish the editing. Am I right? So that is another relationship you can think of, finish to finish. Even a film production, for example, unless you finish the producing the film, you cannot edit the film. Am I right? So to finish the editing, you need to finish the producing the film or making the film. That's important. It's like that. So that is a finish to finished relationship. What is the start to finish? Start to finish?
Again, a lot of think.
Think it over. So because what happens, once you think and, so that you will remember. That's one of the reason I'm asking. That's right.
So you cannot start eating until the cooking is finished. Something like that. Is this the right sequence?
Yeah. Another example, like you are familiar with this. Your office has got security guards. Security guards you have.
Greeting cards. Okay,
no, security. Security. I'm asking security.
Oh, I'm sorry. Security badges. Okay, sure. Yeah.
Security people you have in your office. Security staff. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So, they work on 3 shifts. Am I right? 8 hours is the shift for them. Correct. Okay.
Yeah.
So unless the next batch comes and start, the previous batch who are taking the guard, they cannot go home. Am I right? Isn't it?
Oh, okay. I got it.
Correct. There is a batch, let's say 8 to 2 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning, or 6 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock, 2 to, let's say, 10 o'clock, and 10 to, again, early morning, 6 o'clock. Let's say there are 3 shifts for them. So unless the next shift people comes and start, the previous shift, they cannot go home, isn't it? It's like that. So it is, unless you start, they cannot finish the other work, in fact. It's like that. That is a start to finish relationship. I hope you're clear about all these 4.
Yeah, that's clear.
Yes.
Yeah,
sure. So I kindly memorize it. That's important. So there are always 4 relationships in this sequencing the activities. The finish to start, start to start, finish to finish, and start to finish. In the most common thing, relationship in the project management environment is always finish to start. That is the most common, the sequencing the activity, it happens. That is a relationship. Just kindly to remember, because in the examination,
Sure.
there might be a question like that, which is the most common relationship in these network diagrams. So kindly remember, it is always finish to start relationships. Okay. I hope these are clear.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, good. Now here some more examples, of course, like finish to start, your PC hardware needs to be assembled and install operating system on the PC. So unless this PC hardware is finished, you cannot start installing operating the system on the PC, correct? You're right. And then finish to finish, as I told you, the writing document, unless you finish that, you cannot finish the editing the documents. Start to start, poor building foundation. Unless you start the poor building foundation, you cannot level the concrete. In fact, you cannot start leveling the concrete. There's another example. And start to finish is shut down the old accounts payable, and then only you can finish your new accounts payable system starts. In fact, these are the start to finish relationships. Okay, fine. This is another important thing, dependency determination. Dependencies can be different nature. There are some mandatory and there are some discretionary dependencies. The mandatory dependencies are known as hard logic because you have to depend. There is no question of doing anything. It's a mandatory. These are legally and contractually required to inherit or inherit the nature of work being done. It's always a hard logic which has to be met at any cost. That is the mandatory impact. For example, again, coming to the foundation and pillar, unless the foundation is laid down, it's a mandatory. You cannot erect the pillar, am I right? Correct? So it is a mandatory dependency. It's a hard logic. Discretionary is, these dependencies are at the discretion of the project team and are the preferred dependencies based on the best practices of a work done in the past or the defined by the subject matter experts. Can you think of any soft logic or can you think of any discretionary dependency with your experience, Thiru? Discretionary? Okay, I'll try to give an example. For example, when you're painting, the walls, okay, sometimes what happens, while doing the painting itself, they will try to do the electrification work also, in fact, parallelly. So it is a discretionary dependencies. Or when the concrete is, for example, lying down parallelly, you will try to do another activity, in fact. So it is basically the subject matter experts can take a decision that it is a discretionary dependency. It's left to the purely, it is a soft logic based on your past experience, based on things. Now, the mandatory and discretionary, there are two important. One is the external mandatory and another is the internal mandatory. Now, external mandatory dependencies, for example, statutory requirement. You are trying to build a home, you need to get the approval from the regulatory authorities, am I right? Without, if they don't give you permission, you cannot start the construction, isn't it? Am I right? So it is it's an external mandatory dependency, in fact. So unless they give the approval, you cannot do that. So it's like that. Now, yesterday I gave the example of Dragon liquid bomb with the US FDA approval, which was required. So unless the US FDA gives the approval, we cannot launch our brand in US market. So it is an external dependency, in fact. You have no control on those things. So it is a statutory or it could be even a contractual thing. So this is beyond control of a project team. You cannot do anything about it, am I right? Unless they give the permission, you cannot do anything about it. So that is external. The internal dependencies, where the project team has to look up for the internal precedents to ensure the previous work is accomplished. Interdependencies, internal dependencies, like I told you that while doing the painting, whether you can do some other work also parallelly. So again, you can take a decision. There are some contractors, they say that unless you do the painting, you wait for 1 week to dry it up, then only you do the other activity. But there are some other contractors also may say that we did not wait for 1 week, parallelly or simultaneously we can do other activity. So it's an internal dependence, and your subject matter, your project team can take a control on those things. So these are the four dependencies: mandatory external dependencies, mandatory internal dependencies. External dependencies, as I told you, that you have no control on those things, but mandatory internal dependence, sometimes your project team can have some control on that. Discretionary external dependencies, discretionary internal dependencies, I gave the examples. So mandatory is always hard logic, and discretionary is always soft logic. So kindly do remember these two. Any questions on this, Thiru? I hope it's clear.
Yeah, that's
great. Okay.
Good.
Now, coming to the leads and lags, I'll try to explain to you with some of the example. A lead is an amount of a time a successor activity can be advanced with respect to the predecessor activity, in fact. That means you can do it something in advance while the predecessor activity can happen after 1 day or 2 days, but I can do in advance. For example, on a project to construct a new office building, the landscaping could be scheduled to start 2 weeks prior to the schedule of the punch list completion, in fact. That means you are having a 2 weeks lead for doing this construction. That is called lead, in fact. So this is the complete the punch list and 2 weeks advance, and the landscape building can happen later, in fact. It's like that. So it's a lead, in fact. What is the lag? Lag is, for example, here, the amount of time a successive activity will be delayed with respect to the predecessor activity. But you cannot do anything about it. You need to wait. I will give an example in the home construction. When you do the furnishing work or the wooden work, you might buy the wood today, but you cannot start doing the furniture work immediately. Am I right? Sometimes this wood needs to get seasoned. So they will wait for 2-3 days or 1 week's time for the wood to get seasoned. Then only they will start doing the furniture work. In fact, am I right? You must be familiar with that. In fact. That is called a lag. In fact, so it is a successor activity will be delayed with respect to the predecessor activity. I'm sure you're clear about each example.
And now I remember.
You remember. Yeah, you can give a lot of examples, and you can try to relate to your work experience, or you can relate to your personal projects, so that you can remember that. For example, a technical writing may begin editing the draft of a law document 15 days after they begin writing it. This can be shown as a start-to-start relationship with a 15 days lag. And lag can also be represented in project schedule network diagrams. In the following diagram, I'll try to show you that in the relationship between the activities H and SS10. Okay, in the following slide, I will try to show it there. So this is what I request you to remember. Lead is always doing something in advance, and the lag that you cannot do the predecessor activity unless you wait for that, to happen. It's called a lag, in fact. I hope it's very clear. So this is another example of schedule network. It all again depends upon the complexity of the projects, size of the project, so many other things. So a project schedule network diagram is a graphical representation of logical relationships, also referred as a dependencies among the project schedule activity. So here it illustrates a project schedule network. A project schedule network diagram is produced manually, or you may use it with your project management software. I think in most of the time, it is always done with the project management software. Am I right, Thiru? I think because a lot of things are available, it's easy to prepare using the software. So it can include the full project details or have one or more summary activities. A summary narrative can accompany the diagram and describe the basic approach used to sequence the activity. So here, for example, here you are beginning in, there's an activity A, then followed by activity B, then the activity E here is there. Then you start with the activity H that you see then C followed by D, and then the final thing that the end will come. So here, for example, start to start, the relationship we are showing here, probably after some time, or the end of the day, I'll try to send you some of these things, so that you can do some calculations and try to remember also. That's important. In fact, I'll try to send it across to you. So once you do that, 2-3, it will help you to understand and remember these things. Start to start, finishing, start to finish relationship. Here, finish to start. All these things, it's easy to remember also. In the examination, of course, they will not ask you so many things. Probably they will only ask you those relationship. That's very, very important. That I request you to remember that. Finish to start, start to finish, finish to finish, and start to start. These 4 are very important, and the leads and lags also. Examination, they will ask you that, they will give a situation. Is it a lead or is it a lag? They will ask you, in fact. So it's easy to, if you know the concept, I'm sure you will be able to answer those questions.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
Yeah, that's right. So once you sequence the activities, then you need to estimate the activity duration. Am I right? Each activity, how much time it's going to take and how much resources you require to do that activity. So it's all, as I told you, it's important to remember the flow. You plan the schedule management. Once you plan, you define the activities. After defining the activity, you need to sequence the activity. And after sequencing the activity, you need to estimate the activities. That's how the flow goes, am I right? Even in a home project or anywhere, you need to remember this flow very well. That's important. So estimating the activity duration is a process of estimating the number of work periods needed to complete the individual activity with the estimated resources. For each activity, for example, laying a foundation, that is an activity, and what all the resources you require, you need to estimate. You need how many people you require, how much of cement you require, how much of concrete you require, how much of sand you require, how much water you require. All those resources you need to estimate to complete that foundation activity. That is the estimate activity durations. And each of these things, how long it will take to complete that activity. In fact, that is the estimating activity duration. So here you are planning, you are estimating your resources requirement, and you are estimating your physical resources, and also you are estimating the time required to complete that. In fact, that is the estimate the activity durations. You're with me on that, Thiru? I hope it's clear.
Sure.
So the key benefit of this process is that it provides the amount of time each activity will take to complete. How much time it will take to complete a foundation, then how much time it will take to erect the pillars on the roof and the walls and all those things. And each of this activity, what are the resources you require, how many people you require, how much material you require, what materials you require, and each activity, how long it will take to complete. That is the estimating the activity durations. So here, what are the important inputs? Again, schedule management plans, scope-based line are very important. The project documents, the various project documents which I showed you yesterday, they're all very important. And the activity attributes and activity list, and assumption log, lessons learned register, milestone list, resource breakdown structure, and resource calendars. We'll discuss these two. What do you think? What could be the resource calendar? You have resource calendars in your projects. You that?
No, not that I've seen. The availability of resources, the schedule.
Right. Yeah, correct. You are absolutely, that's right. A resource calendar, the availability of people, the availability of equipments, man, machine, material, and all those things. This is all the resource calendars. And you plan according to your schedule. You plan according to, once you estimate your activities, you need to have that. So that's, you're absolutely right. Then resource requirement, resource risk register. Each activity will have some risk. In fact, as I told you, there is an identification of risk. Of course, we'll discuss in detail in the risk knowledge management area. But risk register, for each activity, there will be risk. And in fact, you keep on updating that risk register. And enterprise environmental factors and OPA are the other two common inputs. We'll try to spend some time on the tools and techniques, the 4 important estimating techniques we have. Any chances you heard about analogous, parametric, 3-point, and bottom-up estimating? Have any time you heard about those techniques? No.
No, not the names, but
Okay.
probably.
Yeah. Just tell me what. Don't worry about the name or terminology. What do you think could be analogous estimating? How do you estimate your activity durations, for example, in your projects?
Pretty much based on experience of previous activities, similar activities, and any setup and this, pre and post activity included. So,
that's great. Absolutely right. You're right. Now, this analogous estimating is nothing but you take the previous data. For example, you're doing a project. You said you're doing a project which has got 7 months time. Am I right? That's your schedule time. Now, for a similar project, which you have done in the past, how many months it has taken? Okay, let's say you will take that would have taken you 6 months or 7 months. Based on that, you would have arrived at this project also may take 7 months. That is the previous the project experience. In fact, the previous data you're taking into it. That is called analogous estimating. That means a similar project in the past would have taken 7 months. So you are estimating that here now also it is taking 7 months. A similar project would have taken, for example, let's say $1 million to do this project. So again, you are assuming that this project also will take 7 months in fact. So that is called analogous estimating. You're just looking into the previous data, the previous similar thing, and you're putting it. Parametric estimating is using the mathematical calculation. For example, your project has taken, you said in analogous 7 months it has taken. Now in the parametric, to do that to complete in 7 months, how many people have worked on that? How many hours they would have spent on this project to complete in 7 months? That is called parametric. That means there is a mathematical calculation involved in parametric estimation. Clear? These two are clear now?
Sure. Yeah.
Very good. Yeah. Okay. 3-point estimating is, if there is a formula, I will show you in the following. There are a formula like optimistic, O stands for optimistic, P stands for pessimistic, plus ML, most likely. That is the formula divided by 3. Now I'll give an example. From your home to reach office, how many minutes it will take every day for you?
10 minutes.
10 minutes it will take, am I right? That is your most likely.
That's optimistic.
That is optimistic. Okay. And pessimistic is how much? If there is too much of traffic, 15 minutes. Most likely, in how many minutes you reach?
12 minutes.
You take 12 minutes. So the formula is optimistic is 10 minutes, most likely is 12 minutes, 12 plus 10, 22, and pessimistic is 15 minutes. So 22 plus 15 is 37 minutes divided by 3. It'll give you 12 point or something, am I right? 12.2 or 12.3. That is the 3-point estimating it's called. Okay. So that is one type of estimating, because sometimes this analogous estimating or the parametric estimating, you also need, sometimes you need to do the 3-point estimating. It's called 3-point estimating. The bottom-up estimating, are you familiar with this bottom-up estimating?
No.
Bottom-up estimating is you're doing from the work packages level. That is right from the scratch, you are estimating your duration, in fact, or the cost, for example. Let's say the foundation, as I told you that, when you do the bottom-up estimating for your home, let's say foundation is one activity. How do you do the bottom-up estimating? To write down the foundation, how much cement is going to cost you, how much sand is going to cost you, how much water is going to cost you, how many labors required it's going to cost you, and what are the equipments that you are going to use it for laying the foundation. You put all these work packages activity and you put a cost for that or for the time for that. And to add up all this total, then you will get the bottom-up estimation of you are laying down the foundation, how many days it will take or how much it is going to cost you, in fact. Am I right? That is called bottom-up estimating. That means you are estimating from the scratch, from the activity level, from the work package level, so that you arrive at the exact estimation. Now, let's revisit the analogous estimating. Your subject matter expert or your past data, would have told you that, it will, let's say it will take 15 days to lay a foundation compared to the similar project you have done in the past, in fact. It would have costed you the same, let's say about $10,000 to lay down a foundation based on the previous thing. The parametric use a mathematical calculation. Here in the bottom-up estimating, you don't look at your previous data or anything. You're doing everything from the scratch for this activity now. So that is called bottom-up estimating. I'm sure you're familiar with, now you understood all these 4 estimation, correct?
Sure, yeah.
So tomorrow, when you go to the office, you can ask your finance head, how do you estimate? Are you using analogous or a parametric? How did you arrive at this $1 million? You can ask him the question, in fact. So he'll be very happy to answer that, in fact. Okay. Or I have done bottom-up estimating. How did you arrive this $1 million for this project? There must be some scientific way of doing it. Right? You agree, no? So you can ask him, what is the method you used, in fact? So these are all the various methods, so that the same techniques also will be used in the cost in the following the knowledge area. So it's going to get repeated again. Once again, I will explain you there also. But I wanted to get familiarized with these 4 important concepts, and there will be definitely 1 or 2 questions on this concept. Is it a parametric estimation or analogous? Or is it bottom 3-point, or is it bottom-up estimate? I hope it's clear, in fact. The examples I gave you on that. Okay. Then you do the data analysis. You look at the alternative analysis. Is there any other way of doing things? In fact, reserve analysis. This is very important to remember also. Reserve analysis. For any project, there are 2 factors. One is when you do your risk evaluation, all those things. First thing is known unknowns. That means that there is something is going to happen for this project. So it is called known unknown factors. And another one is unknown factors. That means you cannot even imagine, you cannot even expect such things can happen. They are called unknown factors. So known unknown is you will have some contingency reserve for that. If that means while doing the budgeting, you say that this risk may happen, in fact, so let me keep some 5% extra to complete this project. I'm sure your $1 million will have some budget like that, consideration like that. It's called known unknown factors. That means you expect something to happen and you keep some money for that. Unknown factor, it is the management reserve. Because management knows that, okay, I've given a budget of $1 million, but still they may not be able to complete it. So let me keep some reserve. So your management may keep some reserve. So that is called unknown factor, and they will release it only when you cannot handle it, or when you cannot do your project within that budget what they have given you that. So it's called unknown factor. 2 important things you remember is this known unknown thing is a contingency reserve. It is a cost baseline. It is including your cost of the project. It is a cost baseline. But your unknown, the management reserve, it is including the overall budget of the project. So hope you understood that. That's called reserve analysis. Known unknown factor, unknown factors. Then the decision making and the meetings, and what outputs you get here is the duration of estimates, basis of estimates. These are the basis of duration of estimates. Of course, it's easy to understand that each activity, how long it will take, what is the reason for that, what is the basis of estimate is the rationale. How did you estimate that? What basis you have estimated this activity? For example, laying a foundation, you said 15 days it will take. What is the basis of that? That means how many resources you require, how many equipments you require, how much other materials you require, and what is the basis you have that rationale for the estimation. That is called basis of estimation. Yeah, is it clear?
Yeah.
That's right. So that is the output you get from the estimate activity durations. I hope these 4 concepts of 4 estimating techniques I request you to remember. I request you to remember this reserve.
You should put a red circle around that. You should put a red circle around the reserve analysis, and then maybe include that known, unknown, unknown thing. Details.
Okay.
So
yeah, sure.
So when we read next time, or when you use it for next person, it will be.
Yes. Okay. I got it. In fact, we'll do that. But when you study that, for example, the PMBOK guide, all these things will be there. It's easy to, when you read that immediately, you'll be able to collect those things. But it's a good input. We'll try to do that. Reserve analysis, you put the known, unknown, so that it's easy.
Because you said it's important to remember. Right?
Yeah, that's right. You're right. That's right. Do that. Okay, I'll do it. No problem. Yeah. Okay, we'll move on. So the next slide. Okay, that's fine. Any questions on this? Any clarification so far?
No, that's pretty much that's understood.
Okay, good. Yeah, great. Okay. Because most of these things will be revisiting in cost knowledge management also, so that in case if there is anything, we can catch up at that time also. In fact, okay. So these are the estimating techniques. I told you that initiation, analogous, planning, parametric, and final planning is a 3-point, and the executing is the rolling. In fact, these are all how you do that. When you initiate the project, you use the, for example, analogous estimation. That means based on the previous data.
Sorry. Okay, go on. Analogous is previous experience.
The previous thing. But where these techniques are used most, this is how, I just want to tell you. So while doing the initiation, probably you may use the analogous estimation. While doing the planning, you do the parametric estimation. That means you have the mathematical calculation. For that, the final planning, you may use the 3-point, and while executing, you do the rolling estimates, in fact. And here the entire team also will be involved. And here, historic data you take, published dates, rates you take, for example, parametric, the mathematical calculations. Here, the entire project team will be there, and the team will be. That's how the estimating techniques are done, in fact. And the accuracy level also, the analogous, for example, it is a broad thing. But when you do the executing, then you have the complete detail about this. Okay?
Okay.
Sorry. So, of course, again, it's a repetition of what I told you, that analysis estimate is a technique for estimate duration of the cost of an activity project using historical data. So, is the use parameters for previous similar projects such as the duration, budget, size, weight, complexity, and all those things. Parametric, which algorithm is used, or the mathematical to calculate the cost, the duration based on the historic data and project parameters. Parametric estimating uses a statistical relationship, that is a mathematical relationship between the historical data and other variables. Okay. 3-point estimating, as I told you, it's the most likely. The estimate is based on the duration of activity given the resources likely to be assigned, the productivity, realistic expectation, availability. It is a optimistic is a best case scenario. For example, in your office going, it takes 10 minutes is the best case scenario. Pessimistic is the worst case scenario where a lot of traffic could be there. So 15 minutes it may take. And most likely, in fact, what you take. So you calculate, you divide it by 3, you get the 3-point estimate. So the triangular distribution is used when there is insufficient historical data or when using the judgmental data. This is very, very important. When you don't have the information of analogous or parametric, when you need to calculate, probably the 3-point estimating is the best technique to calculate on that. Okay. Now, 3-point estimate, this is another important thing, also called the program evaluation and review technique, PERT. Kindly try to remember this. It's a program evaluation and review technique. It's used for both for time and the cost estimation. The estimated calculate is most likely optimistic and pessimistic. Here, this also known as, when sometimes what happens, the 3-point estimate most likely can be sometimes, can be misleading. For example, let's come back to your own example. Pessimistic, you take 15 minutes. Optimistic, you said 10 minutes. So 10 plus 15 is 25 minutes. And you said most likely, you said it will take about 12 minutes. Am I right? That's what you said? Or
Yeah. Yeah.
no, sometimes this most likes, estimating of 12 minutes, sometimes it can be a wrong thing. So what you do is you give the 4 times weighted average to that. So 4 into 12, 48 times. So 48 plus 15 is 63 plus pessimistic, 48 plus optimistic is 10, 58. And pessimistic is 15, you said, am I right? So 48, 58 plus 63, 73 divided by 6 will give you 12.01 or 12.1, whereas in a 3-point estimate it would have been 12.3. So this is much more accurate, in fact, when you divide it by 6 and multiply it by 4 times most likely. So this is another techniques to make it little more accurate on the data, on the estimating the duration or estimating the cost. The standard deviation, I'm sure you are familiar with this formula since you're done your Sigma black belt. Standard deviation is pessimistic minus optimistic divided by 6. And the variance what you do is the pessimistic minus optimistic square divided by 6, in fact. These are all the other estimation techniques that you use, in fact. Is clear, Thiru? I hope that's fine. Yes,
okay. Sure.
Yeah, great. So duration estimates, here is another example. Duration estimates are quantitative assessments of the likely number of time periods that are required to complete an activity or a phase or a project duration. Here, duration estimate, let's say a range of 2 weeks plus or minus 2 days. You remember 2 weeks means, of course, in the US, it's a very standard thing that you work for 5 days a week. Am I right? Correct?
Yeah.
So 2 weeks means 5 days a week, that means 10 days. 10 plus or minus 2 days means it could be either 12 days or it could be 8 days, in fact. Correct? You agree?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
This is how you estimate a duration estimates. Plus or minus 2 days for 2 weeks, it will be either 8 days or 12 days, in fact. So another thing is a 15% probability of exceeding 3 weeks, which indicates a higher probability of 85% that the activity will take in less than 3 weeks. There's another way of putting it, in fact, duration estimate. When you say that, 15% I feel, it may exceed 3 weeks, that means indirectly you are telling that 85% it may take less than 3 weeks, in fact.
Okay.
So these are all some of the duration estimates that how you do it, in fact. Is it clear? I hope it's clear, pretty clear about that.
Sure. Okay.
So once you estimate your project duration, then what you do is you develop a schedule for that, correct? So that means if you recollect the flow of this schedule management, you are planning your schedule. Once you plan the schedule, you estimate the activities. Once you estimate the activity, you sequence the activities. Once you sequence the activities, then you do the estimation of duration of the activities. Then afterwards, you do the next thing is that you develop a schedule for that. Correct? Am I right? That is how the sequence goes. Kindly remember this flow. This is very important, actually. So here,
okay. Can you repeat that one time so I can?
No, the flow of schedule management. For example, first you plan the schedule, what all you need to do. Then once you plan the schedule, in fact, what you do next, you define the activities, what all activities you need to do. For example, the activities like laying a foundation, erecting the pillars, erecting the roof, and all those things, you do that. Once you do that, you start estimating the activities, then the duration you estimate, in fact. Once you do that, you sequence the activity after that. After estimating what you do, you sequence the activities. Then you develop a schedule for that. This is the flow that I want you to remember. That's important, actually.
Okay.
So under each of these activity, you have some tools and techniques, in fact. So estimating the activity duration or estimating the cost, you use some of the techniques like parametric, like analogous, and all these things. Now, estimating the duration, for example, you do this schedule network diagrams. In fact, you also do the, for example, define the activities. What you do, you also look at with the fast to finish, finish to finish, all those sequencing the activity. You look at those relationships also when you're doing this sequencing the activities. And after doing that, you develop a schedule for that. Correct? You agree, no? Right? Yeah. Are you with me on this, Thiru?
Yeah.
There's some disturbance on the mobile. I don't know, some network issues.
I switched headphones again so I can be mobile. So that earlier when I started, it was direct cell phone on my ear.
Okay.
Now it's.
Okay.
So is it better?
No, it's better. It's better now. In fact, because I wanted to be audible, so that it's better, much better now.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay, great.
So when I speak, I think I like to lift this earphone mic close to the mouth. Then only it's clear, I guess. Apparently.
Okay. Probably you can use the mic attached to where you are using a headphone. Am I right? Correct?
Yeah, headphone mic attached to it in the wire, but when it hangs down, it's not clear, I guess.
Oh, it's not clear. Okay.
It's not clear when I let go. I have to lift the wire close where the mic is, and then it's clear for you.
Okay. Great.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll do that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, fine. So the important inputs here when you do the developing the schedule, you look at the activity attributes, activity list, assumption log, and basis of estimates and duration of estimates, which I clearly explained to you in the previous slides. Then the lessons learned register, it is again the OPA that is a very important thing. Then the milestone list, you have project schedule network diagrams, project team assignments, resource calendars, resource requirement, and the risk registers. And the agreements also, because here, probably you might be outsourcing certain things, in fact, to do this activity. So that's the reason the agreements with your various vendors and your enterprise and environmental factors and OPA are the inputs, in fact. Now, one important things to understand here in the schedule network analysis, the critical path method and the resource optimization. Have you heard about the critical path method anytime? Do you remember critical path method, in fact? Please understand, for any project, the critical, it's the longest duration, the longest path and the shortest duration. That is the critical path, in fact. It is the longest path and the shortest duration. Probably in the following slide, I will show you that, which is the critical path.
Longest. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's the longest path and the shortest duration, in fact. That is the definition of a critical path. Okay. So I'll show you in the following slide. There is one more technique called resource optimization. I will also explain to you that what is resource optimization. And there are some what if scenario analysis. In fact, you try to assume certain things. If I use 10 people, in fact, whether how much I can time it requires to complete. If I use 8 people, there are so different scenarios you try to analyze for this activity. And the simulation is again, you must have heard about the Monte Carlo scenario simulation. In fact, is basically a software which is used in fact to work it out. In fact, it's a simulation. In fact, you put the various data and you simulate that, in fact, with the various permutation and combinations. So that is another technique that's used. The leads and lags, of course, I explained you. The schedule compression and these three, I'll try to explain in the following slides so that, you will. Then the agile release planning also, that will come to that. And you output you get in the schedule baseline and the project calendars. Project calendars is nothing but, you are going to have the complete data of at what stage, at what date you are going to complete different milestones or different activities you are going to, that's going to be the part of the project calendars. So all other things, of course, we already covered it. Let's try to understand now the critical path and the resource optimization and the schedule compression techniques. This is also very important. This I want you to just give, you need to probably memorize this. In fact, the critical path, as I told you that, critical path is the longest path through a project which determines the shortest possible project duration. In fact. Now, I want you to, now this is an activity, let's say, in fact, usually let me clarify that. When you start an activity, there are two ways of doing it, Thiru. One is, some people, they use one, the first day of the activity. Some people, in some of the other things, they use 0 here, in fact. Okay. So because you're starting the activity, that means you're starting from 0 here. Okay. It's clear.
Yep.
So you can use 1 or you can use 0. When you use one, then what happens is, here you need to minus it at the end. That's what you need to do. Whereas, when you use 0, you need not do that actually. That's the only important, and both will give the same answer at the end. Probably you can calculate and see that. Now here, let's say activity A, it takes 5 days. Activity A is taking. Always remember, this is your early start. Okay, let me see whether I can write it down on this. Don't mind, just wait one second. Let me.
Sure.
The pen here. Yeah. This is early start.
Okay.
This is early finish. Sorry, my handwriting, don't worry about that.
Yeah, using the mouse, right?
Yeah, the same thing, early start. For this activity B, early finish. Okay. Okay, and this again, early start and early finish. Now, in the bottom, it will be late start and late finish. Late start, late finish. Same thing applies here, late start and late finish. Okay, sorry for diagramming like that. Okay, don't feel bad. Right. Now, let's try to understand this concept of critical path. As I said, it is the longest path through a project, which is the shortest duration, possible duration, in fact. So let's say here the early start is, let's go as per this, you take 0 here.
I think what you wrote is on the right side of the bottom corner already.
It's already there.
Early start.
Early start, duration, early finish. Absolutely right. So I thought, each one so that you can understand better. So the early start, duration, early finish, and activity, the number for A activity, let's say here, same thing, the left side, late start, duration, and late finish. The same thing, I've written here. Now, how to calculate the critical path? The critical path is, the definition is very clear. It is the longest path and the shortest duration. That is the definition, which I request you to memorize it and always remember that. So let's say here, the activity A, it is taking, let's say starting day 0, 5 days it will take. So the early finish they can do in 5 days. And after A activity, you have to do the B activity. So here the activity takes, of course, 5 plus 1, that's what they have put. Let's take as 5 days. So 5 plus 5 is 10 days, you get early finish. Then this activity, then followed by D activity. So 10, here, you transfer it here. Before that, let me try to explain the other one. Now, activity C takes, 5 days here plus 10 days. So 10 plus 5 will become 15 days. Okay, correct? You agree? So this 15 days, they followed by another activity D. So this 15 days plus D activity is take another 15 days. So 15 plus 15 will be 30 days, in fact. Correct? So these two activities, when it's like that, you should always take the higher value, because this activity is 15 days. So unless you complete the activity, you cannot do the activity D. Correct? Am I right? Because if you take the activity 10, that means there are some activities are yet to be finished. So you should always take the higher value and go to the next one. So here, for example, if you have taken the smaller one, it would have become 25 days. But whereas the longest duration, you need to remember, so 30 days is your finishing date. That means your critical path is ACD is your critical path, because it is taking the longest duration. In fact, that is the longest path and the shortest duration, because unless you complete this activity, you cannot complete the project work. So please do remember this very, very important. This is called the critical path. So in the examination, they will give you some options. They will give you different activities, and on the left side, and you need to immediately calculate your critical path. So they will ask you whether ABD is your critical path or ACD is your critical path, or they may give you some more other things, BCD is another critical path. So immediately you need to calculate like this, ACD is the critical path. And then come to the float. I will try to explain the float. Usually in the critical path, the total float is always 0. Float. The calculation of the float is always either it's a late finish minus early finish, or a late start minus early start. That is the formula for calculating the total float. Late finish minus early finish. So here if you say late finish is 15, early finish is 15, that means 0. So here late start is 6 days, early start is 6 days. So 6 minus 6 is 0. So in always, in all the critical path, the total float is always 0 in fact. So here 30 minus 30 is 0, 16 minus 16 is 0, 5 minus 5 is 0, 0 minus 0 is 0 in fact. So that means in the critical path, you cannot delay any activity that is so critical, because if you delay any of these activity, then what will happen? It can delay your project schedule time itself, in fact. So the critical path, you cannot delay any of this activity because it is so critical, in fact. So in the critical path, always remember the total float. This is the total float will be usually 0, in fact. So here, for example, this activity, 15 minus 10, you got 5 days, correct? Am I right? So 11 minus 6 is 5 days. So even if you delay 5 days here, your final activity, for example, can be delayed. But here in the critical path, you cannot delay a single day, in fact. Correct? But even activity, even if you delay by 5 days, it will not have any impact on your total thing. Whereas in critical path, you cannot delay anything because it's a 0 float, in fact, the total float.
So this critical path C is some activity, and then the B is also some other activity that's happening in parallel.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. But the most important thing is, unless this is the critical path, unless you complete this
activity C is the critical path, right?
Yeah, this ACD, ACD is complete is your critical path. That's it has been shown in a thick thing, in fact. Because this is the longest duration, longest path, correct? 30 days is the longest path. And it is the shortest possible project duration, in fact. Because unless you do all this activity, you cannot complete your project, in fact. So it is the longest path and the shortest possible duration. You cannot do anything, in fact, less than 30 days. It's the shortest duration. And it is the longest path. I hope it's clear. So please do remember this early start, duration, early finish. One more thing important to remember is, in sometimes, here, usually, most of the time it uses 0 starting date. In some, they also use 1. But when you use 1, you need to do early start plus duration minus 1. You need to calculate. That's how it will become 5. Early start plus duration minus 1. In order to avoid that confusion, you always start from 0. The early start is 0, duration is 5, 5 plus 0 is 5. That is your early finish. So that's how you can remember that. Any question on this? I will try to, probably the mock examination also, there will be a lot of calculations, there will be a lot of diagrams like this. And probably next Saturday also, I will try to send you some 3-4 activity, this type of list, so that, you can practice it and get familiarized with this critical path calculation. And most important, total float calculation also, you can remember that. Correct?
Okay. All right. Sure. Yesterday he was going to send me a questionnaire.
Yeah. I've already sent it. I've sent to Sean, and I think they'll be they'll be mailing it to you today, tomorrow. Probably they'll be mailing.
Mailing? You mean by postage?
No, that email, or probably they may put it in your website also, so that you can answer that LMS thing. That you can access their website.
Okay, all right. I will check the website, but I was thinking he was going to email me that questionnaire before the next week.
Let me check probably whether he'll be emailing it or whether he'll be putting it in the LMS, and I'll just try to find out and let you know on that. That's
okay.
And one more thing, Thiru, I want to tell you that yesterday he was asking me about 35 hours of the PDO time. That's you're asking me that. This sessions usually, as I told you, that will take about between 28 to 30 hours, depending upon the flow and the understanding and the number of participants like that. Now, usually what happens, this 7 to 8 hours, they'll be sending a lot of recorded versions, and you'll be doing a lot of self-study also, right? All these content, you'll be preparing that. So when they send you that certification, they will include all that, and they'll send you that certification of 35 hours.
Okay.
I thought I just wanted to clarify that, because you'll be spending much more time.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Yeah, that part is clear now. Yeah.
It's clear. So that's how.
That yesterday or
Your self-study time also they will include and send it to you. That's how the 35 hours will be given to you.
Okay. All right.
Because technically you may ask that, I've done about 30 hours session, how 35 hours, but normally they...
No, I'm just curious. I don't know how it works, but...
So it's like that. So they will send it across to you. Absolutely, there is no... Because you'll be putting a lot of efforts to prepare, to study this content.
I have to, I guess,
to go through the various videos or go through all those things. So all those things also will be a part of these sessions. Okay, that's right.
Okay.
So I'm sure you are clear about this critical path method. Any questions on this? I hope it's
clear.
Okay, great. Okay, let me try to erase these things. Sorry. Okay. Hello. I'm with you. Can you hear me? Yeah. I'm just trying to erase these things so that it will not be disturbing. Okay, that's fine. Okay, now these three. Sorry.
Suddenly it was so quiet, so I thought the disconnected.
No, absolutely not. That's right. Yeah. What time you want to take a break? You let me know so that probably we'll try to complete this and then we'll take a break for some time.
Sure. Yeah. Maybe in 10 minutes.
Yeah. Let's probably let's try to complete this schedule management. Then before getting into the cost management, we'll take a break. We'll do like this. That's fine.
Okay. Sure.
That's fine. Yeah. So the critical path, as I told you, is the longest duration path of the netgram and the net diagram, and with the shortest time to complete the project. The float is also called as slack. This another name for float called slack is calculated in a network diagram. There are three types of float. One is the total float, which I just explained to you. The amount of time that a scheduled activity can be delayed or extended from its early start date without delaying the project finish date or the violating this schedule constraint. Please always remember the slack activity at the critical path is always 0, as the activity at the critical path cannot be delayed. Yeah, this is very, very important actually. The previous slide I showed you that example.
Yeah, you showed me.
Yeah. Another one is the free float. That is also slack. The amount of time that a scheduled activity can be delayed without delaying the early start date of any successor or violating a schedule constraint. This is for a particular activity, in fact, where it can be delayed, but that will not delay the early start date of any successor or violating the constraint. Now, there is an independent float. This is the amount of time an activity can be delayed if all the immediate predecessor finish at their latest finish dates and all the immediate successor are to be started on the earliest start dates. So these three, probably when I send you this presentation, you just try to or take a picture of this and try to go through that. But what is
that's another thing. Yesterday, he was going to send that presentation, or
That recorded version.
Yeah.
I think recorded version normally they send it by next weekend. I think because they need to do some making all those things. But they will send it. They will put it across. They will put it to that link. They will send it. Okay, it's no problem. And I will also try to send you this PPT to you. Once I explain all these things by next weekend, I'll send you that so that you'll be familiar with all this content also. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah. So these three important things to remember. The float is always 0 on the critical path, and there are two other types of free float and the independent float, where in the free float in a scheduled activity can be delayed without delaying the early start date of any successor activity, or independent float is the amount of time an activity can be delayed if all the immediate processes are finished at the latest finish, and all the immediate successes are to start on the earliest start dates. These are all these three different floats. But again, I'm repeating third time that critical path is always 0, the float. Okay. So how do you calculate the float? Identify the critical path, follow the forward path to find the early start and early finish. The forward pass is always, and the calculate the late finish and late start using the backward, in fact. So calculating the forward pass, you find the early start and the early finish, and backward pass, you take the late start and the late finish. But these two you need to remember. So the total float is the late start minus early start, or late finish minus early finish, in fact. Hope you got that. Should I show you the diagram once again here? Here, for example, the float is as the late finish minus early finish, or the late start minus early start. That is the formula. It's clear, Thiru? I hope that's right.
Yeah, sure.
Great. Okay. So there are two more this schedule compression, which I was explaining to you that. There are two techniques for that. One is the fast tracking, another is the crashing. These are the two techniques they use. Fast tracking is doing the activity parallelly. Kindly do remember, fast tracking, for example, you are doing a painting and you want to finish that. While doing the painting itself, you start doing, for example, electric work. So that is called fast tracking. That means you are parallelly doing the activities. Crashing is nothing but putting more resources to that activity. For example, if 5 people are working for painting, and you know that you want to finish it fast, then what you do, you put another 5 people resources, in fact. That is called crashing. That means you are increasing the number of resources for doing that activity. That is called crashing. Fast tracking is doing it parallelly, in fact. That is called fast tracking. Just these are the two important schedule compression techniques. Now let's try to understand what are the risk factors. So this is the, for example, normal. Fast tracking is 4 people are working, 6, 7, 8, and this is the normal. Fast tracking, what you do that you start doing the parallel activities, in fact. This is always a high risk because you are doing the two activities simultaneously. That means there will be always, there will be some of risk factors will be there, in fact. Crashing is that you are putting the more resources. Because of that, what happens is the cost implications will be very, very high. Correct? You agree? No? When you put more resources, instead of 5 people, you're using another 5 people. That means you are spending more money on your resources on the activity. Whereas the fast tracking, when you try to do the two activities simultaneously, there are every chances of the quality may suffer because of that. Now, there is one timetable summarizes the project activity duration. Which activity would you crash or reduce the project time by 1 day? So here there are 4 activities, let's say. Activity A take 10 days. Suppose you want to crash it by 2 days. You are going to save 2 days here. The original cost in dollars is $10,000. Now, since you are crashing it, you are putting additional resources, 2 people, that is going to cost you extra 2,000. So, what is the crash cost per day? We divide this 2,000 divided by 2. For example, here you are going to get $1,000 per day. That is the crash cost, in fact. Correct? Okay. Am I right? Because you are spending $2,000 and per day it's going to cost you $1,000. There's another activity which takes 14 days. The crash duration is 10 days and time saving is 4 days and you are spending $14,000. So 24,000 is your crash cost. Extra cost you are spending 10,000. That means crash cost per day is 2,500. Suppose you want to calculate which activity would you crash to reduce the project time by 1 day. So the answer is it is $1,000 because that is the minimum you are spending here and that is the most cost effective of crashing it by 1 day, in fact. This is just an example to understand the crashing the cost, in fact. Okay. So here are some of the risks. The fast, for example, schedule compression, fast track, it adds risk. It increases the management time for the project manager because the quality is likely to suffer here. So project manager has to be very cautious. So he has to spend more time on this. Crash is, it will add cost. It increases the management time for the project manager. The reduced scope saves time and cost, but it increases the customer dissatisfaction. You cannot reduce the scope because your customer will not be happy. Then cut quality, it can save cost, but it increases the risk because you will not be able to deliver a quality product. Then the resource allocation, it does not add cost or increase risk, in fact. So if you provide the proper resources, then probably it will not add cost or increase resources. So these are all the
reallocation.
You reallocate the resources in such a way that they complete the work. In fact, even internally you plan it. Suppose from some other activity, whether you can give that, that will probably it will not add cost to you or it will not increase the risk. In fact, so these are some of the techniques that you have for different effects on the project. And agile release planning is basically, we talk about, as I told you, that agile is the iterative thing. It's a high level summary timeline of the increase of release schedule, typically for 3 to 6 months based on the product roadmap or the product vision of the product's evaluation. Here, what is important to remember is it defines which feature will be available at the end of each iteration. As I told you that agile is always that, it's an incremental, it's an adaptive, and you'll be releasing this on a phased manner. Release 1, release 2, release 3, and release plan, you will have it. And because you will not be releasing it everything together, you will be releasing it in a phased manner. That's one biggest advantage of agile release planning, in fact. So that you can, when you release one, you may get the feedback from the customers, and again, you can rework on that if there's any shortfall on that. Then you correct those things, then you release 2, then release 3. So this is one agile release plan. In fact, you can, nowadays they do have this nowadays. In fact, let's say, even in a home project, just to give an example that they're completed, let's say there are 2 rooms, that you've asked. In fact, first they will release 1 room. They will ask your feedback whether everything is proper. Then they will try to release another room. If any corrections to be made, they will try to repair that, or they will try to look into those issues. That's how it's being done. That is the agile release planning. So the last one is the control schedule. Here, how do you control it's basically schedule baseline, scope baseline, performance measurement baselines, and the work performance data. These are all the inputs. Here comes the earned value analysis. I will explain to you in the following slide. The iteration, burn down charts, and performance reviews. You want to take a break, or is it becoming too much? We'll take a break and start again, or what do you think?
No, that's fine. It's up to you. What's your ideal time to take a break now?
Let's see. No, there are a few more things. We'll try to complete probably another about 15-20 minutes. Then you can do that.
Sure.
Is it okay? Or is it becoming?
Yeah, that's fine.
It's becoming.
No, that's fine.
Okay, fine. The earned value analysis and iteration brown down chart and performance reviews, we'll try to go through all those things. You are very familiar with the scope baseline and the schedule baseline and the what if scenario I just explained. The variance analysis is nothing but the difference between a cost baseline and your actual performance, or a schedule baseline and your actual performance. That's how you do the variance analysis. Critical path method, we just explained you in detail. I hope you will remember that. It is the longest duration, longest path, and the shortest duration. That's what you need to remember. That's important. Then the leads and lags and the schedule compression. I explained you that crashing and the fast tracking, and you get this schedule forecast is what you get. Now let's try to understand the earned value and the iteration burn down chart. These two are important. Here, for example, it's an iteration burn down chart. This chart, it tracks the work that remains to be completed in the iteration backlog. Particularly in the agile concepts, there's very popularly used. For example, here, the first one is your actual remaining work. This is the one, for example, this is the one. And the ideal remaining work is this, in fact, based on your various analysis you would have done. This is how it's going to be ideal. And the last one is the forecast. After doing your various analysis, you do a forecasting of the remaining work to be done. That's how it's going to be. So let's say these are the number of 10 days. And here it is the actual, if we are forecasting, is going to be 12 days here, in fact. Got it? In fact, this is called iteration burn down chart. In fact, it's called. I'm sure you are, I don't know when your projects will be using it. And in some of the complex projects, when you start estimating that, they do prepare a chart like this. So this one chart itself will give you all the information. What is the ideal? What is planned here? And looking into the realistic thing, what is the realistic thing? And here, what is the forecast here? So instead of 10 days, you are going to take 12 days. In fact, it's an iteration burn down chart. Got it, Thiru? I hope it's a simple one.
Sure. The remaining work on the Y column is number of activities. Is that what it is?
Absolutely. Here, absolutely right. That's right. This is the number of days, and it is the remaining of work to be completed, or the number of activities to be completed.
Okay.
So you've got so many activities here, and this is how it's going to, instead of completing the 10 days, you are going to take another 12 days. So left side, the remaining work to be done, and the right side is the number of activities to be done. So probably they'll be preparing this on a periodic basis. Let's say at the end of 1 month, end of 2 months, end of 3 months. That will help the project team to the plan. Now you know that it's going to take 12 days. So is it possible to take any for example, efforts to bring it down? Instead of 12 days, can you bring it down? This is the forecast you are doing, in fact. Probably in your reports, you'll be submitting to your sponsors or your stakeholders that it's going to take 12 days. This is going to be, again, a part of your reporting system. But internally, probably you may discuss with your team members, how do we bring it down? What measures you can take? What resources we can allocate? All those things, probably this will help you to take some decisions of this. Clear on that?
Okay, sure.
So the work performance information and the schedule work performance information, I already explained to you many times. It includes the information on how the project work is performing compared to the schedule baseline. In fact, this is the information. And you do the various analysis. You take your schedule baseline and you compare with your actual performance. And whatever the variances is there, you calculate the dates and the durations can be calculated. Here, there are two important things. One is the earned value analysis. SV stands for schedule variance. Please remember, these are the part of the formulas which I am going to talk to you in the next session. The cost management. But important thing to remember is the schedule variance. And SPI is your schedule performance index. SPA stands for index. SV stands for schedule variance. So schedule variance, let's say that your 7 months is your project, is you need to complete. Let us say 50% at the end of 3.5 months. What is the progress of your project? Is it going according to the plan? Have you completed 50% of the work at the end of 3.5 months? Or have you done only 40% of the work? Or are you done 60% of the work? So you calculate the schedule variance. So there are some formulas which I'll explain to you in the following slide. So SPI is that schedule performance index. So the same thing, will come to the cost variance and the cost performance index also. These are the two important things you need to remember, right? One, the schedule variance and the cost variance, because every project is based on these two important things. One, the schedule, another the cost. So you need to, when you do the analysis, the various analysis, you should know that schedule variance and the cost variance, same way, cost performance index and the schedule performance index. Now, schedule forecast is updates or forecasts of estimates of the predictions of conditions at events in project future based on the information of the knowledge available at the time of forecast. As I explained you that at the end of 3.5 months, you should have completed 50% of your project work. When you do the analysis of fact, then whether the project is going ahead or project is behind, then you do a forecasting. Suppose at the end of the month, 50 or 3.5 months, you have done only 40% of the project work. That means you are behind the schedule. Am I right? You agree with me? So then you do a forecast that you will not be able to complete in 7 months. I may take 7 months and 50 days. Or at the end of 3.5 months, you have done already 60% of the work. That means your forecast, you may say that looking into the present situation, you may complete your project in 6.5 months itself. That means well ahead of the project, well ahead of the project schedule timing. That is called the schedule forecast. I hope these two are clear, Thiru. Okay.
I think so.
Okay. Good. Now let's come to important and interesting. You are so good in answering questions. Okay. Let's
yesterday. Okay.
Yeah. Let's quickly go through that. A project manager is informed midway through the project planning that she was given inaccurate data regarding new regulations affecting the required end date of her project. She may need to make a few adjustments. She thinks she can still manage the project to complete it before the regulations take effect. She confirms this by analyzing the sequence of activity with the least amount of schedule flexibility. So what technique is she using? Is it critical path, is it flow chart, precedence diagramming, or work breakdown structure?
Okay, that's the critical path.
Very straightforward. Congratulations. I think that's absolutely right. So a design engineer is helping to ensure that the dependencies with our area of expertise are properly defined on the project. The design of several deliverables must be complete before manufacturing can begin. So this is an example of what type of dependency. Is it dictionary or external, mandatory, or scope?
Okay, let me read the question again.
Or properly defined, the design of several deliverables must be complete before manufacturing can begin.
Okay, must be complete. Yes, mandatory dependency.
Yeah, great. Okay, that's good. So your answer is C. Then your sponsor and stakeholders have made it clear they wish to be kept informed on the product status. There are many aspects of the project on which you will report, and you want to choose the most appropriate tool to use in each case. Which of the following are generally illustrated better by bar charts than network diagrams? Is it logical relationship, critical paths, or resource trade-offs, or the progress or status? Which of the following are generally illustrated better by bar charts?
Okay. Okay, I want to say progress or status. I didn't see any tool or diagram.
Okay. Progress or status in the bar chart is represented. Okay, let's see. In fact, okay, what are the answers? Answer is, you're absolutely right. I think tomorrow itself we should take examination. You are so good. All the three have answered correctly.
It's all like it's all educated guess than trying to remember the course material. Right?
No, most of the times, as I told you, that it is a bit commonsensical. Also, you have to use your experience and expertise. It's like that. Absolutely right. Many of these things, probably you would not have in the book also sometimes. but you also you need to use your experience and your other things also. You're right, absolutely right. So all the three have answered it correctly. In fact, great. Okay. So critical path is three more questions. A new project manager is walking you through the schedule she has created for a project. She asks you about the duration of a particular milestone, so she knows how to properly schedule it. What will you tell her about a milestone duration? It's shorter than the duration of longest activity. It is shorter than the activity it represents. It has no duration. It is the same length.
It has no duration typically.
Yeah, okay. You remember that?
Normally, right?
Yeah, that's it. We spent few minutes on that. Thanks, you remember that. Good. Sure. The milestones have no duration. Absolutely right. You can expect this type of question.
Normally, the sentences normally don't have any duration, right? Sometimes it can be a duration.
Sometimes,
occasionally.
Yeah, you're absolutely. But most of the time, I think it's normally milestones have no durations. Which of the following best describes the relationship between standard deviation and risk? There is no relationship. Standard deviation tells you if estimate is accurate. Standard deviation tells you how uncertain the estimate is. Standard deviation tells you if the estimate includes a pad. Since you have done the Six Sigma, I'm sure it's easy for you to answer this.
I would say the B.
Standard deviation tells you if the estimate is accurate.
Wait. Let me understand the question again. Sorry, I'll do that. Following this describes the relationship between the standard deviation and risk. The risk thing is not at all that sigma. Standard deviation. Okay. So relationship is the question. I don't know if there is any relationship. I would say, yeah, there's no relationship.
No relationship. Okay, let's look at it. Okay, that's fine. Then the float of an activity is determined by performing a Monte-Carlo analysis, determining the waiting time between the activity, determining the lag, determining the length of time the activity can be delayed without delaying the critical path.
I would say D. Yeah.
D.
Last one.
Yeah, that's right. Great. Let's see. You're absolutely right. Except the second one, of course, the milestone is said very clearly. Here, an estimate can have a wide range and still be accurate if the item estimated includes identified risk. So there is no such thing that as a pad in prop. Pad is nothing but giving a cushion in part. Sometimes, for an activity as a project manager or the project team member, that if it is taking only 10 days, some people, they give a pad. That means, oh, I can do it only in 12 days. That is called cushioning or the padding, in fact. So here the answer is C. Basically, why it's the answer C is that the question is the standard deviation tells you how uncertain the estimate is, in fact. Standard deviation formula, we saw that, pessimistic minus optimistic divided by 6. So that will tell you that how uncertain the estimate is, in fact. This is how the questions. Great. In fact, your sense of understanding the question and answering is really creative. That's good. So, any questions on schedule? I think we spent quite a lot of time on that, and try to remember these diagramming techniques. The 4-1, that's very important. The estimating techniques. The critical path is another important thing to remember. Then start to start, finish to start, those 4 relationship, it's very, very important to remember. And I think at least about 3 to 4 questions will be there on all these things. So just
sure.
Great.
Okay.
So that completes the schedule knowledge area. We'll before getting into the cost management, probably we'll take a break now. Okay. So you have your lunch, and let me finish my dinner and come back. So half an hour is fine.
Okay. Sure.
Half an hour is okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Yeah. Well, whatever you need.
Yeah,
that's fine. I'm flexible.
You're flexible. So half an hour is fine. We'll take a break.
Sure. Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
See you later.
Yeah.
Bye.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, are you back?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah. Finish your lunch or had some snacks?
No, I brushed my teeth and then I
Oh, I
had
see.
snack earlier.
Oh,
So
okay,
it's
okay.
Sunday, right? So,
Sunday, okay.
uh,
Taking it easy, in fact. Okay, that's
yeah,
right.
yeah.
Uh,
I'll chew my lunch in an hour or so.
oh, okay. So we'll stop for
Yeah,
some
I
time
want.
after 1 hour.
Yeah, when you take the 10 minutes break or 5 minutes break, that should be enough for my lunch in
Oh,
an hour or two.
you let me know when you want to take so that we'll take a small break
Sure.
at that time. It's no problem.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, 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 great. In fact, who all live in a home now? You stay with your family, your parents?
No, I'm actually away from my family in Texas. My family's in Massachusetts. So
Oh,
this
oh,
is
is it? Okay, okay.
this is a contract. This is a contract job. So
Oh,
I'm
okay.
staying with four other Indian guys in a house rented by Indians.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay, great. Okay.
Yeah, they buy more houses and then they rent it out to
Okay.
the H-1B visa guys who are all coming and staying, something
Staying here?
like that.
Okay, okay, great. What do you do for food? You guys cook or get it from outside or
Yeah,
you have some?
I do cook, but more this less than the other younger guys who cook every day, pretty much.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, that's right.
More, all of them from Andhra Pradesh state. They all
Oh,
cook.
oh, that's good. Yeah. So you can taste some
There's
nice
not,
spicy food from
yeah,
Andhra colleagues, but they're nice. They make nice
yeah,
biryani.
yeah. In fact, he gave me taste of his peanut chutney for
Oh,
dosa he made. They offered
oh,
me. I
oh.
said no, you get. Yeah, it was not that spicy. That's
Okay.
interesting.
Okay. But they make
Usually they make it spicy.
nice cuisine you can taste from actually Andhra. That's
Yeah.
right.
Surprisingly, these guys nowadays, younger guys,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
learned how to cook.
Yeah, that's right. In fact.
Yeah,
And
they're ready without getting married or anything. They will
yeah.
survive.
Yeah, correct. And thanks to YouTube, now you got hundreds of YouTube on cooking itself.
Yeah,
And
yeah, that's what one guy told me. That's where he
yeah,
learned. I asked him, "How did you learn
yeah,
it? From your
yeah,
mom or
yeah, that's
YouTube?"
right. Even my doctors, when they went, that's what, when they were here, they never used to enter kitchen, in fact. Okay. But my wife used to take care. And once they go there, they had to start everything. So,
Yeah.
now, they will put something on the stove and immediately they will call up her mom here, in fact. And she is the like expert advice, she'll be giving from here. You do
Yeah.
this, you do that. You cook it for
Yeah.
so many minutes, you eat it like
Yeah.
that. So she'll be giving the
Yeah.
advice from India to prepare actually.
It's
Uh,
the same story with local people also here.
yeah,
They also call their moms
moms
from the
India.
kitchen.
Yeah, that's of course now they have learned and almost for 5 6 years, so they become better. They prepare better food than a mom nowadays. it's a it's learning by hard experience. That's actually
Yeah.
that makes
If there's no hunger, we wouldn't
yeah
all be working or doing anything.
anything
That's
correct.
wonderful.
Absolutely. Yeah. I really wonder, in fact, do you think any activity would have happened if God has given no hunger for all of us? I don't think
Yeah, yeah.
everything
There
would have
won't
come
be
to a
anything.
standstill, I think. Correct. That's right.
Yeah.
So how big your family, Mr. Teru?
One child. Yeah, only one girl, one
One girl.
daughter.
Oh, I see. How old she is, or how
Daughter. He is 15.
15 years? Okay. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah.
So she's in what, undergraduate level now, or what's the
She
education?
is in ninth grade.
Ninth
Will
grade.
go to 10th grade.
Oh, 10th grade.
She will go,
Oh, that's
she will
good.
go to 10th grade soon.
Okay, good. What is her interest? She's interested in engineering or medicine. Any particular taste she has got? Any likings?
Take bioengineering or biomedical. It's her
Bioengineering.
interest.
No, that's an awesome field. But so much of scope and future is very bright. That's right. Good.
Yeah.
So you got how you travel once in a month or depends in fact the institution.
Yeah, it depends on availability. I went there last month, so
Last month.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go as soon the next classes is finished,
Oh,
the
okay.
22nd. I'm
Oh,
going back.
okay. Yeah, by next weekend we can finish it. Absolutely. How many hours flight
Yeah,
from there from Texas? How many hours?
it's 4.5 hours straight,
Okay. Okay.
or without any stop. And if you take
So
stops in different airlines, it will take 5.5 to 7.
Oh, okay, okay. Yes, that's right. So you have to go on a Friday evening and come back on Monday morning, something like that. You need to work, I think.
No, I take day off when
Yeah,
I go there.
go there. Yeah,
One day.
one day. Yeah, absolutely right. You deserve that also. That's right. So,
Yeah.
so you are here in Texas only because of this project, is it? I'm a deputation or
Yeah,
something.
because of the contract project. I
Oh,
mean, for this client. Yeah.
oh, okay, okay, okay.
So I'm asking the L&T guys to find me another client near
Uh-huh.
my house that they
Oh,
are
okay.
working on.
Oh, okay, okay, good.
So
That's right.
when they find one, then
Uh-huh.
they'll put me over there. That's
Over there, yeah.
how
You
it
can go
works.
back and
Yeah.
it's sometimes hard to be away from the family. You understand. Uh,
Yeah.
if you're just going for a couple of days and coming back, that's something different. But to stay away for months together, sometimes it will become very difficult.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay. So can we carry on? Any so far on
Yeah.
schedule management? Anything to be clarified? Or I hope everything fine. That's right.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Now I request you to have a piece of paper and pen, if possible, in front of you because there will be some
Sure. Yeah. I
formulas
have.
which I want you to jot it down,
Okay.
write it down, and for some calculations.
Okay.
That's right.
Sure.
And you can use all the that's right. Okay. So the another important the knowledge area is the cost management. This is
Okay.
your mobile number is 7664. So fourth
For
is 4 digits. So you will have four processes here. One is the plan
mm-hmm.
cost management and estimate cost, determine budget, and control cost. These are the four processes we have. Control cost will comes under monitoring and control. The other three processes, plan cost, estimate cost, and determine budget, all comes under planning process group. You just try to
Mm-hmm.
remember these things. So there are four processes that we are going to talk about. That. Okay. So project cost management is basically to looking from the agile perspective, adaptive environment. Projects with high degrees of uncertainty or those where the scope is not yet fully defined may not benefit from detailed cost calculation due to frequent changes. Instead, lightweight estimation methods can be used. That means when the scope is not clear, there's no point
Mm-hmm.
in spending a lot of time with the detailed cost calculations. So it's better to, when the frequent changes happens, it's better to go for the agile perspective or lightweight estimation methods to generate a fast, high-level forecast of the project. It could be labor cost or it could be any other equipment, which can then be easily adjusted as change arises. That is the advantage of the agile adaptive environment. So a detailed estimates are reserved for short-term planning horizons in a just-in-time fashion, in fact. So in cases where high variability projects are also subject to strict budget, the scope and schedule are more often adjusted to stay with the cost constraints. So that in the agile and adaptive environment, this is the biggest advantage when you consider that. So basically the project cost management, the process involved in planning, estimating, budgeting, and controlling cost so that the budget can be completed within the approved budget. So that is the advantage of planning the cost management. So it's basically you plan, you estimate the cost. Once you estimate the cost, you budget it. And after budgeting, you need to control the cost. So this is the flow that I request you to follow. Any cost
Mm-hmm.
needs more of a business sense and common sense that first you need to plan, you need to estimate. Once you estimate, you put a budget. And once you budget, once you determine the budget, you need to ensure that you achieve the
Mm-hmm.
objective within that budget that you have prepared. That is the thing about the project cost management. So the cost
Mm-hmm.
estimating, it's a developing an estimate of cost of the resources needed to complete the project. So resources, it could be human resources, it could be your physical resources. All those things cost you, am I right? So it is a cost estimating is nothing but what amount you need to spend on your human resources, how much you need to spend on your materials, how much on your physical resources. That's the cost estimate. Cost budgeting is allocating the overall cost estimate to individual work items called cost baseline. That means, let's say in the individual work items, let's say it could be human resources, it could be physical resources, or it could be any other individual resources. You are going to put a cost estimate for those resources or for those individual work items. The total of it will become your cost baseline. I hope you are like a schedule baseline, like your scope baseline. Cost baseline is going to be one that where you are going to analyze your variance performance, how whether the cost what you have budgeted, or whether that when you track it, whether are you on the budget, below the budget, or above the budget. So that will give you the cost baseline from where you're going to do that. And cost control, controlling change to project budget. Suppose if it is going out of your control, suppose it's going excess, it is shooting more than what you budgeted, then how you can control and bring it back wherever possible, that is the cost control. So these are the three important things. After planning, it's a cost estimating, cost budgeting, and cost control. This flow is very important, as I explained, even on schedule management, cost management. I want you to get a grip of this flow. Once you understand the flow, then all the processes, your inputs and outputs, it's easy to remember. So here, like in work packages, which we did in, for example, in the schedule management, here what we look at is the deliverable in WBS is you decomposed it to in schedule managed to work package level. Am I right? You remember that?
Yeah.
Now here, to put the cost that, further break it down to activity, in fact. So these are the activities from those work packages, and you also have a control account of all these various packages, in fact. So this is another deliverable in the WBS is the control account, because for all these work packages, you will determine the cost. And this control account of work package 1, work package 2, work point 3, so total it up, that will become your total cost. So when I told you about the bottom-up estimating, am I right? One of the technique that we discussed in cost and the schedule management.
Yeah.
Now all those four, parametric, analogous, your bottom-up, 3-point estimating, all those things are going to be get repeated in the cost management also, in fact. Because like estimating your duration, you are estimating your costs here. And for the cost, bottom-up estimating, you take each activity cost and you total it up. So this WBS is created to break down the project into smaller deliverables like work packages and those activities, and that's how you calculate the cost. Are you with me on this? You're clear?
Yeah, sure.
That's sure. So plan cost management is if the activity are planned well, it becomes easier to achieve the compliance with the overall cost and budget of the project. Like as I told you that the plan may fail, but we should never fail to plan. So plan cost management is basically the process of defining how the project cost will be estimated, how it will be budgeted, managed, and monitored and controlled. That is the process of plan cost management. Okay. So what are the inputs here? You look at the project charter. That's one of the important. The project charter, I told you that it is the one which authorizes the project manager to go ahead of the project, to acquire the required resources. It is a document, very important document. It will also have the broader level of your scope. It will have the assumptions and constraints, the project. It will have a business case. These are all the elements of project charter, which we discussed yesterday in detail. Then you have a project management plan. It is a comprehensive document, how the whole project is initiated, how it is executed, managed and controlled and closed. That is the project management plan. Schedule management plan will give you that, what is the period, how we are going to do that, which we just discussed, the schedule management plan. The risk management plan under various stages, in fact, what are the risks that can affect your project and how those risks can be avoided or it can be mitigated. That is the risk management plan, which we'll discuss in detail in the risk management knowledge area. Then enterprise environmental factors and the OPS are the other two common inputs. The tools and techniques are very common here. The expert judgment, SMEs, or the data analysis in the meeting. And in this process, what you get as an output is the cost management plan. So cost management plan is how you estimate the cost, how you budget it, and how you monitor and control that, in fact. So these are the inputs, tools, and techniques and outputs. So the next one is after the planning that, you need to estimate the cost. So estimate the cost is the process of developing an approximation of the cost resources needed to complete the project. That means you are estimating the cost of your resources, the physical resources, the human resources, and all other things which are required to complete the project. So the cost of a specific activity is estimated based on the information available at that point of time. That's very important to understand, because you are looking at the present time, what is the cost of the human labor, for example, you are acquiring. You're looking at the present cost, even the equipments when you're hiring or you are buying it. What is the estimation at that particular time when you are buying it or hiring it, in fact. So that is based on the information available at that point of time. So here you cannot take a historic figure and estimate. Is it possible? Can you do like that? Yeah. You cannot do that.
No. Okay. No.
Yeah, because that may give, for example, last year the wages of a human resources, let's say, in fact, they were paying. I'm just when you take a casual labor, you might be paying $15 per hour or $20 per hour. That's the last year information. But you need to take the present, what is the cost of labor. So you need to take the data from the present information. Correct? Am I right? That's very, very important.
Sure.
Then it will become the realistic. Even for buying an equipment also, a computer, let's say about 1 year back, a laptop would have costed you for, let's say, around $2,000. But today, that same computer may cost you $2,500. So here you cannot use the past data. You need to look at the present information available. So that will become realistic sometimes. Now, the estimating cost, again, as we discussed, if you look at the cost management plan, the left side, which we discussed, the scope baseline, which we already discussed, the project schedule and the resource requirements, we discussed various resources that are available and at what time, the risk register, enterprises, environmental factors, and organizational processes. Here, if you look at the 4 techniques which we discussed in schedule management: analogous, parametric, bottom-up estimating, and 3-point estimating. Parametric, can you just define or give one example, Thiru, from your end? What is parametric estimating whether used in your company?
So you go into details of individual costs, basically particular type of labor, particular type of activities, machine rental costs, something like that. All the individual pieces you put together, add them up, right?
Okay. Parametric is, okay. No, sorry. Please, can you?
Okay. Oh, wait. Bottom-up estimating is pretty similar to that. Okay. Parametric, just tell me one more time. Right.
Parametric is using the past data with a mathematical calculation. Is algorithm thing is there. As I told you, for example, one more example, you said it's to reach your office, it takes 10 minutes for you. Am I right? That's what you said.
Yeah, we did that exercise for the 3-point estimating, right?
No, that's a 3-point estimating. I gave that example. Even parametric, if you apply the same thing, it's taking 10 minutes for you to reach the office. That is the data. That is the analogous. It normally takes 10 days. 10 minutes. Now, parametric is, I drive at the speed of 80 miles per hour. So I'm able to reach office in 10 minutes. So there is a mathematical calculation there. Since I travel at the rate of 80 miles per hour, I can reach office in 10 minutes. So that there is a rational, there is a mathematical calculation to that. You got it, right? Like,
sure.
Analogous is just I reach office in 10 minutes based on the past data or the similar project you have done. It's like that. Bottom-up estimating, as I told, from the activity or from the work packages, you calculate from the bottom of each activity. Then you add up all these things, that will become your bottom-up estimating. 3-point estimating is you are optimistic, pessimistic, plus most likely divided by 3. And another formula we have this beta or the PERT, program evaluation review technique, whereas optimistic plus 4 times most likely plus pessimistic divided by 6. So that will become much more accurate. That's the reason, it is that calculation. Are you clear on this thing?
Sure. Okay.
Because definitely you can expect 1 or 2 questions. That is the reason I keep repeating on this. It should go analogous. Once again, to repeat, it is purely based on the previous data. You're taking that parametric where the mathematical calculation is there. Bottom-up estimating is you do it from the work package, from the activity, from the bottom, and you total it up. The 3 point is optimistic, pessimistic, plus most likely divided by 3. And the PERT is program evaluation review technique. PERT is also known as, for example, it's they're optimistic plus 4 times most likely plus pessimistic divided by 6. So these are the techniques of estimating the cost. Alternative analysis.
The formulas you mentioned, is this the formula I need to write down?
Yeah.
Or
no, some more are coming. Okay, some more. I'm sure 3 point is easy to remember. I think optimistic, pessimistic, most likely divided by 3. I think it's easy to remember. But still,
that one is okay. But this divided by 6.
That is 4 times most likely. You can write it down. That's better actually. It's a 4 times.
4 times. Okay. Oh, okay.
Optimistic plus 4 most likely, 4 times most likely, plus pessimistic divided by 6. Yeah, you can write it down. That's better.
That gives me what estimate again? There were 3 formulas right next to each other.
PERT, in fact, program evaluation review technique.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
In fact, that formula is much more accurate than the 3-point formula. Because here, the most likely scenario, you are taking it 4 times. Otherwise, if you take single time, you would have given too much of weightage on that. Now here, that weightage gets distributed so that, the estimation will become much more accurate. You saw the difference, for example, you are reaching office, it would have come 12.33 minutes in 3 point, whereas in PERT, when you divide it by 6 multiplied by 4 times most likely, it's coming 12.1 in fact. That means it is much more accurate estimation.
Okay. All right. So if I get these slides again, I can go over when I.
Yeah, sure. You'll be getting it. I'll be sending you the complete thing. I think even on their website, I think it will be available. I will check with you once again, and if it's not there, I will email you this presentation. No problem.
Okay. All right. Sure.
Yeah.
I haven't logged onto the website since I started the class yesterday, so it may.
No, I know. Probably tomorrow onwards, when you get some time, you can just find some slide.
Sure. Okay.
So reserve analysis, I explained you. It's unknown factors and known unknown factors. It's the contingency reserve and the management reserve. I explained you that. I hope you'll remember that.
Yeah.
Then cost of quality, I'll explain to you. This is another very, very important thing. Probably in the following slide, I'll explain you in detail. Then the PMIs, your project management information system, and your decision making, your voting is another. Voting is, in fact, you have your stakeholders or your team members, and you start, for example, the decision making. You take a decision and get the majority of that. In fact, whoever agrees, it's nothing but getting the concurrence of all your team members. Then outputs, what you get is the cost estimates and the basis of estimates. Because when you arrive at a cost, what is the basis that you have estimated? You say that, let's say, you have $1,000 you have put on human resources. That means how many resources you are taking, how many hours they are going to work, and that is the basis of estimation. In fact, for an equipment, for example, you would have put $10,000. What is the estimate? What is the basis you have estimated? That means, is it on the present market price, or you're looking into the various other factors you would have estimated that cost. So the cost estimate and the basis of estimates you get, like in schedule management, in fact, the same, most of the techniques use it here in cost management also. And the project documents updated, assumption log and lessons learned register, and the risk register also gets updated. So here, the project schedule, this is very, very important to, in fact, remember or understand this. You need not memorize it on all those things, but at least you need to understand the flow of it. The project schedule includes all the list of activity, the resources needed to complete the work, and information about when the work will occur. That's very, very important. When it is going to happen. Because there are 2 reasons you need to need a schedule before you can come up with a budget. First, the timing when you buy something may affect its cost. For example, the price of a material or a piece of equipment may vary due to factors such as availability, seasonal pricing, fluctuations, or new model releases. If you know something will be more expensive at the time it is scheduled to be purchased, you may consider changing the schedule to be able to purchase the material or equipment at a different time for a lower price. As another example, the cost of human resources may be impacted by their availability. I'm sure, this is nothing but your supply, demand and supply position. Am I right? If the demand is so much even for human resources, then you will have to pay more. And what normally when you plan your project schedule, you ensure that these resources are available at a reasonable price rather than paying too much for them if there is any shortage for that. So that is, you need to keep this factor when you schedule a project. Correct? You agree, no? For example, even in India, during festival season, getting the labors are extremely difficult. Am I right? You agree, in fact. The labors. You will not get them. Suppose you want them, you have to pay double wages, in fact. So normally what they do, that the construction people, they avoid this construction work during the festival time. I'm sure Tamil Nadu is very, very famous for that. I still remember since I used to work, and you're also from Tamil Nadu, you know that. During Pongal days in the month of January, 13th, 14th is the Pongal, for example. 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 4 days, it's very difficult to get the laborers or the employees, in fact. Am I right? Because they take leave and go to their respective homes. They will, because that is the time they want to really spend their time with their family and all those things. So usually any construction or in the companies also, they try to avoid many of the work during that holidays time, in fact, because they know that it's very difficult to get the laborers during that time. So second thing, you need to develop a time-phase spending plan to monitor and control project expenditure. So a budget, so you know how much money will be spent during the specific periods of time, weeks or months or So based on the first, these are the two important things that you keep in mind when you plan the project scheduling. One is the availability of resources, the demand and supply. Second thing is the time phase spending plan. When you are first week, how much you're going to spend. Second week is how much you are going to spend. And the expenditure, it could be weeks or months or anything. So these are the two important things. Even sometimes the spending phase, it could be availability of finance also. Sometimes, the companies do release the funds at a particular time. And for example, year ending, some of the companies, they would like to spend less during just prior to the end of the financial year ending. Am I right? Because they don't want to show too much of expenditure in the balance sheet, in fact. So they try to avoid that. So these are the two factors you need to keep in mind when you develop a project schedule. I hope it's clear.
Sure.
So the type of estimates, this is one thing, kindly write it down if you don't mind. There are three types of estimate. The first one is the rough order magnitude. That is called ROM. Here, particularly if the projects are 3 to 5 years life cycle, long period. So what you do is that today, if you are projecting it, the cost, you say that it will be minus 25% to 75%. It's called rough order of estimate. Minus 25 to 70 plus 75. The next one is when it comes to prepare the budget early, if it is 1 to 2 years out, then it will be minus 10% to plus 25%. This is the accuracy level, the budgetary thing. Minus 10% plus 25%. Definitive is later in the project or less than 7 years. Since your project is, for example, 7 months is the schedule, probably you would have had a definitive budget of minus 5% or plus 10%. So tomorrow when you meet your finance guy, you can ask him, in fact, what is it my definitive budget? What is the accuracy level you have? Is it minus 5% or plus 10%? He'll be happy to answer that question, in fact.
Sure.
Okay. So these are the three types of cost estimates. Again, there could be some questions in the examination. What is the rough order of magnitude? They will give you 4 or 5 different options. But one correct option will be minus 25% to 75%. They may ask you what is the definitive budget, what is the accuracy level. Again, they will give you different figures. Slightly confusing. What they will do is in the exam, instead of minus 5%, they will give you plus 5% and minus 10%. Probably one option will be like that. Another option could be minus 15% and plus 15%. Like they will give you different options to mislead you or misguide you. But if you remember these formulas, it's easy for you to answer those questions.
Okay.
Or it could be a scenario also. As a project manager, you are doing a definitive budget estimate. So what should be the accuracy level? Like that, they might ask you. And they will give you the different options. And you need to select. These three, kindly remember, rough order of magnitude, ROM, budgetary, and definitive. And at the last figure, these two, if you remember, that's more than enough. This is just an explanation when it is done for our understanding. Is it clear? The type of cost.
Yes, sure. Yeah. Take a picture of this.
Yeah, good. Yeah. You take a picture of it afterwards, you can write it down in the right.
Sure.
Okay. Now, the method of cost estimating, as I told you that, initially, this is the little information available. This is the complete information available. Here is the expected accuracy estimate at the left y-axis and here the x-axis. The order of magnitude, initially, it will be minus 25 to 75% plus 75%. Here it is minus plus 25% and it's minus 5% to plus 10%. This is the definitive budget. That means it is the current within 1 year, how you estimate it. These are the methods of cost of estimating. Clear, Piru? Hope it's
sure.
Yeah, good. Now, the estimating methods, again, repeating that once again, so that, it will register in your mind. Analogous is a previous similar project, and the same thing you are using for your new project. This is the analogous. Bottom-up estimating is that right from the scratch, right from the activity level, from the package level, work package level you're doing for the new project, you take that. And parametric estimating, as I told you that, it will have some mathematical calculations. Optimistic, realistic, and pessimistic. There's a three-point estimates for the three new projects. So these are all the estimating methods. It's easy to remember.
Sure.
Now, once you estimate, then you need to determine the budget. That's very important, am I right? So determine the budget is the process of aggregating the estimated cost of individual activity or work packages to establish an authorized cost baseline. That means all the work packages, all the activities, you are putting it together and you total it up, that will become your authorized cost baseline. So project cost performance is measured against the cost baseline. So I told you about the SV, schedule variance. Here the same way, the cost baseline is the cost variance. So the cost baselines include all authorized budget, but excludes management reserves. I told you about the unknown factors. I hope you remember that.
Yeah.
The reserve analysis.
So 10% or something. Okay.
That depends upon the organization, what management fees like putting that.
Okay.
It could be 5% or it could be 10%, depending upon the organization and the complexity of the project. If it is a regular project, probably then the percentage could be less, but it is a high complex project, a lot of uncertainty is there, then they may give additional thing. It's like that. It's all left to the organization, depending upon the situation. But what's important to remember is the cost baseline includes all authorized budget, that is including your contingency reserve, that is for known unknown factors, but it excludes the management reserve, the unknown factor. That's a very important thing to remember. Okay. Now, how do you determine what are the tools and technique? Here on the left side, if you look at the project, the basis of estimates, cost estimates, and the project schedule, which we just discussed, these are all the other common inputs you have here. Cost aggregation is nothing but adding all those activities and totaling up. That is the cost aggregation. That means you're totaling the entire cost of the activities. The historical information review, the funding limit reconciliation, I will explain to you in the following slide. Then you will get the cost baseline and the project funding requirements. You see, funding limit reconciliation and the funding requirements. Probably in the following slide, by showing a picture, probably I can explain it better. Let's see.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the one important thing. Probably you can take a picture also if you want. You can take it. You see the cost activity is in the bottom. You can see it here. In fact, am I right? These are the activity estimates of different things. $25, $25, and all put together. This will add up to the one particular work package. It will become $100. Like that, there are four different work packages there. So that all four put together, it will become your cost accountant. In fact, this one cost aggregate of all these activities, another cost aggregate of all other activities add up. So these are the control accounts. In fact, control account 1, control account 2. Each control account will be for a particular work package total. In fact, so like that, you will have various control accounts. Then add up all these things, it will become your project estimate. In fact, $1,250. Okay, this is just an example. In fact, so you arrive at $1,250. Then you add your contingency reserve. That is, as I told you, that known unknown factor. You are absolutely right. So add up this, that will become your cost baseline. For this, you add up to the management reserve of $68. Then the total cost budget for your project will be $1,423. So that means, for example, for your 7 months project, it is $1 million is somewhere here. Okay, and that will be including probably some percentage of the management reserve, which your sponsors or your owners will be knowing that. Whereas your finance person, your financial head, he will have a cost baseline of $1,355. In your case, probably he might have a cost baseline of 6.75, for example, $1 million. Let us say about, if you minus, let's say about 5% of that on $1 million is about how much? $950,000, correct? Am I right?
Okay.
That will be
what's this?
No, $1 million, let's say 5% if you take it out of it is a management reserve. Now, what's left now? That means $95,000.
$950,000.
$950,000. That is your cost baseline of your financial head probably will be having that as a budget, in fact, $950,000. For that, the management reserve probably, I don't know whether in this case, whether they've added that. If the risk factor is not much, then they may not even have the management reserve. Then your total budget is that $1 million. I hope you got it. This is how the cost budget has been built up for any project for that. First, you take from the bottom up, then you add up, then control account, then project estimates, contingency reserve. I'm sure your financial head would have done when he is budgeted for your project. He would have done from the same thing, am I right? He would have taken all the activities. Probably he would have discussed with the project manager or various other heads, or probably based on the previous data available. In fact, he would have taken all these things and would have arrived at this cost baseline.
Yeah,
I'm sure he must have.
It's a mixed. Yeah,
correct. This slide. Okay. Clear? We can go forward. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
So here, this is the another one thing to understand. So as I told you, this is the cost baseline you arrived at. Okay, and these are all the expenditures that is incurring for the project. The funding requirements, as I was telling you, that I'll show you a picture and try to explain that. So, for example, your project has done this much of work already. So you get a funding requirement. The financial person or you as a project manager, you may require that, I've done so much of activity and I need so much of fund, and that funding requirement keep varying as the project progresses. Correct? Am I right? Because you need to keep on funding the project as per the activity happens, in fact, or as per the work performed. Correct? Am I right?
Okay. Sure.
You will release the fund only when it is required, isn't it? Correct?
Yeah.
They don't pay you in advance and you keep it in and spend whenever you want. It's not like that. Correct? They will only release the fund whenever it is required. So this is the cost baseline. You have incurred
Okay.
this much of expenditure, and they will release to here one fund, here they will release, and as it goes up, they'll start releasing. Now, this is your budget at completion. This is the BAC. In fact, your $1 million or $950,000 is your BAC for your project, whereas the management reserve is the balance 5% of that. That will become the total project budget. So BAC, kindly remember, BAC is budgeted at completion. It's back.
Okay.
That means it is your budget for the project, BAC.
Okay.
Got it, in fact. Hope this
Sure.
and funding requirement and funding reconciliation, which I was explaining the previous thing. This is you keep on releasing the funds as per the activity or as per the work progresses in the project, in fact.
Okay.
So your $1 million of your project budget, probably they will be they would have released. Now, how many months have been completed now, Thiru, for your project?
I'd say 1 month. Yeah.
1 month, in fact. So 1 month of 7%, 7 months. You can calculate that. So they would have released only some portion of the funding, and as the project progresses, they keep releasing the budget. Okay. I hope this is very clear. Important cost baseline, funding requirement, and the expenditure. And another important is the management reserve, and the back is the budget at completion. Okay.
Sure.
Now, the control cost, once you do that, you need to control. First, you plan your cost. In fact, after planning, you did the estimation. And after estimation, you budgeted the cost. Am I right? That is the flow we are talking about. First, you plan it. Once you plan, you estimate the cost. After estimating, you budget it. Once you budget it, you have to ensure that whatever budget has been kept, you need to ensure that the project goes as per the budget. So how do we do that? Control cost is the process of monitoring the status of the project to update the project cost and managing the changes to the cost baseline. So here, the typical activity of the control cost process or ensure the cost expenditure does not exceed the authorized funding. This is very, very important, so that your expenditure does not go more than what has been authorized. Second thing, monitor the cost performance to understand the variance against your cost baseline. Let us say for 1 month period, you should have spent, according to the company, 1 divided by 7. That's what you should have spent. Am I right? 7 months, so $1 million. That means, let's say how much it will come per month if you calculate approximately. $1 million divided by 7. It comes to about, let's say, about 1,350, something like that. Am I right? $13,500 per month. That's what you need to spend. Correct? Am I right?
I did calculate, but I can do that. But not all stages get equally divided. Right?
Yeah, it's not like that. It depends upon, again, I perfectly understand that. But just to understand common thing, just understanding that. Let's say that you will be releasing it in equal proportion of month after month. Again, I know that during execution, probably you'll be releasing more. In fact, during initiation, it could be less. In fact, all those things are there. But just to understand that, 1/7 of money would have released for the first month of your project. So you need to understand the variance. That's just to give an understanding. Then monitor the work performance against the funds expended. What you have spent and what the work has been completed, you need to monitor. That is the control cost. Now, let's go. So the control cost, what are the techniques here we have? You have the inputs of cost baseline, performance measurement baseline. Performance measurement baseline is nothing but your cost baseline, your schedule baseline, all those things you measure. Then the work performance data is another important input. Now here, the earned value analysis, which we are going to get into that now. The variance analysis you do, the trend analysis and the reserve analysis, which we discussed, known factor, unknown factors, and TCPI to complete performance index. This is another important formula that we need to remember. We'll go through that. And work performance information and cost forecast. Cost forecast is nothing but so much we have spent so far. Now the project is completed 50%. It is ahead of the schedule or behind of the schedule or ahead of the cost or behind of the cost. And to complete the balance work, what is the cost that we require? That is the cost forecast we'll be doing. So various other things gets updated, or cost management plan, cost baseline, performance measurement baseline, all those things gets updated. So here comes the earned value management, EVM. Anytime you heard about this terminology, EVM?
No.
No. Okay. I think now we are going to spend a lot of time on this earned value management, so that tomorrow when you talk to your finance guy, you can talk to him about these formulas to him. Okay. That will
Sure.
be. So earned value management is a method to measure project performance against the project baseline, in fact. So you know the project baseline, what you should have spent, and in the earned value management, how much actually you have spent. We'll come to know about that. So result from the earned value analysis indicate potential deviation of the project from the cost and schedule baselines. So schedule baseline is the first approved budget project schedule along with the approved changes. We discussed in the schedule management, the project schedule or the schedule is a schedule baseline. It is the baseline after the approved changes. I told you that any change request has to go through the change control board. And in the change, before sending the change control board, as a project manager, you would have looked at the triple constraint, that the scope baseline, the cost baseline, or the schedule baseline, all those three, the three triple constraints you would have analyzed. Then you would have taken the approval from the change control board. So when you talk about the project schedule or the schedule baseline, it is with the along with the approved changes, in fact. Okay. So you are going to measure the performance of the project on the cost baseline or the schedule baseline, which have been already approved, in fact, by the change control board. Hope that point is clear, Thiru.
Sure.
Okay. Now comes probably you can take a picture of this if you don't mind, so that you can understand. I will explain to you. First, the acronym. On the left side, you can see the P stands for planned value. So the planned value is the authorized budget assigned to schedule work. I'll give an example. It's an authorized budget assigned to work. Now, let's say you say 7 months is the period, am I right? Your schedule is the 7 months. Okay.
Yeah.
Now let's assume that at the end of 3 months, that your authorized budget at the end of 3 months is how much? 50%. That is 50% of the budget. Am I right? Correct?
Okay.
So the 50%, that means $1 million, $500,000 is your authorized budget assigned to the schedule work. That means if the project has done 50% of the work, that means you are supposed to spend $500,000. So that is your planned value. Got it? That point is clear? It is authorized budget assigned to a schedule work. Your project has done, let's say 40% of the work your project has done. That means 40% of $1 million is $400,000 is your authorized budget for that particular period. Is it clear? Planned. That is called planned value.
Okay.
Should I repeat? Should I repeat once again, or it's clear?
No, that's good. That's good.
Okay. Yeah. Earned value is, it is a work performed in terms of budget authorized for the work. Let's say I just mentioned that 40% of the work you have completed. So that means your planned value is 40 at the end of, let's say, or to put it another way, at the end of 3 months, you are supposed to have a planned value of $500,000, correct? Because 50% of the work has been completed.
Yeah.
Now let's say at the end of 3 months, you have done 40% of the work you have done. Okay, you should have done 50% of the work.
50%.
Against that, you earned 40. You have done only 40% of the work. That means your earned value at the end of 3 months is a 40% of your $1 million. That is, you have earned only $400,000, whereas your planned value would have been $500,000. So the earned value is the percentage of work completed at the budget. Clear? You got that? In fact, because these two are going to be used in many formulas. So I wanted to be clear about it. So the planned value is the authorized budget at a scheduled work, and the earned value is how much actually earned at the time of that is the budget authorized for that work. Now the actual cost is very simple, straightforward. It is the actual cost incurred in work performed. That means whatever money you have spent at the end of 3.5 months, let's say that you have spent $600,000, that is your actual cost. If you have spent $400,000, it is your actual cost. Okay, that's a very straightforward. Now BAC is the budget at completion. It is also called as the BAC. So it is the amount, budgeted amount for the total work. That means in your case, $1 million is your BAC. That's the budget, correct? Am I right?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Earned value, EAC, is the estimate at completion. EAC is expected total cost for the project. We have various formulas. In the following slide, I'll explain you. But before that, I want you to get familiar with some of these acronyms. EAC is the estimate at completion. ETC is estimate to complete. So EAC is estimate at completion. ETC is estimate to complete. That is the expected cost to finish all the remaining project work. We have formulas to calculate EAC. We got formulas to calculate ETC. VAC is various at completion. That is nothing but the project budget surplus or deficit at the end of the project. So that is the variance, in fact. I hope you're clear about all these acronyms, right?
Sure.
What is planned?
Yeah, the estimated completion, EAC and ETC could be confusing a little bit.
Yeah, I will. There are some formulas. I'm sure you will understand that better. In fact, you just estimated completion is when you do the variance analysis. In fact, then you need to calculate what is your estimated completion and what is the estimate to complete. Okay, in the following thing, there are some formulas so that you will understand better. Whatever confusion you have,
just to remember.
Yeah, you just remember. That's right. Otherwise, you are clear with the PB, EB, AC, and BAC. I'm sure all these things are very clear. BAC is also clear. Various at completion. That is the difference between what is the BAC and EAC. All those things I will explain to you. But let's be familiar with some of these acronyms. That's important. So far, that you are clear with what is SV. SV is schedule variance. CV is cost variance. SPI is schedule performance index. CPI is the cost performance index. Okay, there are some formulas I will explain to you so that it will be easy for you to remember it. Okay, can I go forward on this?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Now, PSC, as I just once again to explain, this is the first number you think when you work on your project cost. BSC is nothing but your $1 million for your current project. It is the total budget that you have for your project, how much you plan to spend on your project. So BAC is a budget at completion. Okay. Now PV, as I told, the planned percentage complete. If the schedule says that your team should have done 300 of work so far and they work a total of 1,000 hours on the project, that means your planned percentage complete is 30%. Okay. So this is.
Can you go back to the slide again?
Yeah, one second.
Previous slide.
Okay.
Okay. I'll start taking pictures just in case.
Yeah, just take a picture of that. Okay.
Okay. Now we can move the slide.
Yeah. Now, this planned value, as I told you, explain you, this is how much of your budget you planned on using so far. If the BAC is $200,000 and the schedule says that you planned percentage work is 30% you have completed, that means your planned value is 30% of $200,000. That means it is $60,000. Correct? Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, parallelly, what you can do, Thiru, is you try to put these figures for your project so that it will be easy to remember. You put here as $1 million is your back, let's say, okay? And we will take it as 30% has been completed. For example, then your 30% of $1 million is $30,000 is your sorry, $300,000 is your planned value at the end of 30% of the work is completed. So that it is easy for you to remember that. So that is the plan. So PV is back multiplied by planned percentage of complete. If it is 30% or if it is 40%, then that is the planned value. Earned value.
So the planned value is for the month I'm planning, or the plan is for the entire project?
No. Planned value is any given of period when you are doing the analysis of
during the project.
Yeah, during the project. Let's say at the end of second month. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right.
At the end of third month, at the end of fourth month. So at the end of 4 months, let us say that you should have completed how much percentage of your work, let's say for your 7 months project.
Got it.
Correct? So at the end of 4 months, what you should have completed, and that is your planned value. Okay? Now the earned value is, the planned value is clear? I hope it's clear in fact. Am I right?
Yeah. No, okay. That's fine.
Now the earned value is, this figure tells you how much your project actually earned. That means here the formula is, that is back, that is budget at completion multiplied by the actual percentage of work. That means at the end of, let's say 3.5 months time, your planned value is 50%, whereas your earned value, suppose you have done only 40% of the work at the end of that 3.5 months, your earned value will be 40% of your $1 million. So how you calculate? The formula is your budget at completion multiplied by the actual percentage of work. That is your earned value. Got it?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So these two are very, very important. Okay. So again, here the earned value is the back multiplied by the actual percentage of cut. So PV is planned percentage of complete. EV is actual percentage of complete. Just remember these two, in fact.
Sure.
PV is planned. Here EV is actual percentage of complete. Okay. Now you are asking me about the EAC and ETC, am I right? So let me try to explain that. Okay. Now this is your actual. The BAC is your. This is your BAC. In fact, $1 million is your BAC. Correct? Am I right?
Okay.
Okay. Your earned value, let's say this is the X horses yield the date, and here Y horses yield the cost, in fact. Okay. This side is the left is the cost, and right side is your time, in fact. Okay. Now let's say you are analyzing, you are at here, let's say 3.5 months time. Now we are doing this at the end of 3.5 months time. Yours is a 7 months is the budget. So 7 months, your thing is back is $1 million. I'm not sure whether that is inclusive of your management reserve or I'm not sure about that. So if it is an inclusive management reserve is 950,000 plus 50,000, you can add as a total project budget. You can do that.
Sure.
Now at the end of 3.5 months, okay, let's say you have earned 40% of the work has been completed. That means your earned value at the end of 3.5 months is your 40% of back $1 million. That is $400,000 is your earned value. Okay. And your actual cost, let's say at the end of 3.5 months, you have spent, let's say out of this, you have spent, let's say $500,000. That is your actual cost at the end of 3.5 months time. You got it? Now your planned value at the end of 3.5 months should be $500,000. So this is a $500,000. This is your planned value. Okay. So at the end of 3.5 months, it's a $500,000. Your earned value is you have done only 40% at the end of 3.5 months. Probably it is only $400,000. Now you have spent actual cost at the end of 3.5 months, let's say $500,000. So here. So when you spend at the end of 3.5 months $500,000, you estimate in the remaining 3.5 months time how much I am going to spend. So that is the estimate to complete. Got it? This is your estimate to complete. And this is your planned value, because your planned value at various stages, at the end, in fact, it will remain same. It is equal to the back, but at different stages, you will have a different planned value for that particular period that you are accounting for that, or you are analyzing for that. Is it clear, this chart, in fact?
Yeah, sure.
That's good.
Yeah,
great.
chart
And
clear.
management reserve is nothing but, above the back, in fact, what is kept for your unknown factor. So your total project budget will be inclusive of management reserve. Okay. Because once you understand this, then all the other formulas is easy to understand and calculate. So that's the reason I'm spending a little more time for you to understand this clearly.
Sure.
Okay. Now, here is another illustration, earned value management. So let's say, in fact, here, here's the period at the x-axis and the y-axis. So this is your planned value. Here, it shows that this is the planned value. The green shows that your earned value, and the actual cost, this is your actual cost. This is another illustration for you to understand. Now, here comes, take a picture of this. Okay, this is the most important. Because if you are familiar with this, Thiru, you can easily answer about 10 to 15 questions. I can tell you that.
Okay.
Because out of 200 questions, you can expect minimum 10 to 12 questions on this earned value formula. And these are all very straightforward. And it will take lesser time to answer these questions also, because it's a mathematical calculation based. That's why I told you that I want you to write down this formula every day on a piece of paper, in fact, so that you will memorize it. And when you go to the examination also, before you start answering, take first 5 minutes and write down all these formulas in about 5 to 6 minutes time. You should be so good. That's the reason every day I wanted to practice, or every day keep looking at your mobile, all these formulas, so that you memorize it. Now, the first one is the cost variance. Cost variance formula is earned value minus actual cost. CV, EV, earned value I explained you, that is the actual percentage of the cost minus
percentage of work complete.
Yeah, completed. So here the EB minus AC, that means negative is over budget, positive is under budget. That means, let's say one example, your earned value is $1,000. Your actual cost is $1,200. That means minus $200, it is over your budget. Suppose your earned value is $1,000 and you have spent only $800. That means it is a positive. That means it is under the budget. Correct? Am I right?
Sure.
Similar way, for the schedule variance, SV is EV minus PV. Okay, earned value minus planned value. Here again, the similar way, negative is behind schedule, positive is ahead of schedule. So I hope you need to memorize it. CV is EV minus AC, SV is EV minus PV. Okay, clear so far? Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what is the index? Cost performance index, schedule performance index. Why it is important? I tell you, for example, your company is running 5 projects, let's say, in fact, and your managing director or the owner of the company, he wants to know how the each project is performing. Okay. Let's say you give a figure of all the 5 projects, one project of minus $1 million, another project of minus 300,000, another project, $400,000. Like that, if you give, do you think he can make any sense out of it? Do you think he can come to know which product is doing well, which product is not doing well? Is it possible to do that? It is difficult, am I right?
No, yeah.
Each project may have a different funding altogether. Each project may have a different budget altogether. One project may have $10 million. When they have $10 million, let us say there is a cost variance of 500, for example, about $50,000. It doesn't make any sense that, for him to understand, it will be very, very difficult for him to understand that, am I right? But if you have the 5 projects, the indexes, the cost performance index, it is here you are minusing the variance. For the index, you are dividing it. EV by AC, it will give you performance index. Similar way, SPI, EV divided by PV, it will give you schedule performance index. So when you give the ratios of all these 5 projects, one is 1.2, another is 1.3, then he notes that which project is doing well. Correct? Am I right?
Yeah.
So this is very, very important. Cost performance index, that is worth of work got out of every $1 spent. If it is greater, that means the performance is good. If it is less than 1, that means the project is not doing well. Similar way in this schedule performance, if it is greater, that means you are ahead of the schedule. If it is less than 1, it is behind the schedule, in fact. All these 4 are clear now. Variance means your earned value, you're deducting it, the AC, schedule value EV minus PV, index is EV divided by AC, and here EV divided by PV, in fact. These 4 are very important. Okay, hope.
Okay, so now, the schedule variance, the EV and the PV, right? What is the unit there? It's like number of hours, or how does the schedule numbers look like?
I will tell you, I will explain to you that. For example, in the cost, it will be the actual cost of it. Correct?
Dollars.
Yeah, it will be always
it will be in dollars.
And here also, here it could be in terms of months, in fact. Again, you convert it into that months into the actual values. Okay. Here, earned value, let us say 4 months. Again, you are going to convert it into dollars. That 4 months, how much you should have progressed it, in fact, in terms of your resources, like that. You convert it into dollars again, in fact. Or it's a month. Now, for example, it's 100 days, it was earned value. 120 days, your planned value. Against, you have done only 120 days of work against a planned value of 120 days work. That means your earned value is 100, planned value is 120. That means it's minus 20 days. That means it is behind the schedule. You got it, in fact. That's how you calculate it.
Okay. All right.
In terms of months, let's say 3 months, you should have done so much of work, but you have done only 2.5 months work, in fact. And you calculate 3 months, 90 days minus by 75 days. That means 15 days is minus. That means it is behind your schedule. So this is the earned value. This is the earned value for schedule, and this is the earned value divided by AC will give the index, and earned value divided by PV, it will give a schedule performance index. These 4 things I hope is clear. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now comes you are asking me the important question of estimated completion. Okay. Now for this there are 4 formulas are there. Estimated completion. So the first one is, if the work performed at the current CPI, that means if we are doing the work according to the present cost performance index, then your formula is BAC divided by CPI. That is budget at completion divided by cost performance index. This is the formula you need to use if it is going through the CPI. That is the current cost performance index. Okay. You got it? Now the second formula is, if the rest of the project at the budgeted rate. For that formula, your actual cost, that means presently something has gone wrong, but you have corrected it, and you are sure that the rest of the project is going as per the budgeted rate. That means you calculate actual cost plus BAC, that is budgeted completion, minus the earned value. So that is the rest of the project at the budgeted rate. Now the third formula is, suppose you have to factor both CPI and SPI, that is the cost performance index and the schedule performance index. That means AC plus VAC minus EV divided by CPI multiplied by SPI. That is, you need to factor both your CPI and SPI. There will be some examples. You will understand better when you do that. But for the time being, you try to understand the context. In which context you need to use which formula. That's very important. Got it, Thiru, in fact. Okay. And if the project is going out of hands, you have lost total control on the project, then what you do is that you recalculate the whole thing. For that, the actual cost plus estimate to complete. This is the formula where you have to re-evaluate based on the forecast value of ATC. That means the project is not going as per your budgeted amount. So there is a lot of difference, there is a lot of variations. Then what you do is you take the actual cost you have spent as on day, plus you will take the estimate to complete. That formula is here below, and you add that. That will give you the re-evaluated based on the forecast. I hope this. So in the EAC, when they ask you the questions, they will give you that, if the project is going as per the performed on the current CPI, that hint, you should get, and you should use this formula. And if they ask you that the rest of the project is going at the budgeted rate, immediately you should use this AC plus BAC minus EV. So that's the reason I'm telling you that you need to memorize these contacts, these formulas, which one to use at what stage, at what level. Now, estimate to complete is a formula EAC minus AC. That is estimated complete. You take one of these formulas number based on the situation, and minus AC will give you the ETC. That is the amount of the project would cost with the current date to the end of the project. ETC.
Yeah, it's feeding on itself now, right? So if you see the last option for the EAC, AC plus ETC is the formula.
Correct.
But to calculate ETC, you again need an EAC minus AC here.
Yeah, absolutely.
How do you circle around?
Sorry, I didn't.
Okay, you have EAC as EAC plus ETC, right? The re-evaluated based on forecast for ETC.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
So it's based on forecast value for ETC.
ETC.
Okay.
So,
But to forecast that value for ETC, the formula is EAC minus AC, right?
Correct. Yeah. Absolutely.
In the next row.
Yeah. So EAC.
So how do you calculate the EAC?
No, EAC, for example, in this scenario, you would have taken probably, when you have to answer, you need not take into the last point, in fact. They would have given the other three scenarios. Based on that, you need to calculate the ETC. You understand?
Okay.
So,
no,
the ETC, suppose when they give you this information of the four scenarios, in the question, they would have given you the ETC, supposed to complete that. So it's easy to calculate that. Okay. But estimate to complete ETC, then you need to use the formula of EAC minus AC.
Okay. So these formulas are independent.
All are absolutely right. In the different scenarios, on different contexts, you need to use those formulas.
Okay.
But for that, basic things, you must be very familiar. What is EV? What is AC? What is PV? What is CPI? What is SPI? Those formulas, you should be in your figure of tips. That's very important. And these four, BAC divided by CPI when the work performed on the current CPI, AC plus BAC minus EV, rest of the project budgeted rate, all those the context, which formula you need to use, you need to remember that. We will do that. I'm sure when you do some exercise in the following slides, you will get, you'll be very, very thorough about that. I'll ensure that it happens. Okay, that's now estimate to complete EAC minus AC, and variance at completion, it is a VAC is your back minus EAC. That is what is the budget at completion minus EAC. That will give you the variance at completion. The last one, to complete the performance index, TCPI. Here, there are two formulas you need to use. One is BAC minus EV divided by BAC minus AC. It is if you are managing as per the budget. That means your BAC minus EV minus BAC minus AV divided by that is if you are doing as per the budget, work performed at the current CPI, that is the formula you need to use. Now, for example, if you are doing at the EAC level, then you need to use BAC minus EV divided by, instead of BAC, you EAC minus AC. That's all the difference. If it is as per the budget, use back. If it is not as per the budget, but if it is as per the EAC, then you use EAC minus EAC. Got it, Thiru? That's only the difference.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Sure.
Take a picture of this, write down 1 or 2 times, and write down the context also. You will, I'm sure you'll be able to understand that. You'll be able to memorize it.
Sure.
Any question on this? Any other clarifications on this so far?
No. Go ahead.
Okay. These acronyms are very clear for you. CV, ESV, CPI, SPI, and all those things. I'm sure you are very clear about.
Yeah.
Great. Now, here was actually the EAC is AC plus bottom-up ETC. So the formula uses when the original estimation is fundamentally flawed, it calculates the actual plus new estimate for the remaining work. That is the AC plus bottom-up. EAC is equal to BAC divided by cumulative CPI, as explained. When the original estimation is met without any deviation, it signifies that your project is going well. You are maintaining a CPA and SPA as one, and you should continue to the project in the same way. And EAC, AC plus BAC minus EV, here this formula uses when the current deviation with the original estimation is thought to be different at the future. In the future, it is generally the AC plus the remaining value of the work to perform. And EAC, the another set of AC plus BAC minus EV, cumulative CPA and SPA as explained, used when the calculate actual to date plus the remaining budget change based on the performance. It's used when we believe that the current ratio is typical as planned. These are all the various scenarios which I explained. Now, okay, now here comes, I want you to calculate this. Okay, let's see. Your current project is $800,000. 2 teams of programmers that will work for 6 months at a total of 10,000 hours. According to the project schedule, your team should be done with 38% of the work. You find that the project is currently 40% complete. You have spent 50% of the budget so far. So calculate these numbers. What is back? What is AC? What is SV, SPI, PV, EV, CV, and CPI? You can take about 5-10 minutes, and I want to do this.
Okay.
Yeah. So what is back here, Thiru? Back is?
That's back is 800 in this case, 800,000. That's one.
So you can put that figure. AC is also mentioned there. What is AC?
Actual cost probably is the 40%. Wait a second.
No. AC is actual cost.
Yeah, that's. Oh, you spent 50% of the budget so far. That's 400,000. That's AC.
Yeah, straightforward. Very good. What is the planned value? PV.
Yes. Oh, okay. Planned value is for 40% complete is 800,000 times 40%.
No. Planned value, is it 40% or 38%?
Oh, yeah, 38%. It should be done with 38% of work. Okay.
Correct. So that's the planned value. And
so 38% of that 800,000, that's the value?
Absolutely. Correct. Yeah. So what is that? How much it will come? You can fill it up.
800.
38% of $800,000.
That's 304,400. 304,000.
Okay, good. And what is the earned value?
Earned value. Okay. of earned value.
Your planned value is 38% of the work. Your earned value is you have completed 40% of the work, correct?
40%. So the 2% difference is the earned value.
Earned value is 40% you completed, not 2% difference. You take the 40% of your back.
Okay.
Right. So that means $320,000, correct?
Okay.
So you put you have all the information now. You have the back, you have AC, you got PV and you have EV. What is the formula for SV? Can you remember SV?
SV, one second.
You wanted to take your lunch break, am I right? Sorry for that.
No. Yeah, that's we can do that in an hour.
Okay. Okay. No. You tell me whenever you want, so we'll break at that time. Okay.
Okay. Right.
So, what's your what is SV? What is the formula? Can you remember?
Nope.
Okay. SV is earned value minus planned value.
Oh, okay. Right.
So SV is EV minus PV. Correct?
Okay.
You write it down. What is CV? Can you remember? It is EV minus AC. That is CV, cost variance. Cost variance is earned value minus actual cost. Correct?
Okay. Right.
So now you calculate what is the SV and what is CV and what is SPI. What is the formula? It is earned value divided by planned value. And CPI is earned value divided by actual cost. Correct? Am I right?
Okay.
Yeah. Now you calculate. Can you calculate all the numbers possible?
So, I'm actually starting to note down in a piece of paper.
Okay. Take your own time. No problem.
Okay.
Because I want you to get a hang of this. This is very important.
So we said the actual cost is 400,000.
Yeah, 50% complete. That means you have spent 50% of the budget so far. That is your actual cost. Correct? That is 400,000. Yeah.
Okay. And, yeah. Minus AC. Earned value is 40% of that.
That is $320,000.
Okay, 320. So SP would be EV minus AC. That's 320 minus AC.
What's the formula you said? SV? SV, what's the formula?
EV minus AC, right?
No.
Oh, sorry. EV minus PV.
PV, yeah. CV is EV minus AC.
Okay. And value is only 38% of that, right? So equal to 304. Is PV 304 correct, right? That's the 38% of that?
Yeah, that's right, yes. Okay. And EV is $320,000, correct?
Yeah.
AC is $400,000. You have all the information. Now SV is EV minus PV. That is, EV is $400,000. Sorry, $320,000 minus $304.
16 now.
Okay. CV 16,000. Yeah. CV is EB minus?
AC.
Yeah. And your EB is $320,000 minus AC is $400,000. That means how much? It is minus $80,000, right?
Okay, all right.
Correct. And what is CPI? What is the formula?
EV divided by AC.
SPI. No, not EV divided by AC.
No. Yeah. So SPI is EV divided by PV. Right?
Yeah. You see, in SV, what you do is you EV minus PV. In SPI, EV divided by PV. That's all the difference. Okay.
Okay.
Same way in CV, EV minus AC. For a CPI, EV divided by AC.
So it's 1.05 is the index.
Okay. And CPI?
CPI, it's EV divided by AC. Okay, it's 0.8.
0.8. Okay. Now, you have all the information now, all these things you have calculated. What is SV, what is CV, what is SPI, CPM, right? Now, so check all the following and apply. What is the project is ahead schedule, or the project is behind schedule, or the project is over budget, or the project is under budget? As I told you, if it's a greater than 1, it is, that means it's ahead.
It's ahead. CPI cost-wise, it's over budget.
Over budget,
and
correct.
Schedule-wise, it's under budget.
It is ahead the schedule, am I right? Schedule-wise.
Ahead of the schedule.
Ahead schedule. Yeah. Okay. So you have all the information. Now let's compare in the next slide. Okay, correct? So see your calculation. Is it right? Your PV is right. 38% of 800,000 is 304. Your earned value is 40%. That means $320,000. Correct? Am I right? And your SV is $320,000 minus 304. You are right. $16,000 plus. Your CV minus $80,000. Your SPI is 1.05. That's the figure you got. Correct?
Yep.
And CPI,
1.052.
and CPI is 0.8 you got, am I right? And you are absolutely right. The project is ahead schedule and the project is over budget. And you should find way to cut cost, am I right? Because you are overspending.
Okay.
Got it? Very easy, am I right? Very simple?
Yeah.
Correct, no? So this is how the examination, some questions will be there. So what is the important thing? You to remember the formulas, correct? So that should be on your top of your mind. That's why I keep telling that you must practice.
Mug it up
and memorize it, so that within 5 minutes you should be able to write all the formulas. There will be about 18 to 20 formulas. All the formulas within 5 minutes you should write without looking at in a piece of paper. That's how you should you should do it by the time you take the examination. So every day, that's what I used to do. What I used to do in about 30 days time, every day I used to write it twice. In fact. So I was able to write all these formula in about 5 to 6 minutes before I start answering the questions. In fact. So as soon as you go to the examination hall, first thing is ask for a paper, a pencil they will provide you. And I told you they will also give a calculator if you want. And write down all this formula and keep it in front of you. Because these questions can come anytime. It could be the first question, it could be 10th question, or it could be 15th question. So as soon as the question comes, you will look at the formula, understand in what context they're asking that question. So that you should be able to answer this question in about 15-20 seconds time. You should not take more than that. You should be so perfect.
Oh, for all these four values, only 15 seconds?
No, different question, because they will give you options, for example. They will not ask you to, for example, in the examination, They will not ask you to calculate all these things. In fact, they might give you one thing. What is the CPI? If it is, for example, they might ask you that if it's 0.8, the project you are doing, then they'll give you option. Is it over budget or is it under budget? Like that, they will give that option. So the moment you look at 0.08, that means the project is over budget and the project is ahead of schedule. So they may give you these two variants. In fact, they may not give you time to calculate all these things. Yeah, all those information would have been given there, but you need to answer it looking at what they're asking and what scenario they're asking.
Okay.
It's like that. Okay. Clear? Any questions on this? Any doubts or any clarification?
No, that's good.
There will be some more questions. So know that when you do all those things, probably you will become much more confident. Let's see. But okay.
Sure. I had that formula. I had to keep looking at my cell phone to find it.
Yeah. Okay. I want you to take this. You have the the mobile phone camera. So that I want you to, in a break period, probably I want you to look at this thing. Is it possible to note it down? Possible?
Yeah, I'm taking a picture now.
Yeah, you kindly take a picture. Please calculate what is the EAC, what is ETC, what is VAC, and the project will be over budget or the project is within the budget. Probably in the break, I want to do it after your lunch so that when we meet again, I want you to give me that answer. Okay, just take a picture of this. Okay, come.
Okay, I did take.
Okay, great. All those things are clear. Everything is okay.
Yeah.
Now here is one thing. Yeah, come. Another important thing. How much time you have for your lunch? You would like to finish it and come, or we can carry on for some more time?
We can do another 12 minutes. That makes it 1:30 here.
Oh,
so
okay.
I'll do that.
Excellent. You just let me know. This is one thing I want to do. Let's see. But okay. Here is a software development project has 4 phases. Each phase takes a month to complete and is estimated to cost $10,000 per phase. So please understand there are 4 phases. Each phase costs $10,000. The phases are planned to be completed one after the other. Given the project status at the end of 3 months, calculate the CV, SV, CPI, and SPI. Okay, this is the thing in fact. So at the end of 3 months, we are analyzing it. So what is the CV, what is SV, CPI, and SPI?
Okay. I am CV equals to EV minus AC. At the end of 3 months only, right?
Yeah.
You're calculating?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
So first calculate what is planned value, what is the earned value, please calculate. Once you have that information, then you can easily calculate the cost variance and the schedule variance. So what is the planned value here?
For 3 months,
yeah,
are the whole for 3 months 30,000.
30,000 is your planned value, correct? Okay. What is your earned value?
50% done. Spent 9,000. Okay. Earned value of 3 months includes the 10,000 and 12,000 above in the.
No, 12,000 is your actual cost at the end of 2nd month or 3rd month.
Okay.
That's how you spend. So what's your earned value? Earned value, they said that at the end of 3rd month, it is 50% done. Correct? Am I right? That's what the information. So what?
Okay. All right.
So what is your earned value?
Is 15,000.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. So, earned value is 2 months completed and 3rd month 50% done. That means your earned value is.
Oh, okay.
2.5. That's right. $25,000 should be your earned value. Correct? You're right.
Yeah.
So planned value is $30,000, earned value is $25,000, and actual spent, they are given the figure. What is the actual spent? 3 months?
Actual cost is 31,000.
31,000, correct, absolutely right. So AC is 31,000, earned value is 25,000, planned value is 30,000. Now can you calculate what is cost variance, schedule variance, CPA and SPI?
Cost variance is, okay, CV and then SV and then CPI. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. The SPV is 6,000 minus 6,000. SV is minus 5,000, and CPI is 0.8, and SPA is 0.83.
Good. Great. Okay. Let's compare with the answers. Okay. Yeah. You said planned value is 30,000, earned value is 25,000, correct? Your actual cost is 31,000, correct? What is the CV you said? Minus 6,000, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
That means the project is over budget. That is the interpretation, correct? And SV is minus 5,000. That means the project is behind schedule, correct? And CPI is 0.8. That means works got over every 0.8 is dollar spent. And SPI is 0.83. That means it is behind the schedule, correct?
Yeah.
It's behind the schedule and over the budget. Over the budget by 6,000, behind the budget by 5,000 or 0.83. You got it? Congratulations, you answered it correctly. Very nice.
Good.
I hope you got
So it's using schedule, which is like a time, but the dollar figures being used to calculate.
It's always because ultimately, you are going to calculate in the dollars, but you are converting that into dollars. That's
right. Okay. All
right. Any other questions? Or you have any other doubts?
So it looks like I have to keep the the EV, AC, CV values first lined up together.
Absolutely right.
Or PV, EV.
Yeah, it should be in your fingertips. That's correct.
Okay, all right.
It's very, very important. Now, your question is valid that, when you do the schedule thing, how we to convert, because ultimately it's the cost, in fact. You are converting it to the cost into dollars, and that's how you're looking at the earned value management.
Okay.
Can we go ahead? I think now you got I think 70 to 80% of idea, am I right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and once you do that a few more calculations, then you will probably will become an expert in that. I'm sure about it. Right.
Sure.
You're quite fast. I'm so happy that many others who will take a lot of time to understand and all those things, but you are quite good enough to understand these various formulas. That's good.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Now here is one. Some questions. Your favorite? You want to take a break now, or okay?
How many questions are there?
I think 4.
Okay, I think we'll finish the questions and then I can take a break. I'm just going to grab another piece of paper. I don't have any white piece of papers in the place here, so I'm searching around.
Here you may not require. It's okay, no problem. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, all right.
Here is one. The finance department requires that you keep them updated on the cost being spent on the capital project you are leading. You are required to submit a funding plan and monthly forecast are necessary so that any changes to the funding plan can be requested in advance and evaluated. Exceeding the budget limit is unacceptable as it will impact the stock value. You have successfully implemented processes and practices to anticipate funding changes, and you evaluate them to minimize problems and to increase the efficient use of funds. You have employed a variety of reporting and analysis techniques to meet the finance department requirement. One of them is EAC, which is a periodic evaluation of what? EAC is the cost of work completed or the value of work completed or the anticipated total cost of project completion. and what it will cost to finish the project. Which is the right answer? EAC.
EAC is estimated actual cost at the end of the project, right?
Yeah. Estimated, absolutely right. It's the anticipated total cost of the project completion.
Yeah.
And let's see. This is another thing. It's basically your mind calculation. Now, if your earned value EV is 350, your actual cost is AC is 400, and planned value is PV is 325. What is the cost variance? CV.
Okay. CV
350, 75, 400, or 50. What is it? CV formula?
EV minus AC. EV minus AC is CV, right?
Yeah.
350 minus AC minus 50, the D.
D is the correct answer. You're absolutely right. So this is how the questions will be there, in fact. So I'm sure it will not take more than 5 seconds or 10 seconds to answer this question. Correct? Am I right?
Yeah. Once I memorize the formula.
Memorize it. That's I keep telling you that, please memorize the formula. That's important. So you're both answers. You're right. Estimation of completion. ETC is estimate to complete. EAC means the estimate at completion. And this formula, you're right. Good. Another question. During which project management process groups are budget forecasts created? Is it monitoring and controlling, planning, initiating, or executing?
It's in the
budget forecast created.
Forecast.
Yeah.
Okay. I think planning stage.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Okay. Which type of cost is the team training? Is it direct cost, in-pay, or indirect, or fixed? This is a little tricky, but let's see how you answer.
Yeah. What is the NPV? What's the word?
That is a net present value. Remember yesterday I explained to you that net present value. Yesterday.
Okay, I have to remember again. I see it again to remember. Okay.
Yeah, measurement technique. NPV, planned value, IRR, internal rate of return, net present value. You remember yesterday I explained you. Return on investment.
Okay. All right. I have to remember. Yeah. I would say for the answer, it's an indirect cost.
Indirect cost?
Indirect, the C.
Okay. Project setup cost are an example of what? Project setup cost.
Okay. It's, I believe, let's say overhead. I would say C again, overhead costs.
Overhead cost, setup cost?
Overhead.
Okay. Probably there is some. Let's look at it. The quality efforts of the project have gone through some changes during the first 4 months of the project, but 2 processes in particular have undergone extensive change. The customer is happy with the work to date, but has heard that the competition is working on a similar product. The team has been asked to analyze and create options for the customer. Value analysis is performed to get more value from the cost analysis, management to buy into the project, or the team to buy into the project, or a less costly way of doing the same work. Value analysis.
Okay.
Probably the key word here, the customer is happy with the work today, but has heard that the competition is working on a similar product. That is the key thing. And the team has been asked to analyze and create options for the customer.
Well, I would say either A or D.
Yeah.
Pretty similar value out.
Absolutely.
I think A.
A or D, am I right? 2 options here given.
Yeah.
Okay, the first one is planning. You said B. The second one you said indirect. And the third one is overhead. I think these 2 probably, let's look at it. But I think there must be some issues. You're absolutely right. Budget forecast are an output of control cost, which is a part of monitoring and controlling. It is.
Wait a second. So I was saying planning though.
Yeah.
So
it is actually comes under budget forecast is monitoring and controlling, because forecast you do after you make some analysis, am I right? The forecasting.
Sure. Yeah.
So during the control cost, only you do the various analysis and all those things, then. The second question is that it is always, you are training the team and skills required the project, the cost is directly related. It's not indirect cost, it's a direct cost. So all related, they are direct cost. The third one is the B. It's a setup cost do not change because it's a fixed cost actually. The third one is because you are investing for the project, so it is fixed. And the fourth one is the D, because the customer feels that the competitors is already doing that. So what the value analysis seeks to decrease the cost while maintaining the same scope. So you look at that, how you can increase the value of that. That's how you look at it. A less costly way of doing the same work. So the here monitoring and control is the right answer, and direct cost and fixed cost and the lesser cost.
Okay. So
yeah. Have a lunch.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Have a lunch break for about 15 minutes. Take your lunch, and then probably I want you to go through that. How long during that you take time to answer that question? Probably about 15-20 minutes should be fine.
To answer which one? Oh, okay. The screenshot you mentioned. Okay. Yeah. All right. 15-20 minutes. So 15 minutes for lunch and another 15 minutes for something like that.
Yeah, something like that. I log in at the end of 15 minutes. The once you are ready, you can just start it. Okay? That's it.
Okay. Well, you can log in after. Whenever you'd like to log in. That's fine.
Okay, no problem. Okay, I'll be on the line. Okay, okay, fine.
Okay. All right.
Take a break.
Okay. All right. Bye. PIN number.
Okay.
After dialing the phone number, it didn't appear anywhere on the window, so I had to get out of the Zoom and then get back in. Anyway, I did the calculation. The EAC.
Yeah.
EAC is BAC divided by CPI, which is 4,800,000.
Excellent.
That's the answer.
Very good.
ETC is 3,150,000.
Excellent. Correct. That is ETC formula. What's the formula you've taken?
EAC minus AC.
Yeah. Very good. Very good. Excellent. Good. And what is the VAC? VAC?
BAC minus EAC, which is minus 600,000.
Excellent. Very good. In fact, so
that will be over budget by that much. That's
over budget.
Answer.
And how much will be the budget be over? It is minus?
That's the same, minus 600,000.
600,000. Very good. Excellent. In fact, good. Congratulations. You really sorted out well. You were able to get the formula correct for that? Am I right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. In fact, okay. Good. Congratulations. That was the right answers. In fact, okay, great.
Okay. All right.
We'll quickly go through one more thing. Of course, the answers are already given, but let's try to understand. The project cost, BAC is 40,000 and EAC is 30,000 and EV is 17,000. AC is 15,000. So what is the BAC based TCPI? TCPI, as I explained, it is to complete the performance index, TCPI. So here they are given the BAC information, EV is there, BAC is AC is there. So BAC based TCPI, I told you, there are two formulas. One is the EAC based, another is the BAC based. Since they have mentioned it here as a BAC based, so you need to use $40,000 minus $17,000, that is the EV, divided by BAC 40,000 minus 15,000 is the AC. So that is 0.92. So this is the BAC based formula you need to use. Because the examination also, they would have given that hint, whether it is a BAC based or the EAC based. What is important, you need to remember the right formula. What is for BAC formula and what is the EAC formula. And the interpretation in the TCPI is always lesser than 1 is that it is under budget, in fact. That means the index number is under, so no need to tighten the belt here. That means you are spending less than what you are supposed to spend. So it is under the budget. So you kindly remember TCPI greater than 1 is over the budget, and TCPI below 1 is under the budget. Now there's one more formula they're given. BAC is 100,000, EAC is 107,000, EV is $68,000, AC is $70,000. So what is the EAC based TCPI? So again, everything is except that in the below, you multiply or you divide it by EAC minus AC here. So 100,000 minus 68,000 divided by 107,000 minus 70,000, that gives 0.86. That means again the project should have no trouble hitting the budgeted because you are spending less than what you budgeted. You got it, Thiru, these two things?
Okay. Earlier it was 1 or better is better or 1?
No. In the other things, for example, in CPI and SPI, greater than 1 is greater than 1 means is under the budget. Okay. In CPI and SPI. But in TCPI, it should be always lesser than 1. If the greater than 1, that means you are overspending in TCPI. Because here, the formula you are calculating is to complete the performance index. Where on a BAC based on the EAC based. So in TCPI, please do remember, it should be always lesser than 1 is under the budget.
Okay.
Yeah, in CPI, it is greater than 1 means, lesser than 1 means is over the budget. That's only the difference. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, and one more question is there. BAC is $20,000, EAC is $20,000, AC is $15,000, and the project is 75% complete. So what is the EAC based TCPI? So here you need to calculate. It's a bit tricky question. So, but accordingly you need to calculate what is the EAC based TCPI. So for that you need to calculate first EV. EV is what? It is 0.75 multiplied by $20,000 is your EAC. Correct? Am I right? EV is 20,000 multiplied by 75. So that you get EV. Once you have the EV, so BAC minus EV divided by EAC minus AC. So that will give you 20,000 minus 15,000, 20,000 minus 15,000. So sometimes, they will give one information and other two information you need to calculate. Or other information is like that.
Okay.
So, the questions, sometimes they will trick it in such a way that, some confusion will be there. But if you know the formulas well, then, it will be easy. Whichever way you can always calculate it.
Okay.
Yeah, clear? You got it? No, that's right.
Sure. Yeah.
Great. Normally, in this thing, they would have given you the EV, in fact, and they would ask you to calculate, for example, either BAC. But here they're given the BAC and they have given you the 75% complete. So you need to calculate. So the EV is budget BAC multiplied by the percentage of completion. Correct? Okay. So I hope you got it right. Okay, good.
Sure.
So any questions on the cost management? Interesting, Thiru, all these things?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Quite interesting, am I right? Once again, I would request you to memorize all these formulas, all the various context scenarios, so that you can immediately find out. Like what you have done is absolutely right. You were very fast. You calculated that EAC, ETC, all those things. So good, great. Okay. So that ends the cost management. Okay. Now we'll get into one more knowledge area, that is the quality management. For any project, the quality is always at the center of the project. Am I right? Because unless the customer quality is defined as whatever the customer expectation, you need to satisfy that. That's very important. Am I right? That's the quality.
1 second. The knowledge areas, you mentioned 10 knowledge areas, right?
Total? Yeah, that's right. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then 49 what?
49 processes.
Okay. And then 5
process groups.
Okay, process groups. Okay.
Okay. 5 process groups, 5 fingers. Both hands, 10 fingers is your knowledge area. 49 processes is your telephone number 7664, 363, and 734.
Okay.
Got it?
Okay.
Right? Yeah. Okay. So the quality is the digit number what? 7664. We are in 3. Am I right? So there are 3 processes in quality, in fact. So plan quality management. Here, plan quality comes under planning process group, and you got manage quality comes under executive process group, and monitoring and control quality comes under monitoring control group, in fact. So all 3 process groups, the quality is there: the planning, execute, as well as the monitoring and controlling. In your company, who handles quality? Through you have a quality manager or?
Yeah, there's a quality manager and quality group.
Quality group, in fact, how many of them are there in your company?
No, they're spread out in multiple areas, multiple buildings.
Multiple locations?
Multiple locations. Yeah, locations and buildings. Each location has 1 or 2 buildings separately. So there's a group handling that.
And how frequently do they come and do the audit or the checks of quality?
Quality of auditing is obviously once in 6 months they do, and once a year with third party.
Okay. No, for your project, which is going to last for 7 months, for example, and how frequently they do come and what stages they come and check?
I think there was 1 initial meeting. That's all.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's already documented.
Okay. And at the end, once the project is over, they come and do the checking, auditing.
Yeah, they will check the documentation and stuff.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's how it's being done. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And they report to you for the project manager, or they don't?
No. I'm technically lead. Actually, product manager also doesn't get reports from them directly. It's a parallel.
Oh, it's a parallel thing. Okay. They report to the quality head.
Head, yeah, something like that.
Oh, it's like that. Okay. So basically, since you mentioned it's a functional organization, so that's why each functions will be headed by their respective. Am I right? No, that's how it's being done.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right. Okay. One more thing I wanted to ask you that before the quality, are you familiar with the matrix organization, projectized organization, functional organization? I'm sure you are very clear. Matrix organization, weak matrix, strong matrix, projectized. Are you clear about those concepts, some of those things?
Not exactly clear, but I knew some differences of matrix organization. So, okay. Yeah, some familiar. I didn't refer to it again conceptually in theory, but we do some mixed matrix too, but across the projects. One, like reallocating resource, but I'll have to see the structures again.
Basically, just to explain at a broader level, there are various types of organization. One is the functional organization. You are very, very clear about that because you are also working for a functional organization. In fact, I worked throughout my career in functional organization. In functional organization, you've got different functional heads. For example, HR will have a functional head, or IT will have a functional head. Sales and marketing, for example, I was the functional head for the sales and marketing in the company, Amrithanjan. And the supply chain, probably there's another function. They will have the respective functional heads. And all these functional heads will have their own teams there. In fact, all human resources, they report to the HR manager. Whatever the designation you may call them vice president HR or general manager HR, but they're the functional heads. Like IT, all IT people will report to the IT head. All the sales and marketing, for example, they used to report to me, in fact, as I was a functional head. And we have a supply chain head, they all report to supply chain head. It's a functional organization. Now, under these functions, suppose when I wanted to do a project in sales and marketing, suppose I need some resources, I had to negotiate with the functional managers of IT. I had to request a person. For finance, I had to request a person. For HR, I had to request a person. So I had to negotiate or I had to request. So as long as this project is over, they delegate them here. And once the project is over, they will go back to the respective things. This is a functional organization. Metrics organization, there are two types of metrics or three types. One is the weak metrics, balanced metrics, and the strong metrics. Weak metrics, what happens, in fact, the role or the power of functional manager and the project manager in a weak matrix, the functional managers will have better say than the project manager. And that's a weak matrix organization. So here, the project manager will not have much authority in the weak matrix organization. In a balanced metric organization, the functional manager and the project manager will have equal powers. Only difference is for all the appraisal and other things, they report to their functional manager. They got a say in there. Functional heads will do the appraisal for them. In a strong matrix, it is like a projectized organization. Strong matrix is the project manager will have full authority or full power over the resources. So it's like a projectized thing. So once in projectized environment, what happens when the project is over? Either they will get disbanded or they will go back to the respective functions. So I just wanted to remember these concepts. It's very important. What in examination they might ask you the question is, in a weak matrix, what is the level of power the project manager will be having? In a strong matrix, what is the power? Something like that, you need to know that power or what authority the project manager will have in various metrics organization. Now, one question might come in that, so I thought let me brief you about it.
Okay.
It's clear.
Sure.
It's like that.
Yeah, the weak matrix is a little fuzzy there, but full matrix, I worked with one company which had the project-based.
Correct. Yeah. Yeah, right. Weak matrix, I know it's always fuzzy, in fact, where the project manager will have a very limited role and with limited power, in fact, because the functional managers will be boss there. So it's very, very tough sometimes for the project managers to negotiate for the resources and get things done.
Yeah,
that's right. But this is how most of the organization classified, either functional or weak metrics, or the strong metrics, the balanced metrics, or the projectized. If you know, that should be fine. Now, in the project quality management, probably we look at the deliverables, verified deliverables, accepted deliverables, and that's how the flow goes. The direct and managed project work, once you do this, the executive thing, then the deliverables, that will go to the quality control quality, or process through control quality, it will become the verified deliverables. And once it passes through, then validate scope. Once you validate, it will become accepted deliverables. And that is the closed project. This is how the quality, flow goes. Here, I explained to you very clearly the difference between the verification and the validation. That's very important. Once again, we'll try to visit it. So here, if you look at it here, once the validate scope, if it is non-accepted, then again it will go through the change request. The change request will go through the perform integrated change control. And once it goes, it will become the approved change request. And again, it will go for the direct and managed project work. This is how the flow goes. If the deliverables are accepted, then what happens? It will not go there. It will become the accepted deliveries, and you will close the project and the customer. This is how in the quality knowledge area, the process goes through. In fact, okay. So project quality management, like any other planning, here you look at the project quality management includes the process of incorporating the organization quality policy. Every organization will have some quality policies. I'm sure in your organization also you must be having a specific quality policy, am I right? You have a metrics for that, you have a policy for that you have. So it's basically regarding planning, managing, and controlling the project and product quality requirements in order to meet the stakeholders' objective. Ultimate goal of any quality is it has to meet the customer objective, am I right? That's the most important. Whatever the customer has asked, whatever the specification is asked, or whatever the requirements he has asked, you have to ensure that that quality is delivered to the customer. That's important. So in order to meet the stakeholders' objective, project quality management also supports continuous process improvement activity as undertaken on behalf of the performing organization. Because the quality, it has to be continuously improved. So that's what the quality management supports. So here there are three processes. One is the plan quality management, manage quality, and control quality. Here in the plan manage quality, in fact, the common tools and techniques, you have expert judgment, data gathering, data analysis, and you have decision making, data representation, the test and inspection planning, and the meeting. These are all some of the common tools and techniques. What outputs you get out of this is the quality management plan and quality metrics. How do you measure, in fact, the various quality metrics you get, the project management plan, and the project documents updates. In the managed quality, in the second process, the basic inputs are project management plan, project documents, organization process assets. These are all the common inputs. Here, audits is one thing. You are just mentioning, Thiru, that most of the time, most of the organization have the audit. It could be a third-party audit, or it could be internal audit. In your organization, you said third-party, am I right? You outsource the audit team.
Yeah, but based on sometimes customers request to have.
Okay, okay, that's how.
Yeah.
And design for X, you heard about that concept, design for X?
Design for excellence.
Yeah, design for excellence. Yeah. Absolutely right. I think you are familiar with that, am I right? That means the quality should be so good that it can be used in any application. It can be good for manufacturing. It can be excellent for bringing cost control. So it's all designed for excellence based on the requirement. In fact, that's the design for excellence. Then the problem solving, of course, that problem solving, first you have to define the problem. You have to find out the root cause of the problem. Then you find the possible solutions and select the best solution for that. That's how any problems gets addressed. You have to first define, for example, you go to a doctor with a stomach ache. What the doctor does, in fact, he tries to find out the root cause of your stomach ache, right? He will ask you, where did you eat? Did you eat the oily food? Did you eat it in any restaurant? All those diagnoses he made, then he gives the best solution for that. That's the problem solving techniques, which is very commonly used across the organizations. Then the quality management, quality improvement methods, we will look at it, how we can improve the quality, in fact, that's process. Then what you get out of this is the quality reports. Basically, and the test and evaluation documents, how the quality has been processed, how the quality has been evaluated, those documents you will get, then the change request and the project management plan analysis. The third one important thing is the control quality. Here, basically, as I showed you in the previous diagram, that approved change request and deliverables are two important outputs in the control quality. And work performance data and enterprise environmental factors these are all some of the important inputs. You get the tools and techniques are all the very, very common thing which already discussed. And what output you get is the quality control measurements and verified deliverables. Once again, we'll visit the difference between the validation and verification but to make it a little more clear about that. So the project quality management is basically a plan quality management is the process concerned with the quality that the work needs to have. Managed quality is concerned with the managing the quality processes throughout the project. And during the managed quality processes, quality requirements identified during the plan quality management process are turned into test and evaluation instruments, which are then applied during the control quality process to verify these quality requirements. So the control quality is concerned with comparing the work results with the quality requirements to ensure the result is acceptable. So monitoring control is always comparing with your quality baseline or what has been planned in the beginning against that, whether are we meeting that quality standards or quality requirements. So there are two outputs specific to the project quality management knowledge area that are used by other knowledge areas, verified deliverables and quality reports. These are two very important the documents that you generate out of this. So this is a little bit try to understand. Customer satisfaction, it's a conformance to the requirements and fit for use. That's very, very important. Whatever the product you deliver, first of all, it should meet the customer expectation. The second important, it should be fit to use. Am I right? It should be usable. Otherwise, what is the use of that quality if it's not going to be used, or it cannot be used in fact in the various applications? Then it has of no value. Am I right? So these two are very very important. Are you familiar with grade, the classification, grade and quality difference? What is grade and are you familiar with that, Thiru? Grade?
Yeah, it's the higher quality grade letters with the A, and then as the quality goes down, it goes to A, B, C, D, something like that.
Okay. Please carry on.
That's grading. That's the quality. How close to what's best or the best possible match to the requirement would be evaluated and then graded based on that.
Okay. Basically, the grade, a product can have different grades. Okay. It can be a low grade, it can be a high grade, or it can be a medium. Let's say, for example, a plastic pipe, a plastic tube. The plastic tube can have different characteristics. One, it can be a thin tube. One, it could be a thick tube. Am I right? But it will again serve the purpose. Again, it will serve the purpose of the tube. In fact, what you are expected, that will serve the purpose. But it may have a different grade. It can be a high grade product, or it can be a low grade product. But it will have those technical characteristics. So a low grade product will have, for example, the technical characteristics could be low. A high grade one could have a different technical characteristics, but it will serve the purpose of what is meant for as a tube, for example. Or you take a stainless steel plate, or you would have seen that different grades of gauges of the plates. Am I right? One will be very thick, one will be very thin. But even then, all those things will serve the purpose of, for example, you want to take food on the plate, you can eat it, in fact, whether it's a thin grade or a thick grade, isn't it? Correct? Am I right? So that is the grade. Grade can have different characteristics. But a product can be a high grade or a low grade product, but the quality cannot be a high quality or a low quality. Am I right? That cannot be accepted. You agree with me?
Okay.
It can be it can be a low grade quality, but the quality has to be a low grade product, but the quality should be a high grade always, in fact, or the quality should be as accepted by the customer, in fact. So the grade can have different technical characteristics. I hope that point is very clear about that.
Yeah, understand.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. What about precision and accuracy? Are you clear about the precision and accuracy?
Precision is generally a repeat measurement.
Yeah, correct.
In terms of so if you take a measuring instrument, for example, how accurate it measures the actual value is the accuracy. That's sort of a one time. But if you take number of parts, for example, machine parts coming up, they are repeatedly within the tolerance, for example, would mean they're called precision. It's precision machine work.
Correct. Yeah.
So something like that.
Yeah, you're right. You're correct. That's right. Here, for example, accuracy is the bullseye. Like that. Every time you're hitting it at the bullseye, that is accurate, in fact. Okay. That means you are close to the desired value. This is your desired value. You are hitting the bullseye every time. That means you are accurate. Correct? Precision is, suppose every time you are hitting here, you are here hitting here. So you may not be accurate, but you are precise. That means you mentioned it consistency, am I right? So you are precise. That means you are consistent. You may not be accurate, but you are precise, in fact. Just to give one more example, so let's say, in fact, my weight is 75 pounds. Okay, that's my weight is 80 pounds is my weight. So every time I stand on a weighing machine, if it shows 80 pounds, then that means it is close to the theoretic value, desired value, that is accurate. The weighing machine which I'm standing on, that is accurate. If it shows 80 pounds or 79.8 pounds or 80.1 pounds, it's close, it's a very accurate. Precision is, suppose every time I stand at the weighing machine, 5 times a measure, even though my weight is 80 pounds, the 5 times when I weigh it, if it shows 75.1, 75.2 or 70.3, even though it is not accurate, it is precise because the weighing machine is very precise, consistency in the data which is showing it. That is precise. Got it? No? I hope it's like
sure. Yeah.
So the accuracy is the correctness, that is, it is close to your theoretic value, whereas the precision is the measurement, how fine the outcome can be measured. That means the consistency, that is, every time you are hitting here, that means you are precise, even though you are not accurate. Many times your accuracy and precision might be same, but sometimes it need not be same also, in fact. So that's the difference between accuracy and precision. I hope these two you got it clear. In fact, I mean, grade,
sure.
The grade and the quality, the difference. Grade can have different technical characteristics, and the quality, of course, it has to be always higher quality, and it should meet the customer satisfaction. The grade of different technical characteristics, but still it can meet the purpose. That's what the grade, in fact. Hope it's clear.
You probably maximize the window.
Yeah, once I'll just
hit the escape key on the far left. Keyboard. That might
okay.
Minimize.
Yeah. So there are few more quality management concepts. One is the total quality management, TQM, an integrated management philosophy around quality and continuous improvement. These are all the Japanese. I think the Japanese is one who found out a lot of things on quality. I'm sure you've heard about that.
Heard of it. Yeah.
Kaizen, the change for better, a philosophy that looks for small and continuous improvement in a process. In fact, they look at that. The quality is that everything, you have to do it in a small and continuous improvement process. Deming cycle, Edward Deming is the founder of this. Plan, Do, Check, Act, PDCA, as a framework for process control and improvement. This is again the quality thing. PDCA, kindly do remember that Edward Deming is the one who founded this. And the last one is the Kanban. Are you familiar with the Kanban, Cass? I'm sure you must be using that.
Yeah, I have in the class.
Even in Six Sigma, probably you must have heard about that.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
Kanban. Kanban usually used in your supply chain management, just-in-time concept. That means on the assembly line, before you start the production, you get the required raw material or required things, in fact. So that will bring down your cost of inventory management. Am I right? All those things, the Kanban.
Yeah, instead of stockpiling ahead of time.
Absolutely right. Correct.
Instead of stockpiling ahead of time, they order and acquire just when they need it during the process.
It's a just-in-time concept. JIT, it's called, in fact. So these are all some of the quality management calls, the concepts. So
that originally started with Nissan or Toyota. Nissan or Toyota in Toyota, I think.
In fact, most of the Japanese companies, that's why start during 80s or 70s. That's how the quality management concepts came up, in fact. And Edward Deming, the Kanban, the Kaizen concepts, all those things were actually rooted through, because you remember that once upon a time, the Japan was leading even in automobile industry. I think they were the world leaders once upon a time. Then the Germans took over and US took over, in fact, like that. So, but they always give a lot of importance for quality. That's right. So 3 processes. Basically, first one is the plan quality management. As you mentioned here, the inputs are the same: project charter, project management plan, required management plan, risk management plan, stakeholders engagement plan. These 2 we will discuss in detail in the risk and the stakeholders management plan. We are familiar with the scope, the baseline, and the project documents. The requirement documentation, in fact, what all have been, what are the required documentation? That's another important input in the quality management plan. The requirement traceability metrics we discussed, and the stakeholders register. Here, the tools and techniques, the cost benefit analysis, which I explained you. In fact, you remember the cost benefit analysis in the benefit measurement things, right? PCR and CBR, NPV, internal rate of return, and all those things. That is another tools and technique. Cost of quality, we will discuss in detail in the following slide. That's very, very important, the cost of quality, because definitely you can expect 1 or 2 questions on the cost of quality. So we'll spend a little more time on that. Benchmarking and brainstorming and interviews, these are all of the familiar techniques. And here the data representation, it could be in a flow chart. Logical data model is again, it's a data model. In fact, we do in an Excel spreadsheet, where you have logical thing. The metrics diagrams, these are all the various way of data representation. In your company, do you use any flow charts for the data representation, Thiru?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Flow charts you must be using, in fact. Okay. And the metrics diagrams, do you use? Of course, again, it depends upon the project, that in all things need not be used, depends basically. The mind mapping, I explained you yesterday, the mind mapping, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's what I've seen.
Yeah. And the test and mapping planning. I think you're also clear about the multi-criteria decision analysis. That means with the different weightages for different things. And you're clear about it. So we will look at these 2, cost benefit analysis and cost of quality. And here, the outputs quality management plan and the quality matrix. These are the 2 important outputs you get. So. Plan quality management is basically the process of identifying the quality requirements or standards for the project and its deliverables, and documenting how the project will demonstrate compliance with the quality requirements or standards. It provides guidance and direction in how quality will be managed and verified. You're familiar with the ISO 9000 standards, because that's the one in most of the organizations they put a plate. You would have seen that, in different places. Our company follows ISO 2000, 9000, 2000, like that. You also have that ISO thing?
2000? Yeah, we have in this company too, yes.
Yeah, very good. Okay. How do you expand, for example, ISO? ISO, in fact, how do you expand it?
International Standard Organization. International Standard Organization.
No, that's what most of the time we all do the mistake.
Industrial Standard Organization, maybe?
No. Can you guess one more?
Okay.
One more time.
Just the word acronym.
Yeah, it's an acronym. Right? Because in the examination, you can expect that question. That's the reason I asked, in fact.
Oh, Institutional Standardization Organization, maybe?
Take one more guess.
I said International Industrial Institutional. I don't know. Individual? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, everybody's assuming the same thing, right?
Actually, ISO stands for International Organization for Standardization.
Okay.
It is not International Standard Organization. International Organization for Standardization.
Okay.
It is ISO because in the examination they will give you that what is the definition of ISO. They will give you 4 options. Those 4 options could be like you mentioned some of them: Indian Standard Organization, International Standard Organization, incremental.
I didn't mention Indians. That's ISI, right? Indian Standard Institute.
No, in Indian Standard Organization, I'm just telling that. So they will give you that all those four or three options, and one will be International Organization for Standardization. Okay, because most of the time we all do the mistake of ISO means International Standard Organization, but it is the other way around. It is International Organization for Standardization. That is the quality. Okay, I hope you remember that. I can make a note of
it. That's a big catch. Yeah, I will remember
that. Because definitely you can expect. In fact, in my examination, I had this question. In fact, what ISO stands for. Fortunately, even in Patanjali, every day I used to deal with the R&D heads. In fact, they used to talk about quality like that. So I remembered that definition so that I was able to answer it correctly.
Okay. That's good. Wow.
Okay. So ISO stands for International Organization for Standardization. Okay, that's the, and every company will have a quality management policy. They will usually hang the board in all important places. Even the reception area, the quality policy will be hanged. Right? You will see. That's what the quality policy. This is another important thing, Piru, that spend some time. The cost of quality. Under cost of quality, there are two things. One, the cost of conformance and cost of non-conformance. Okay, the cost of conformance is the prevention cost. Basically, what all you do to take care of the quality is you train the people, you have an excellent document processes, you will have good equipment, you have to time to do it right. These are all the prevention cost. And the second one is the appraisal cost. Appraisal is the assessing the quality. How do you assess the quality? You do the testing, you do the destructive testing loss. That's another thing you do, and the inspection you do it, right? These are all the appraisal cost. That means you are assessing the quality here, and the prevention cost is you building a quality product by doing a training, document process, ensuring good equipments are used, time to do it right. These are all the prevention cost. Cost of non-conformance is the internal failure cost and the external failure cost. There are two things. When internally it failure, what you do, you normally do the rework or you scrap it. In fact, that is failures found by the project team itself. Now, in case if you're not able to find it within that, the external failure cost, that is the failures found by the customer. That is, it has moved out of your factory or moved out of your premises and the customer has found it, then it all comes under external failure cost, the liabilities, warranty, loss of business, company's reputation, all these things will be external failure cost. Can you remember the external failure cost in the automobile industry? Recently, very popular in the US, you had a lot of issues on that. There are many, but one prominent, can you remember?
Yeah, the airbag recall from Japanese company. It's a big one.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of airbags were recalled and reworked.
Okay. And another one is Volkswagen car. You remember
that? Was diesel. Yeah, that's diesel engine scandal. They faked the computer emissions.
Yeah, emission test, failure of emission test. You remember that? They had to recall more than 10 to 12,000 cars. And there are all the external failure cost. What happened, because of that, there's a lot of liability. Even their CEO was taken into task, right? I read it in the US last time. I was reading that. Companies lost a business, they lost a lot of business and the reputation. And there were so many sarcastic cartoons were done on the Volkswagen. You remember all that?
They purposely faked using the computer of the vehicles to fake the inspection.
They tweaked data, right? They did something of that, and that's what they did. That's right.
Yeah. So the vehicles have been emitting a lot more sulfur.
Emissions.
In the air than what they actually
correct.
mentioned.
Absolutely. So they're all the external failure cost. I hope you remember. So the cost of quality will be two things. One is the cost of conformance and the cost of non-conformance. Cost of conformance is the preventive cost and the appraisal cost. And cost of non-conformance is the internal failure and the external failure, in fact. And there will be some questions, 1 or 2 questions. They will give you some scenario. Then they will ask whether the external failure or the internal failure cost, or there is a preventive cost or an appraisal cost. For example, they might ask you that a bad quality, for example, a document process in quality, is it preventive cost or is it appraisal cost? Something like that, they will tweak and ask you the question. But kindly remember these 4 things: prevention cost and appraisal cost, internal failure cost, and external failure cost. If you remember these concepts, it will be easy to answer the questions.
Okay.
So the cost of...
Go ahead.
Cost of conformance is the money spent during the project to avoid failures. That's important to remember. And cost of non-conformance is money spent during and after the project because of failures, in fact. So cost of non-conformance will be after, and cost of conformance will be during the project to avoid failures, as mentioned.
Sure. I had question from yesterday's the project yesterday's or this morning, the project correction methods, right? If it's out of budget or something. Yeah. One was fast tracking, the other one was crashing, which is the expensive one.
That is in the previous one, scheduling.
Yeah. Okay. All right. The other one was the reallocation method, which was the safest one, right? So were there any other options, like only those 3, or was there any other option?
No.
Crashing, fast tracking, and reallocation.
Yeah. Only those 3 only can do it. Is there any other? Of course, there might be, but I don't think it's mentioned here, in fact.
Okay.
Again, I told you the tools and techniques. There might be other tools and techniques also, which are not mentioned here. But this is here, what they have mentioned here. Again, it depends upon the project, depending upon the product or the.
So the reallocation.
Yeah.
Okay. So the reallocation is basically assigning people from different projects, or that's what it.
Correct. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's what they can do. One more is the resource leveling and resource. That's also another thing, they can do that, in fact. Resource optimization. In that, resource leveling will come and resource smoothing will come. There's other 2 techniques also there. Again, it depends upon the projects and depending upon the requirement, they can do it. In resource leveling, what happens, is in resource leveling, and a particular activity may require critical resources which are in high demand. This may impose the critical resources to be over-allocated on parallel activities or multiple projects. So resource leveling ensures that these critical resources are optimally spread across parallel activities and multiple project activities. In resource smoothing, what happened is that it is a free float or readjusted so that the resources work is evened out. That's what they do. In readjustment of these activities should not cause changes to the project schedule duration. That's important. That means, there will not be any change in resource smoothing. Your critical path method, there will not be any change in the critical path method. Whereas in the resource leveling, sometimes that schedule can be readjusted. In fact. But in resource smoothing, you cannot do that. That's only, there's a few more techniques or the methods they can use, again, depending upon the projects and the.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That answers the question, in fact. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great. So the test and destruction, I'm sure you're clear about the cost of conformance and cost of non-conformance.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Great. Okay. Test and inspection planning. During the planning phase, the project manager and the project team determine how to test or inspect a product, deliverable or service to meet the stakeholders' needs and expectation, as well as how to meet the goal for the product's performance and reliability. The test and inspection are industry dependent and can include, for example, alpha and beta test in software projects. In software projects, they use this alpha and beta test. I think you are familiar with that, I'm right? That's right.
Sure.
And in construction, strength test of the steel or the pipes and all those things, they do a lot of construction tests, in fact, in construction projects, strength test. And inspection in manufacturing and field test and non-destructive test in engineering, in fact. What is a non-destructive test? Since you are a mechanical engineer, probably you can throw some light on that.
Sure. Yeah, non-destructive is basically you don't cut open or actually destroy the sample to see, destroy the equipment or product to analyze it. You instead use non-destructive methods such as, X-ray or scanning through ultrasound, or other methods that actually keeps the product intact. So you can fix, if it's software bug, you can usually fix it, and then if your hardware seems okay, but the software is doing, so you basically are able to recover the product, whatever that is. So destructive method could include actually subjecting it to the field forces, which can damage the unit, or you can cut it through a machine or saw and see what's inside. Then its product is no longer usable. It's just to see what you're analyzing it, but you have destroyed it.
That's how it's like that. In L&T, probably I think they must have used it a lot of non-destructive testing.
They might have, depending on the value of the product. If it's just concrete pillar, if they could just build and just try to test it, see how much force or weight it can take. But if it's in electronics, sensitive components, expensive components are inside, the electronics people mostly do non-destructive tests.
Okay.
For example, the products we are using here, like each one of the small pen-sized sensors here is like $14,000.
So expensive, huh? My God.
Yeah. So if you destroy it, it's just to see which diode failed or something like that. It's bad.
I see.
So if there's an electrical wire disconnected, you see in the X-ray. Oh wait, this is what is failed. So what can we do from outside to do it? Or that's the way we can save the product without having to completely destroy.
Oh, great. That's right. Good.
Then there will be some methods to rework it, either heat it up to melt the solder from local point without even seeing it from inside, then it will join again and then start testing.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Very interesting. Good. That's nice. So these are some of the test inspection planning. I'm happy that you are already familiar with all these things. In fact, yes. Alpha and beta tests, I think in software industry, I think probably software projects is very common.
Yeah.
That's right. And the next one is a quality metrics. Quality metrics specifically describe the project or the product attitude, how the control quality process will verify the compliance to it. And here in some example of quality metrics include the percentage of tasks completed on time, or the cost performance measured by the CPI, or your failure rate, or the number of defects identified per day. These are all the metrics that you use. And even the for example, downtime per month, all those things, the errors per line of code, customer satisfaction scores, and percentage of requirements. Again, it depends upon the product and the projects that you're handling, in fact, and it can vary from industry to industry, and you can have a specific metrics according to the requirement. In your project, what metrics you have, what is the metric, how you measure it?
In these products? For current company, there are varieties of metrics there. If it's, for example, a pressure sensor should give you within 0.02% accuracy.
Okay.
Of what the calibrated instrument will give.
It will give in production.
And then if it's in production, the number of defects would be based on quality. Quality policy would say 5% defects is acceptable, or 2% is acceptable.
Okay.
Depending on the product, it varies, and depending on the contract with the supplier.
Supplier, okay.
Supplier. So they would they would negotiate with the customer to see if we can accept 2% on our head, and rest of the things will be, if it's more than 2%, they will take it and rework something like that.
Okay.
So that okay, yeah. So that's in terms of performance of the product itself, it meets the specification or not. There will be a range of values in specifications of the products that will be met.
Okay. Okay. And you have the tolerant level also, right? The plus or minus this you can accept, like something like that.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
So these are all the, again, as I told you that, it's all the industry specific or the project specific. According to that, you can have the quality metrics. Great. Okay. Once you do that, then the next one is the managed quality. Here, the managed quality is the process of translating the quality management plan into executable quality activity that incorporate the organization quality policies into the project. These key benefits here is that it increases the probability of meeting the quality objectives as well as identify the ineffective processes and causes of poor quality. So managed quality here, what you do is the quality assurance. Managed quality uses the data and results from the quality process to reflect the overall quality status of the project to the stakeholders. So here again, it is performed throughout the project. The common inputs here, we talk about the lessons learned register, the quality control measurements, the quality metrics just discussed in detail, and the risk report. Here, the cause and effect diagrams. These are very, very important. There's one more thing to memorize for you. Common tools and techniques, of course, you are familiar with the alternative analysis. We discussed document analysis, the process analysis, even the root cause analysis, the decision making. Now, the data representation, you have the affinity diagram, the cause and effect diagrams, flow charts, histograms, the matrix diagrams, and the scatter diagrams. These are all some of the quality tools that you use. Any one of these things you use in your company, like cause and effect diagrams or the flow charts?
Cause and effect I've seen being used. It's the fishbone diagram. Called, I guess.
Histograms? Do you use histograms?
No, not just one.
Okay. Scatter diagrams? Do you use scatter
histograms in terms of product quality measurement? Yeah, in the production, histograms is basically those reversible upside down bell curve.
Okay. Bell curve.
That comes with part of. That's part of the production quality. That's not part of the engineering personnel.
Okay.
But they do use them.
I see.
They use them.
Okay. And the design forex I just explained, and the audits, of course, and the problem solving and the quality measuring. There are 7 basic quality tools. We'll discuss about that, and I want you to memorize it because that's very, very important. Many of them you're already familiar about this root cause diagram or all those things. We'll discuss those things in the following slide. And what output you get, the quality reports here. And the other gets up, the usual things gets updated here. So the project quality management is basically, it's sometimes a quality called assurance. As I told you that managed quality is also known as the quality assurance. Although the managed quality has a broader definition than quality assurance as it is used to non-project work, in project management, the focus of quality assurance is one of the processes used in the project. So quality assurance is about using the project processes effectively. Whatever you plan in the quality management, in the planned quality management, you need to ensure that in the quality assurance or managed quality, you find out whether all those processes, all those procedures have been strictly followed. That's what you do, in fact. It's also, of course, when you do the audit, I'm sure that's what you look at it, in fact, whether the quality policy and the procedures have been strictly followed. So it involves the following and meeting the standards and assure stakeholders that the final product will meet their needs. That's only the purpose of auditing, am I right? That's what the customer wants, that this organization is meeting the quality policies, they follow the quality procedures, and once they follow the quality procedures and policies, it will meet the customer satisfaction or meet the customer's expectation. So it's also concerned with the product design aspects of the process improvements. Managed quality work will fall under the conformance work category, the cost of quality framework. We just now discussed about the quality framework. So managed quality comes with your training. It can be your training. It can be your documents. All those things, the cause of conformance. So the project documents here, the lessons learned registers. Of course, we discussed quality control, quality measurements. You are very familiar about. One thing to remember in quality control measurements is it can also compare the processes used to create the measurements and validate actual measurements to determine their level of correctness. The quality matrix and the risk report, we discussed the common important documents. This is one very important. You can take a picture of this, Thiru, and probably, I'm sure you're already familiar with many of these concepts, am I right? The quality tools. Managing quality leverages a number of tools to assess the quality control. Most of the tools are based on the work quality leaders like Edward Deming. Edward Deming, you remember, I just was telling PDCA, plan, do, check, and act, PDCA. In fact, Edward Deming is the one who actually invented the concept. These tools can be used effectively by the majority of the workers to manage quality control. The 7 basic quality tools: control charts, scatter diagram, check sheets, Pareto diagram, histograms, flow chart, and cause and effect diagram. You said you are using cause and effect diagram, right? And also histogram, correct? Bell curve, that?
Yeah. There is flow chart too. There is control chart too in different places, different companies.
Okay. Control charts also you have used. You are familiar with that?
Yeah. Okay. I believe the X bar or R charts are the control charts they use.
Okay. We'll just go through that because it's very important, and you can expect 1 or 2 questions on the quality tools. So let's try to understand. One is the affinity diagrams, which I already explained. It can organize the potential causes of defects into groups, showing areas that should be focused in the more. It's again the mapping, in fact, and you focus on the particular thing and you start mapping that, and that's the affinity diagram. The cause and effect diagram, cause and effect diagrams are also known as the fishbone diagram, or also known as the Ishikawa diagram. There are 3 names to that: cause and effect, Ishikawa diagram, or also known as the fishbone diagrams or the YY diagrams. This type of diagram breaks down the causes of the project problem statement, identify into discrete branches, helping to identify the main or root cause of the problem. In the following slide, I'll show you to the picture also. The flow charts, of course, we are very familiar. Flow charts show a series of steps that lead to a defect, in fact. So it's a continuous drive. Histograms show a graphical representation of numerical data. Histograms can show the number of defects per deliverable, a ranking cause of defects, the number of times each process is non-compliant, or other representation of that. Matrix diagrams, it basically seeks to show the strength of relationship among the factors, causes of effectives. And the scatter diagram, so 2 variables are there. Scatter diagram is a graph that shows the relationship between 2 variables. Scatter diagrams can demonstrate a relationship between an element of process, environment, or activity on one axis and a quality defect on the other. So let's go one by one so that we can understand a little more detail.
Sure.
The first one is the fishbone analysis, or the Ishikawa diagram, or also YY diagram, like that. Here, basically, why it is called a fishbone? Because it is almost looks like a fish. In fact. So here, let's say the product quality not matching the requirements. This is the, for example, problem. So then what you do is you go back and try to analyze the root cause why the product quality is not matching. Is it because of equipment? Is it because of process? Is it because of people? Is it because of management? Or is it because of environment? Is it because of the material? At a broad level, you put all these root cause for this. And then each one, like a fishbone, let's say like equipment, is it because of the low maintenance? Is it the old technology, or is it improper handling? These are the reasons for the equipment problems. Process is not enough of R&D is there in the company, or non-optional manufacturing methods. Is it because of that? Or is it because of people? Under people is a workers' fatigue, is a lack of training, whether you don't have sufficient skilled people to handle this because of that? Or is it because of the material that you are buying, delay in arrival or the low quality of the raw material? Is it because of that? Or is it because of environment, the bad working condition, hygiene factors, the company is not maintaining good, all those things? Is it because of that? Or the management does not have commitment or a low commitment to the quality? So under various heads, you keep on, further like fishbone, you started analyzing that, the root cause. And once you know that it has happened because of equipment, for example, then you take the corrective measures to correct, all this, improve your maintenance or use the new equipments, in fact, or have a proper handling. In fact, all these things you can address it. This is called the root cause analysis. Clear? In fact, have you done any of, for your projects, have you done any analysis like this recently?
One time I've used long ago, 3-4 years ago, fishbone. Yeah.
Okay, great. In fact, yeah. So there are definitely, you can expect, as I told you, there are 3 names: Ishikawa diagram, or the root cause diagram, or the Wi-Fi diagrams, or the fishbone analysis. Different names are given to this. Okay, great.
This is also called 5M or 6M actually. So when you say people, right, they use M for man, machine, material.
Oh, okay.
Mother Nature, something, management.
Okay.
Something like that. So 6M, 5M, something like that.
6M, 5M, like that. Okay, good. Yeah. And why also, in fact, you keep on asking why it happened like that.
Oh, that's 5 why analysis. You ask, you go drill down to up to 5 times in 5 why analysis.
Okay.
Why did this break? Means then somebody would say maybe material is weak. Then why the material is weak, then you go one more step, like that 5 times why the material is weak. They maybe not inspected correctly, it was a bad material. Then why it was bad material, something like that.
Five
why.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's good. That's good. Okay. Then control charts, I'm sure you're familiar. Do you use control charts in your company?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's one of the production follow-ups, X bar or R charts. You monitor the samples as they go through the production, and you measure the critical dimensions that are meant for inspection. And if they go up or down, you pinpoint the sample and time and find out why it happened, what changed in that particular time.
Okay. Here again, okay, good. One more example I can give you about the process, whether the process is under control or like that. You are familiar with, for example, McDonald's burgers. Have eaten many times, right? McDonald's. Let's say, in fact, McDonald's burger. This 16.3 is, let's say, in fact, the process that every burger should come out from the oven in 60 seconds. Let's say, in fact, okay, 60 seconds is the thing. The upper limit is 70 seconds. That means any burger which comes even at 70 seconds or below 70 seconds, again, the process is under control. At the lower control limit, even a burger comes within 50 seconds or between 50 and 60 seconds, also the burger process is under control. So this is the control thing. The upper limit is here, 70. The lower limit is 50 seconds for a 60 seconds process they have set, right? So all the burgers which comes above the upper limit and below the upper limit, 50 here and 70 is all under control, in fact. So any burger which comes out from the oven above 74 seconds or 75 seconds, that means the process needs to be adjusted. That means it's out of control. Here, anything which goes below 50%, then again the process is out of control. Okay. Now, one more thing you need to remember, that is, even within the upper control limit or in the lower control limit, if 7 burgers comes at the, for example, is 65 seconds, 66 seconds, or 67 seconds like that, even then the process is out of control. So 7 consecutive time, whether it is below the upper limit or below the lower limit, 7 consecutive times if it comes, then again the process is out of control. So this I request you to remember that, in fact. So 16.3 process, which is the standard process. Upper limit is 70, the lower limit is 50. So anything above this upper limit or lower limit is out of control. At the same time, even if the 7 consecutive times, if a burger comes within the upper limit or within the lower limit, again the process is out of control. So this will help to to adjust your process or to find out what exactly is happening. This is called the control chart. Okay.
Okay. Is it 7 or 5? The consecutive number.
Which one?
The you said seven consecutive times.
Seven times.
Okay. I know. I thought, like you said, a few years ago, I thought it was 5 or so, but it could be 7.
It's a 7 consecutive times. That's right.
Okay. All right.
That's right. Okay. Now the flow chart, of course, you are very, very familiar with, again, a graphical representation. That's how I show a process system from beginning to end. That's represent, is a SIPOC. It's called actually as supplier SIPOC. It's also, the SIPOC. That is to find out where exactly the problem is happening, right? The requirements and the feedback loop. Whether it's a supplier, what they're supplying, is there any problem? The input or the process is a problem, or between the process and the output, is there any problem? So that, this is the flow chart. It's also called a process chart to find out where exactly the problems are happening in fact, so that they can take corrective measures. The histogram.
What's the other name you said?
Process
what is
chart.
The other name?
Process chart.
Process chart.
Yeah.
Really?
Flow chart or the process chart. That's right. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And the histograms, you said bell curve. You mentioned it. In fact, here you just find out the height of each column represents the relative frequency of the variable. Here, for example, here how many times that you have the problem, the normal distribution or like curve. Here the counts and we have the bins. Then you find out that this is the number of frequency it is happening, so that you can take the corrective measures of that. The Pareto diagrams, this is another very important. You heard about the 80-20 ratio, Thiru? I'm sure.
Yeah. 80%. The Pareto diagram is the tool they use to weed out the.
Correct. Weed out
80% of the problem.
Because of the 20% of the. If you take care of the 20% of the issues, you can solve 80% of the problems. In fact, okay.
Yeah.
So Pareto diagrams are vertical bar charts that identify a few critical issues from the uncritical many. That means if you take care of here, these problems, that means you are solving 80% of the problems, in fact. And this is universally accepted. Even in the organizations, that 20% of the people contributes 80% of the company's performance. I think you heard about that. Am I right? The top. The top 20%. They contributes the 80% of the organization growth, and also the 20% of the problems. If you solve, that means you are solving the 80% of the bigger things. It's like that. Even your assets, for example, your 20% of the assets contributes 80% of your overall thing. It's an 80-20 ratio, which is very commonly used across the industries, across in various things. They give that example always. Even in our personal life also, you would have seen that, if you take care of 20% of the issues, that would have solved your 80% of major things. It's like that. So it's called Pareto diagram defects. It's 80-20 ratio. And here's one more example. Based on 80-20 rule, 80% of the problems are caused because of the 20% reasons. And it helps to focus basically to critical issues, in fact. That means you address those 20% issues, you'll be solving the 80% of the problems. And it prioritizes the potential causes of the problem. That's right. The one more is this scatter diagram. It's basically, as I told you, that 2 variables are there. Then you find out whether they are correlated or have no relationship. Just to give an example, as I told you that if you go to a doctor, they would have put a health chart in any doctor's clinic. You would have observed, on that health chart, for example, it's a weight and height are the 2 variables. For example, my height is, let's say, 5 feet. If I'm 5 feet, that means, my weight should not exceed more than 60 pounds or 70 pounds like that. The doctor says that. Am I right? You would have seen that. and your height increases. If you are a 6-foot person, probably you can have weight can be up to 85 feet. That means there are two variables, and it's directly proportional to each other. In fact, if it is related. If it is no related, then there is no relationship at all. It's not correlated. The one more thing, you can see in summer, when the temperature shoots up, your ice cream sales, for example, or these soft beverages also, the sales also goes up during summer. Am I right? When the temperature goes up, more and more people will drink the cold drinks or the ice cream. So it's directly proportional to the increase in temperature. It will increase the sale of these cold drinks also. Am I right? So it's like that. That's why this scatter diagram, two variables, you try to plot it so that you will understand what is the relationship which is there. If it's no relationship, that means that the figures will be showing in a totally different thing. It's called scatter diagram. Do you use such a thing in your company, scatter diagrams? No.
Yeah, in Six Sigma we use this to find out the fat pencil test, what they call. So if you have these data points around the center line, right?
Okay.
So if something is not at all related, if you want to find it, you would imagine a fat pencil and place it on those dots, lining up with diagonal line. If anything is outside of the pencil, and you would call it that an outlier to find out the data point that is completely not normal.
Not normal. Okay.
So it's a normality check. That's where you would see exactly this type of diagrams first.
Okay.
So you have this, whether product inspection data or something else that looks like this. And you do the first normality check. If the data itself is normal or something else is going to mislead your data.
Oh, okay.
So the first step we would see the scatter diagram. So in this, for example, it passes the fat pencil test. Nothing is abnormal, for example.
Oh, okay.
And then if you do Excel chart, Excel data, you do some analysis. I mean, put something into Access, you can choose the scatter diagram or line diagram, whatever it is.
Oh, okay.
That's one of the options.
That's okay.
You can represent data in scatter diagram, any kind of data to Access or more.
Yeah, correct. Absolutely right. That's right. There's another important tool and technique they used in quality. Then the design for X, I was trying to explain that. Design for X is also called DFX, is a set of technical guidelines that may be applied during the design of a product for the optimization of a specific aspect of design. So DFX can control, even improve the product's final characteristics. The X in the DFX can be different aspects of product development, such as reliability, deployment, assembly, manufacturing, cost or service, usability, safety, and quality. So using DFX may result cost reduction. It can improve the quality and better performance and customer satisfaction. That means you're designing the product for excellence, in fact. It can be in manufacturing, it could be bringing down the cost, it can be improving the further quality, more flexibility, more usage, more adaptability. It's called design for excellence or design for X. Manage quality outputs. Quality reports is another important output you get. Basically, it's a report can be a graphical or a numerical or a quantitative or a qualitative. The information provided can be used by other processes and departments to take corrective actions. And this information presented in quality reports may include all quality management issues escalated by the team or the recommendation for the process. Even these are all the various reports you generate and you inform the respective stakeholders. Some of the test and evaluation documents here, it can be created based on the industry need and the organization templates. Again, it is organization specific, and again the organization policies, procedures, and depending upon the complexity of the projects and those things. They are inputs in the control quality process and are used to evaluate the achievement of quality objectives. And some of these documents may include dedicated checklist and detailed requirements of the traceability matrix as part of the documents. Okay. Then comes the control quality. After managing the, so you plan, basically you plan the quality management, and once you plan, in fact, you do the quality assurance or you manage the quality. In managing the quality is nothing but to ensure that whatever policies and procedures you have laid down, whether strictly followed, that's what you do in the quality assurance. After that, you have to control the quality, which comes under monitoring and controlling. So control quality is the process of monitoring and recording the results of the executing quality management. The control quality process determines if the project outputs do what they were intended to. That's very important, in fact. Whether it is meeting the required specification, whether it is meeting the required expectation, that's what we do. And those outputs need to comply with applicable standards or the requirements, regulation, specification. So this process is performed throughout the project. Here, the important inputs are lessons learned, quality metrics, the test and evaluation, approved change request, and deliverables, which I showed you, I explained you very clearly about a few slides back. If you want to go back, I can go back once again and see that, so that the process is very important. Yeah, this is the one. This is very important. Verified deliverables, approved change request. I'm sure you are clear about these concepts. This all comes under control quality here. You can see that deliverables, control quality, verify deliverables, and validate scope. That's right. Okay. So the some of the other tools and techniques, we talk about the check sheets, the checklist. Check sheets, do you use in your company? Check sheets, in fact, various things. It is again an.
What do you mean by check sheets? An inspection sheets? Or?
Yeah, inspection. Yeah, it's like again like an Excel sheet that what all you are supposed to follow that. In fact, the check sheets. In fact, what whether.
Oh, checklists are okay. It's all checklist. Okay,
yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
That's right. Statistical sampling is another tool and technique. You are familiar with the statistical sampling?
Sure. Yeah, that's what a Six Sigma.
Yeah, Six Sigma Accelerate. Yeah, correct. It's basically, after, for example, let's say about 10,000 products you need to check. What sometimes they do, in fact, they take some percentage of 5% of that and they check it, in fact, and so that is a random checking. Am I right? That is the statistical sampling. You will
yeah, it's the quality management AQM.
Yeah.
American Quality Management gives recommendations of what quality level.
Yeah.
And you can check the number of samples based on that column table they give you. If your quality level is one, the number of samples would be 500. If the level is 2, something, it will be 50, something like that.
Yeah, absolutely right. That's right. Okay. So that's the statistical sampling. It's a random sampling checking. Sometimes, for example, very familiar in our home, when you prepare rice, for example, our mother or wife, what they do, they don't check whether the rice is properly cooked. What they do, they will just take 5-6 of the rice and squeeze it in their hand, am I right? To find out whether the rice is completely cooked or not, isn't it? You would have observed it, in fact. So they don't check all the entire quantity of the rice is cooked or not properly. They will just take 5-6 of that rice ingredients and squeeze in there between the 2 fingers. They know that the rice is cooked or not. It's all statistical sampling or the random sampling checking, in fact. The same thing applied, particularly like Amrutanjan, we used to, for example, Amrutanjan, the tubes, we used to use per annum more than, let's say, about 1 million or 2 millions of that for some products. So each month when they supply, let's say, 100,000 or 200,000, they do the random checking. They will not check all 200,000. They will check, about 5% of that, and they find whether the quality is under count, whether it meets the required quality, like that. Sometimes they do like it's a standard statistical sampling. Then the inspection and the testing, product evaluations, the cause and effective diagrams we just discussed, control charts, histograms, scatter diagrams, and meetings. And what outputs you get here is the control measurements and the verified deliverables. I hope now we are clear about the validation and the verification. I'm right, the verification. And
yeah.
So that's a very important thing. Then the work performance information, the change request, these are all the common outputs you get from the control quality. Here is the check sheets, one example. For example, check sheets are also known as the tally sheets. There are two names for that. Check sheets are also known as the tally sheets.
All right, this is the one you're talking about. This is the one drives the Monte Carlo diagram.
The check sheet, no, Monte Carlo diagram, not this. Monte Carlo diagram is the variables, in fact. That is the simulation. We talk about the simulation. That means
the input for that diagram comes from here.
Probably, yeah. You're right.
Type of defects and number of samples.
Number of samples.
That type of defect.
Yeah, you're right. Probably they can take some inputs from this and then they put it in a software, in fact, so that you get simulation. And they are specifically used for the gathering the attributes data while performing the inspection to identify the defects, the data about the frequencies or the check consequence of defects. Here, like for example, small scratch, large scratch, bent, missing component, wrong color, labeling error. So each date, how many have happened and what's the total of that. So it's a check sheets, that will help them to take corrective measures. If it's happening frequently and number of times the defects are happening, so that will help them to address it. Approved change requests and deliverables, of course, we discussed several times, that we are very clear about that. And this is the important thing, project management plan. You do the direct and manage project work. That goes to the deliverables, and in deliverables, control quality. Then after control quality, the process, you do the validated deliverables. And once you validate, it will become validate scope. Then after validation, it becomes accepted deliverables. And once it is accepted, that means you are closing the project or a phase. In fact, that's what you do. And it goes to the product or the service or the result, because the project, as clearly it's a temporary endeavors to complete or produce a unique product or service. That's how it comes out. This is the control quality of the project quality management. Yes, now comes your favorite questions. Okay. We'll just try to attend that. When a product or service completely meets customer requirements, that means the quality is achieved, the cost of quality is high, the cost of quality is low, the customer pays the minimum price. What is got to be? A is the correct answer. Quality is achieved there. To what does the following definition refer? A type of analysis focused on finding the point at which the benefits of revenue to be received from improving the quality equals the incremental cost to achieve the quality. Is it quality control analysis? Is it marginal analysis, or a standard quality analysis, or the conformance analysis? What's the catch point here is the benefits are revenue. I think that's the catch point. To be received from improving the quality equals the incremental cost to achieve that quality.
Okay. This I don't think I've come across, but these are all very generic terms.
Yeah, okay.
Very generic and like story and not precise, right? So I would again stick with the A for now. So.
A, quality control analysis. Yeah. That's what I feel. Okay, let's look at it. Yeah. Who is ultimately responsible for quality management on the project?
On the project. Okay. In a matrix organization, it's project manager. In functional organization, in quality manager. So I would say, yeah, for project manager only for now.
Yeah, you're shrewd. In fact, the way you answered it, I liked it. But it has to be a project manager, because ultimately he is responsible for the quality of the project. That's right. Yeah. Okay. The answer is absolutely right. A general rule, one cannot say that quality is either high or low cost. When a product or service completely meets the customer satisfaction, of course, there is no that. The second one is, it is B actually. That is the right answer. If you look at it's a marginal analysis. Yeah, because
it sounds like you're calculating the margin, but I didn't come across that marginal analysis topic there. That's why I didn't.
Because the hint here, benefits or revenue and quality
margin you're looking at.
Cost. This is the hint here, in fact. So when you talk about the benefits or revenue, that means you are looking at the margins, or you are doing a marginal analysis. Correct?
Okay.
So that's the right answer. And the third one is the project manager got to be. In any organization, it's a metric or projectized or functional, ultimately project means, the project manager is responsible for that.
Sure.
Okay. That's fine. Good. A few more questions. You are in the middle of a major facility construction project. The structured steel is already in place and the heating, the conduits are being put into place when a senior manager informs you that he is worried the project will not meet the quality standards. So what should you do in this situation? Assure senior management that during the planned quality management process, it was determined that the project would meet the quality standards. Analogously, estimate future results, involve the quality team, and check the results from the last quality management plan. A bit tricky question, but let's try. Let's see what you find the right answer.
Okay. I would check the results from last quality management plan.
That's what you feel as right. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Maybe I'll involve the quality team also, but I can only answer one, right? If the senior manager is worried, then I'll involve the quality team. For this exam purpose,
I think that should be the right answer, because when you're mentioning, you better involve the quality team so that they can take care of that. I think that should be the correct answer.
Especially when senior management is worried.
Absolutely right.
They have to assure by the qualified people that this is correct.
Absolutely right. Because they are the experts in that domain. So best thing is, let's take their help and involve them. I think that should be the right answer. Let's see. And you were asked you are asked to select tools and techniques to supplement existing quality control activity. Which are the following would not be appropriate for this purpose? Which are the following would not be appropriate? Is it performance reviews, or is it statistical?
Performance reviews obviously does not fit the bill there. A
is the answer. You feel so? That's right. Performance reviews. Okay. Statistical sampling, Pareto diagrams, and focus group. Why not focus groups?
Focus groups can help with additional quality control measures we can take in addition to what's already there. People can bring in more methods than what's already there.
Okay.
But performance reviews, it's just basically to give you a raise, and that doesn't anything.
Okay, let's see. The new software installation project is in progress. The project manager is working with the quality department to improve the stakeholders' confidence that the project will satisfy the quality standard. So which of the following must they have before they start the process? Is it quality problems, quality improvement, quality control measurements, or that? The new software installation.
Quality control measurements they should have.
They should have that. Which of the following must they have before they start the process? So you see
quality control
measurements. Okay, let's look at it. The first one you said in C, am I right? Involve the quality team. The second one you said performance reviews, and the third one is the C. Right. Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
How it goes. First one is right, assuring the management that it was determined to planning. So C is the right answer there. And D, for the second question, the focus groups, I think, the tool of the collect requirements process. So that would not be useful in control quality. So that's the only small catch there. The other choices are all tools and techniques of the control quality process. So here, the focus group is the collect requirement process. So the question is, you are asked to select tools and techniques to supplement existing quality activities. So which are the following would not be appropriate for this purpose? So,
yeah, the performance reviews should not be appropriate. Performance reviews is not a tool to supplement the quality control activities. It's wrong there. That's the one would not be appropriate. Right?
Yeah, not be appropriate. That's right. So
maybe if focus group is appropriate also, then it should be, the question should be, would be appropriate for this purpose. Which of the following should be
would not be appropriate
for this?
Would not be.
If would not be means the performance reviews, in my opinion. Yeah.
But the tools and technique of the performance review, for example, here the justification what they gave is,
maybe it's the performance reviews of quality, not performance reviews in the sense I'm understanding, which is
correct.
Annual performance review. Like employee performance reviews, then they give you raise.
It's not the appraisal review there.
Okay, that's the tricky.
Yeah, that's a small tricky there. You're right, absolutely right. You know, in what context that you need to use that's important. So here, the focus groups are the tool of the collect requirements process. That's the, you remember that, in collecting the requirement process, the focus group, brainstorming, and all those things are the tools and techniques that you use. So probably they will not be useful in control quality. Say other choices are all tools and techniques of the control quality. Here the performance review is nothing but you are auditing, am I right? In quality aspects. So probably that is the reason the focus group is the right answer there. Because in control quality here, you use the statistical sampling, the performance review is nothing but auditing, you do it. So that's also control quality and the Pareto diagrams. So otherwise it's fine. And the third one, the third question, you said quality control measurements. You're right, absolutely right. The quality control measures. So, but for that little confusion, otherwise you would have answered all the questions 100 out of 100. That's great.
Okay. Sure.
Congratulations once again for that. That's good. What 2-3 important things in quality management to remember, Guru, is that 7 these quality tools and techniques. I want you to remember, memorize it. Can we just repeat, for example, control chart, flow charts, histograms, Pareto diagrams, and flow charts, control charts. These are control charts, flow chart, histograms, Pareto diagram, then scatter diagrams, and one more thing is the design for X, and another one the checklist or the tally sheets, in fact. So these 7 probably you should remember. Because in the examination, they will ask you that quality control tools, they would have given different names, and one answer will be all these 7 will be there. So you need to pick that correct one. In fact, for that I want you to memorize it. That's very important. And second thing, they will ask you in the examination, these 7 quality tools. Some of them are used in quality assurance, some of them are used in control quality. In fact. So they might ask you a question, for example, Pareto diagram, is it used in control quality or control planning? Those things, you need to be a little familiar about that. That's very important. And second thing is the cost of quality, conformance and non-conformance, your external failure cost, internal failure cost, and the appraisal cost. All those things, probably you can expect a question on that. That's about the quality. Otherwise, it's a very straightforward and easy to remember. Cause and effect diagrams, scatter diagram, check sheets, Pareto diagrams, histograms, like that. They might give a question that, what quality do you use, in fact, when you're analyzing the defects or when you're analyzing the root cause, in fact, what is the best technique you use or the tools you use, then probably you can mention as cause and effective diagram is the right answer. Any other questions in quality? Otherwise,
no, good.
Yeah, okay, great. And the grade and quality also, there might be some questions. In fact, what's the difference between the grade and quality? If it is a high grade and low quality, is the product acceptable? They might. It's something like that. And accuracy and precision, what is accurate, what is precision, probably there might be some questions. So if you're clear about these concepts, I'm sure you should be able to answer all these questions. And on schedule management, on cost management, any questions? You have all the formulas, any clarifications required on the formulas?
No, I'm good.
I think it's all straightforward and clear, I think. Only thing is, please do memorize these formulas. That's very, very important.
Yeah, that's what the most important, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. Cost variance, schedule variance, all those formulas, I wanted to memorize it, in fact. And if you do about 15 to 20 questions, if you answer in the mock examination, automatically it will help you to remember also. So the more and more you do the mock, some of these things, I'm sure you'll be able to memorize these or mug it up, whatever you call. That's right. So, sorry, it's a wrong age to do mugging up. But still, for the sake of examination, you should do it.
That's true. That's right. If I look at it a few times, then we'll stick to it.
And I'm sure you should be able to remember it. It should not be a problem at all, according to me. Because you are good, you are very sharp, and you get it. You got a knack of understanding that. And this is another in cost earned value management is back, and your management reserve, known unknown factors, and unknown factors is another important things to remember. The PVs, of course, we discussed earned value management, the controlled cost, management reserve. This is the cost aggregation. This is also important, actually. This is how the budgets are prepared. This is how in most of the organization the budgets are prepared. Probably when you interact next time with your financial head, you can just ask him indirectly that whether it includes your management reserve or contingency reserve. I'm sure he'll be very happy to receive such questions from you, in fact. Am I right? That will really help you, in fact. Even with your quality guy, when you start talking about Pareto diagrams or histograms or the cost of conformance and cost of non-conformance, I'm sure they will be very happy. Right? So this is what I want to actually in your day-to-day working. You should start practicing these concepts, or you should start talking about these terminologies, the various jargons. So and also more important, under your team, for example, you are about 10 to 12 reportees are there. And you start talking to them in these terminology and start explaining them. So they will also feel happy. In that way, you are improving their capabilities, you are improving their skills also, in fact. Am I right? You agree? And that is right. So that is another way of learning also. When you start interacting with them, you are guiding them, you are helping them, in fact, and they'll be grateful to you, in fact. Okay, my boss is helping me to understand or teaching me all these things. In fact, that's right. Okay. Estimating methods, and these four methods, just remember: analogous, parametric, bottom up, and PERT. Those are some of the formulas that you remember. Okay. Great. Anything else you feel we should visit or?
No, I think if let me see if I can log into the website and find out.
Find
out. I can download.
Yeah, that's right. One more thing. Yesterday, that number you gave me, one digit is missing. That's the reason I could not. I think that message was not reaching you.
Oh.
Yeah.
It was 781.
1 second. I'll just. It is 267496, and what is the last number? I think
6. Another 6. 4966.
666. Oh, okay. That's the reason. I tried to send a message and it was not going because of that, actually. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'll try to send. That's right. So it is +1 781 267 4966. Am I right? Yes. Okay.
781 267 4966.
Okay, great. Okay, that's right. So anything, you have my number also, that 9538613995. That's my WhatsApp number.
Wait a second.
I
didn't have. What's the number?
It's India 9538
9538
61
Mhm.
3995.
3995.
Yeah, that's my mobile number. WhatsApp, in case if anything, you can also reach me. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. And so we'll catch up on next Saturday and have a great week ahead, and take some rest today, if possible. So Sunday evening, okay. And
yeah, that's right. I have to go back to work, right?
Oh, you have to
so you do this as a full time, or do you still work for Amrutanjan? And
no, I'm doing now only this. In fact, because that's in Chennai, so I left Chennai and I'm based in Bangalore right now. So I'm doing full time now, actually. Right.
Okay.
And also, I think for FMCG industry, in Amazon in Bangalore, I was a consultant for them. And for their building capability for the sales team, I did a lot of sessions for them, actually. They got more than 2,000 people working here in Bangalore and Delhi and various other places. So I conducted a lot of programs. I developed the content for them, and I did a SWOT analysis, analyze the strength, weakness, and opportunities, and develop the content and train those guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I cannot find the downloadable version of the PPT in the website.
Oh, is it? Okay. I'll tell them tomorrow. And in fact, I'm visiting their office, so I will also tell them about it.
Yeah. Also, I didn't get the questionnaire. He was going to email me or something.
Okay.
Sean was going to.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
I will ensure tomorrow it's being sent to you. Okay, that's no problem. I'll take care of that.
Okay.
I'll tell
those
them.
two.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
In case if there are any issues, I can email it to you also directly. That's no problem. I'll find out. They told me that they will put it in their LMS so that you can access it. That's what they were telling me. I think today being Sunday, in case if their office staff, if they're not come, I think tomorrow they may do it. Let me check upon it.
Okay.
No problem.
What I see is what I see is in my page is course, start course. Then I don't want to hit that start course, and it starts counting hours on me. So because it's a live classroom training, if I start that one, it says start course on the right side.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what will happen. I don't know if it'll give me the presentation or it'll start the course as if I'm doing online learning.
Oh, okay.
So that's a bit confusing.
Okay. Probably you can just send or text them, in fact, or you can ask for the clarification if required. Okay.
In the meantime, if you could remind Sean to send the presentations as well, the questionnaire to prepare for next week. So
sure.
That'll be good.
Questionnaire I will send. I will ensure it's sent tomorrow. In fact, okay.
Okay.
And the presentation, the entire thing, I will send it to you next Sunday. Once these 4 sessions completed, then I will send you this PPT. Then the recorded thing also, you will get it. In fact, they will put it in the website so that you can always access it anytime you require. That's why they did for the last batch when I handled the class. In fact, I remember that. That's what they said. Okay. Okay. Have a great week ahead, and take some rest if possible today. You are tired, I think. And we'll catch up because too many formulas.
You should be the one tired.
Too many formulas I did today to digest and dissect. Okay. It's like.
Yeah, it's been a while since I did.
Yes, right. Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bye then.
Okay. All right. So I switched to phone now. So
take care.
okay.
Bye bye.
Yeah. Bye. Good night.
Bye bye.